Welcome to the regular meeting of the City of Villa Parks Council. I hereby call the meeting to order. Jared, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Councilman Barnett.
Present.
Councilman Colcott.
Present.
Councilman Nelson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Here.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Here. Today, I would like to have our past councilman and past mayor, Richard Ulmer, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Place your right hand over your heart, please. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If everyone could silence their cell phones, that would be very much appreciated. We welcome you here. We encourage your participation. We have something new here that we're trying. We have a blue speaker card. Most of you might be familiar with the card if you go to other city council meetings or board meetings. The cards are in the back. If you'd like to speak at the podium on an item or at public comment, please fill it out. You can pre-fill it out, doesn't matter when you do it, and give it to Jared, and Jared will pass it on, and we will address you when the agenda item comes up. Our first presentation tonight is from the Orange County Human Relations Commission.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, and community members and leaders. My name is Sean Thomas, and I'm on the board of directors of the Orange County Human Relations Council. And we're here tonight to report on some of the work that our nonprofit organization does here in Villa Park and what we've done over the last year to help Villa Park in regards to the type of work that we do. Now, our organization believes that all people have the right to live free from discrimination, from violence, and so we provide programs to create safe, respectful communities. One of my favorite programs that OC Human Relations provides is called Bridges. And the Bridges program reaches 28,000 students in Orange County. 28,000 students participate in our Bridges program. And we help these kids develop leadership skills. We help them to develop interpersonal relationship skills. We work with bullying. One of the kids that was in our program, in the Bridges program, was terribly bullied and didn't want to go to school. Just felt that he couldn't go back to school, to his high school. He joined the Bridges program. We worked with him. He began to interface with those people that were bullying him, and they sat down together and talked about what their differences were and why they bullied him. And that young man not only overcame his shyness, overcame his resistance to go to high school. He graduated from high school, was accepted in MIT, and graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with a bachelor's degree and is now working on his master's in engineering. Those are the kinds of success stories we have, and we're teaching these young people how to be able to work together, and it's a terrific program. If you ever get an opportunity to visit one of our Walk in My Shoes symposiums, and we this past year we held it at the UC Irvine. The year before it was at Cal State Fullerton. It's an incredible program to see what these kids are doing to try to overcome prejudice, bigotry, and so on. And we believe that all people should be free from discrimination, regardless of how different they are. And we deal with all types of issues, from gender issues. We're now working with something that's very new to me and very new to our council, but transgender people. We're working with the Muslim community. We're working with the Jewish community, and Brea has asked us to help to get some work done there for religious unity. And this year, as our community became more diverse and our world smaller, we saw an increase in profanity, abusiveness, and hate speech during some city council meetings. We had one very, very unfortunate incident in Anaheim, and they asked us to get involved in that. Supervisor Nelson helped us to put together a program, and you may have gotten a copy of the results of that. We brought together city attorneys and lawyers from the ACLU, police chiefs, council members, to come up with a way to deal with protecting people's First Amendment rights, but also to maintain civility in council meetings. OC Human Relations partners with cities to manage challenging issues with meaningful participation of all residents in the decision-making process, maintaining civility and healing as a community in the wake of difficult conflicts. Many of our programs are provided county-wide, but I would like to share with you tonight the following data about some of the additional services that we did exclusively for Villa Park. This is a shameful plug, but I'm a mediator in our mediation program. It is an incredible program. Last year in Orange County, we mediated 3,000 cases, have a 71% success rate. Here in Villa Park, we mediated 14 cases, as well as one family mediation in the community courts where at least one of the parties involved was a resident of Villa Park. And somebody was talking to me recently and said, well, why do these folks come to you, a nonprofit organization, to help them with mediation? Isn't that just for poor people? No, we mediate cases from multimillionaires to the poorest citizen. It's open to everybody. It's available for everyone. And it's in our courts, and what it's doing, the judges love it because it just takes off their calendars a lot of stuff that we can help mediate and resolve without having to take up the court time. I'm one of those mediators, and if there's anybody out there that would like to get involved, please give us a call, and we'd be glad to work with you in our training programs and get you involved. In collaboration with the Villa Park Police on hate crimes and individuals or community groups on hate incidents, and those are not crimes, we are pleased to report that we documented no hate crimes or incidents in Villa Park, and we facilitated one police community reconciliation case in Villa Park in 2013. We seek to build a sense of community with Villa Park residents and staff through our hate crime victim support program. In conclusion, over the past 22 years, Orange County Human Relations partnered with OC cities to proactively build understanding and positive relations among diverse residents, bring police and diverse residents together to build safe, respectful neighborhoods, address tragic conflicts, overcome the divisiveness that erodes our sense of community, and sustain the infrastructure to assist in crisis situations when they occur. We're now currently working very closely with a member of our commission, the Chief of Police of Irvine, Chief Dave, and trying to put together a program where we will work with various cities and their police departments and trying to bring some kind of understanding between police and those that are policed. A big challenge. Just as important as the infrastructure of storm drains and curbs and gutters, as important as these things are to the protection of Villa Park residents, the human relations infrastructure is equally as important. It's effective intergroup relations programs with our trained professional staff and positive relationships with diverse elements of our communities. We can be called on at any time. And we thank you for listening to us. And we thank you for your support. Villa Park has been very supportive of us over the years, and we thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, an update from the Orange County Fire Authority.
Mayor, council members, Happy New Year, and I'm happy to be here to provide you an update of the Orange County Fire Authority. Since this is the first meeting for 2015, I wanted to give you just a quick overview of the incidents that we had in 2014. In 2014, OCFA responded to 352 incidents in the city of Villa Park. Of those 352, 257 were medical emergencies. I'm happy to report that there were no structure fires in all of 2014, so that's a good thing. Average response time for last year was 6 minutes and 12 seconds, so that's well under our stated response time that we would have. Since the last council meeting in December up until today, we've responded to 54 incidents, and of those incidents, 37 were medical emergencies. So we're running roughly about 70% of our emergencies in the city of Villa Park are medical emergencies. That's runs about the average of what our entire area is between 70 and 75% are usually medical emergencies. The response time since December 16th to now, in that roughly 6-week period, was 7 minutes and 43 seconds. That's a little above, but there were a couple. I looked at the incidents, and there were a couple of incidents that skewed the data. There was one response time that was 22 minutes and 51 seconds, and another one that was 46 minutes and 38 seconds. Those were actually glitches in the system where the captain forgot to press the on-scene button, so it increases our response time. So our response time, if you take those two out, are much lower than that. So we're running about the average. With that, that's the update that I have. One more thing. We had a tragedy, and it's a good time to remind everyone, since it's, we do get some cold snaps. We had a tragedy in San Juan Capistrano in our area last week, and we've had 2 fatalities as a result of it, and a 1-year-old that's still in critical condition. And the tragedy there was the fact that there were no working smoke alarms in that apartment. So this is a good time to remind everyone to make sure to check the batteries and the smoke alarms, and to make sure that everyone has a working smoke alarm installed in their home. It can get you out. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Jared, do we still have smoke alarms from OCFA?
That was my question.
Ah, yeah.
Honestly, I'm not sure how many are in our inventory. Do you know if the program's still being offered?
Yes, the program is still offered, and if there's any residents in the city of Villa Park that need to have their smoke alarm checked, we'll be more than happy to check the smoke alarm, and we do have an inventory of smoke alarms that we can provide. If someone does not have a working smoke alarm in their home, we'll be happy to install it for you.
That's wonderful. Maybe we'll go ahead and put that out on the ENet and remind people of that. And I know that our own Rotary has also volunteered to go into their homes and put them in. Thank you for that.
Just for everyone's reference, the smoke alarms they put in are 10-year batteries too. So you put them up in there, you can forget them for 10 years.
Yep. Still a good idea to check them every month, though, to make sure it's still working.
Oh, wait 10 years.
Sort of forget them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hope.
Okay,
No, so
and an
hope they
update
work.
on our law enforcement. Lieutenant Gunzel.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. For the month of December 2014, the Part 1 crimes reported, we have 3 Part 1 crimes. As I always say, my goal is 0. We have 3 this month, or last month. 2 of them are residential burglaries. On one of the burglaries, a suspect entered an upstairs guest bathroom window. Lost in that burglary was jewelry. And then we had another one where there was no signs of forced entry on the home, but lost was a tablet, computer, and currency. The other Part 1 crime we had was a vandalism, where eggs were thrown in the car and a storage container. To report for the entire year, the Part 1 crimes for the city were 72. As compared to last year, we had, for 2013, the totals were 102. So we're 29% down from we're 29% down from last month. We're quite a bit down from last year. And that's all I had to report for this month. Is there any questions for me?
Questions from council? Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we're at our public comment. section. If any of members of the public want to come and address the council on any item that is not on the agenda, please give your card over to Jared and he'll give it to me. And at this time, if Mr. Omer would like to come up and speak. Oh, okay.
This is very, very quick.
That's
Pat
okay.
Buttress. I'm a resident in Orange, but I am in Villa Park a great deal because I use a lot of the services here. I just wanted to compliment the city on the beautiful entrance that they now have at Santiago and Meats. It really improved the entrance way there, and I was so glad to see those very old palm trees go down and put the pretty sign in and the nice greenery. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Okay. And Mr. Omer has filled out a card for public comment. You. Yeah, we'll get the kinks out of the new system after a couple council meetings.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Nice to see everybody here. I think I know each one of you. Bob, you less, but we're going to get to know each other on the foundation. I live at 18550 Martinique Court. I've been a resident of Villa Park since 1991. My wife's been here for 54 years before it was named Villa Park. So I know a lot about the city and have inherited a lot of knowledge from her. I came down tonight because I knew of a agenda item or two where I had some opinions, both from the council's point of view, because I was on the council for 8 years. I was one of the guilty parties who sat in the investment committee for 6 of those 8 years, maybe 7, and didn't know the rules under which it was founded. So when we violated those rules, nobody else knew them either. And so we didn't change, but we operated in a way that was frankly very positive over the time that I was there, thanks to the expertise that was collected there, and we acted as a team. And it was very, very interesting because you don't manage volunteers the way you manage people in business. I was fortunate enough to be responsible for 3,000 people once when I was president of Allergan. Totally different way of approaching. Volunteers have their own mindset. They come because they want to and they care about the city. In the instance that I'm speaking about on the Investment Advisory Committee, for example, all those people had the same discipline. They made their livings in the same way. And yet they were sharing as if they were on the same company masthead. It was amazing. And everybody knows what 2007, 8, 9, and 10 were like in this nation. And this city built its reserves to close to $1 million during that little period and watched this money very carefully and adopted a brand new strategy for investing that still stands this city in great shape. And I spoke about it a lot when I was a mayor. Because I was on the committee, I didn't feel it was right to do it too much, but I can't tell you what a great group of people are on that committee historically. But I came down tonight to emphasize that V is in Villa Park and V is in volunteers. And the reason people do this in this town, do that kind of thing, is because they love Villa Park. And the reason people sit in that seat up there and spend $1,500, is that what it is, Bob, latest? $1,500 to sign up, just to sign up. Then another several thousand to put signs all over the city, which none of us really like, but you know, it's part of the game. So the reason they do that is because they want to serve this city. And each person up there, perhaps Bill Nelson being the person I know best as a result of his service on the Investment Advisory Committee for years and his leadership on that committee and is helping to select other people on that committee. Long story made short, we all have Villa Park in our hearts. And so when I see the conflict that I've seen over the last several days and emails flying back and forth, it hurts me. And so I come not to share my hurt so much, but to say that we're going to come out the other side of this discussion when we have it, other than in a public forum perhaps, and we're going to get it right. And we'll modify the old rules so that these committees who are doing a great job right now can continue to do them, and people who sit on those committees and do a great job don't have to go away by some legislation that was done in 1996 or of that nature. So I just wanted to say how much I respect the members of this council. how much I respect the volunteers in this community. It rides on the back, the community rides on the back of about 100 to maybe 150 people. And we have a population of 5,900. That counts kids, so that's not quite fair. I think about 4,500 of us vote. But we don't get a great big turnout a lot, and yet people expect us to do a good job with the very few people we have. And we really try our best, all the time. So I thank you very much for letting me jump up here, Deanna, and good luck, everybody, tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right. Donna Buxton?
Good evening, council members and Mayor Fasenelli. I'm Donna Buxton, 9512 Dodson Way. I wanted to give you just a status on the Protecting the Hidden Jewel Committee. At this time, we've scheduled our 4th task force meeting with OUSD and the parent-teacher leadership at Serrano Elementary and Cerroville Middle School. We've documented 16 ideas, which are any combination of which could be a solution that we, would make up a solution that we hope to move forward to improve the safety on our streets around the schools. 8 ideas involve changes to Villa Park streets and/or the traffic control mechanisms in the area. 4 ideas involve changes to OUSD property or the means by which students get to the schools. And 4 involve changes to OUSD operations. So those are all out on the table. Our next meeting is next week. All of the traffic flows, the blockages, and the ideas are all documented in a 35-plus page traffic survey that has been submitted to the city. For this next meeting, we're going to be asking all of the organizations involved to present what they believe is the solution, the best solution for us to move forward with. And we're at a very critical juncture. This meeting is going to be very important. We hope to continue to have the support of City Council. The vote on parking by permit only that's on the agenda for tonight as part of our efforts to help improve the situation in the area. And so it's an important vote. And it sends a message that we as a city are dedicated to bringing order and safety back to our streets. We plan to keep you appraised of all of our efforts in this, and we'll be providing a status next month. And that's everything. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other public comment? All right, at this time then, we're going to move on to our agenda items. There is a conflict here between item 1 and item 2 because we have to do item 16 first before we can do item 1 and 2. So unless there's any objection here, we need to move item 1 and 2 to 16. We can't put the appointments before the committee. And we can't move 16 up because we have to take every committee and discuss it.
Would you like me to clarify?
Yes, please.
There are a couple of resolutions tonight that discuss the format of certain committees, and those haven't taken effect yet. So, for example, the Law Enforcement Committee was originally approved as 3 to 5 members, and there's a proposed 6th member, and so we want the resolution to take effect before we propose the 6th member, so that we're consistent with our policies and resolutions.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
But you're telling me the council has, none of these other committees have been set up before? For example, Investment Advisory Committee.
No, it has. It also has a clarification line in it that we'd like the resolution would take effect before the appointment. So there's a line in the resolution that specifies that the chair and vice chair of the IAC would be appointed by its members.
Would be appointed by members.
There's no we have no resolution on.
We have no
We have no
resolution.
resolution on any of these committees at all. All we have
But
is minutes.
do you necessarily need a resolution to have a committee? I understand, like, you've done some research on the Investment Advisory Committee, was set up in 1996. Right, so that's a council committee, whether it's a resolution or not, it's a council committee.
Well-
Official committee, is it not?
It is, yeah, no, it is. But, so there's additional information in the resolution about the structure of that committee. And so, for example, the chair and the vice chair of the committee, the minutes from 1996 are somewhat ambiguous as to who should be appointing them.
No, I don't think it is. I have that section here.
Well, the issue at hand here is that we cannot move 16 up because we have multiple resolutions that have to do with other committees. We can't make the appointments until
Okay.
we actually finalize the committees, which was a direction that was given to staff at our last council meeting. So we're moving 1 and 2 to 16.
I agree with consolidating them in, so that they're closer together. We do have a number of residents who are here for those specific agenda items. Could we consolidate them but move them up earlier so they don't have
We-
to wait till the end of the meeting?
Jared called all of the appointees except for 2 that he could not get a hold of and notified the appointees not to come. So he did that.
Well, we have some other public
And I
hearings.
have public hearings that need to come, yeah, the public hearings we do need to hear. So let's just
Okay. All right.
move on and go as quick as we can and as thorough as we
We go
can,
with 16.
you know?
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to move on to public hearing number 3, which is to waive reading in full of all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda. Do I hear a motion? Excuse me, you can't speak from the floor.
I'll move.
Thank you.
I'll move that.
Okay.
Roll call vote. Councilman Nelson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes,
Mills?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Councilman Colacott? Councilman Barnett? Item 3. Mayor Passanelli. Item 3.
Yes, item 3. All right, we're going to move on to item number 4. Review of parking by permit only, restrictions on Feather Hill Drive, Mountain View Circle, and Dotson Way. Jared, will you?
Madam Mayor, before we start on that item, I've been advised just a moment ago by the city attorney that I have a potential conflict, so I need to recuse myself, so. Oh, and before I do leave, Donna Buxton made some incredible pecan bars and cookies. Maybe we can move them over where people can get them.
It's more like Villa Park. I ate mine already.
Councilman Colacott is hoarding them over here. I can see him in the corner.
Madam Mayor,
All right.
with respect to Councilmember Colacott's potential conflict, for the record, it relates to his residence, which it just needs to be stated on the record under the Political Reform Act,
That's
what interest is at issue.
Thank you very much. Okay, Jared, staff report?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mayor. So the item before you is to review the temporary parking restrictions on Feather Hill Drive, Mountain View Circle, and Dotson Way. In September of last year, council adopted a 30-day parking by permit only, or a 90-day parking by permit only restriction. Now's the time to review that request. I sent to you, where are my notes? Today, a petition from 27 residents in the area who were in favor of making the request permanent. I received another tonight, so this would make it 28, and then there was one opposed to making those restrictions permanent. She sent comments along with that, and I hope you read it. So the action tonight is to consider the residents' feedbacks, and you have 4 options. You can concur with the council's September action and make the parking permanent. You can repeal that action and then direct us to remove the signs. And forgive me, it says December in the staff report. To remove those signs, and it would just be, parking for anyone. The third option is to amend it per the Little League suggestion. The Little League hasn't felt the impact yet. They just started practices last week, and they do not begin games until February 21st. So they really didn't have much feedback to provide. Or you can extend the trial period and review it another 30, 60, 90 days. At this time, that is your discretion, and we're available for any questions.
I'd like to make a comment about the Villa Park Little League. They have been here longer than the city has, as I understand. And that's why, and they've been very good participants and neighbors, I believe, to the folks in that area. And if I'm wrong, please do correct me. That's the word I get from them, and they've been here a very, very long time. It seems to me that their suggestions are taken very heartfelt, and a lot of, 30-40% of all the kids that play in that league are from Villa Park as well. So it's quite a number. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Oh, Jared, I will say that I did not read that email you sent because we had so many emails that came in at the last minute. And if maybe in the future we have petitions and documents that come in, we can maybe let the residents know to give it to us a little bit earlier. There's only so much that we can read, within 3 hours of coming to the council meeting. So I have not seen them. So how many did we get in?
They were submitted yesterday. I was able to scan them into the computer this morning. We received 28 in favor of making the restrictions permanent on Dotson Way and Feather Hill Drive, and 1 opposed to it.
I would have liked to have had them sooner, unfortunately. Okay, any discussion before I open public comment?
Jared, what's the basis for the opposition? Because I read some, but I never saw that one. What's the basis for the opposition?
I need to pull up that email.
Rich, I read that email, and it appears her rationale would say she was for making it permanent. She said no, but her rationale seemed as though she was for it.
Oh, so it was just a misstatement of mischaracterization?
I don't know. She checked no, but her rationale seemed like she was for it.
But I think the yeses are kind of overwhelming.
No question. I'm just curious to what the basis was for the
Okay.
no.
I tell you what, why don't we open up public comment on this item, and the first person I have to speak here, Donna Buxton.
Hi again. I apologize for the delay getting those forms back to you. I think all our neighbors might have been stuck on Serrano trying to get home.
Very clever.
But I will tell you, it takes a lot of work to get those signatures, but point well taken. Okay, the permit parking only has, in our opinion, been a great success, and to our residents as well. It's decreased the number of cars parking. I'm speaking for Dotson Way at this time. There were issues with cars parking for extended periods of time out in front of homes. The weekends are quiet, and this was a side benefit of this effort that really I don't think was anticipated. And residents are voicing that their street is peaceful again, and I think that's a really important comment. Everyone that I spoke with, as reflected in the forums, want this to stay. We still have issues on our street related to the school traffic and safety, and that's being dealt with through Protecting the Hidden Jewel Group. But the permit parking is making an improvement for our residents. Having the permit-only parking is a means of gaining some control over this unsafe situation, and we're asking that you vote yes to make the permit parking permanent on Dotson Way and Feather Hill. Also, with a yes vote, we would like to request that we get permanent stickers to put in the windshield so that we don't forget putting that piece of paper on our dashboards. I'd like to just read a comment that was sent to me from Dan Traber. He is at the ground zero of Dotson Way in Serrano, and he and the residents right there at the end of the street have really been the ones who have felt the impact of this more than anybody. He indicates, we reside at 9682 Dodson Way. Permit parking has helped a great deal, and we have had less chaos, noise, and property damage since it has been enacted. Please vote yes. We've waited a long time for some relief. Lori and Dan Traber. Thank you.
Mary Beth. And Mary Beth, will you tell me how to pronounce your last name?
Felson.
Thank you.
Think of it as Felson. It's
Thank
a lot easier. Good evening, council members. My name is Mary Beth Felson. I live at 9622 Feather Hill Drive in Villa Park. And I'm here tonight to report the success of permit-only parking on Feather Hill Drive. Most importantly, the number of cars parking has gone from, let's say, 20 to 30 lined up on the street, coming in and coming out, to maybe 1 or 2. You'll see a few others, but they're residents who have permits in their car. So it's quieter and it's safer. The students are no longer using our lawns as a designated pickup area for the students to be picked up by their parents. I think I observed one student the whole time sitting on the curb, not on the lawns. That is a major improvement for the residences closest to Sereno Avenue. And I think it's good to have that pressure off the residents there. Most important has been the security around, the safety around the parkway that's right at the entrance to Feather Hill Drive. When we had cars parked on the street, you had a narrowing of that area. We have quite a few cars making U-turns around the parkway, so that when you were standing there to exit, you were dodging cars making U-turns around the parkway and in the crosswalk. Now that there's no parking, it's open, drivers have more visibility to what's going on in that area. It's an improvement in safety. Feather Hill Drive residents now walk to drop off and pick up their kids. They don't drive to the school anymore. That's a big improvement. So in summary, safety has improved. It's a lot calmer on the street. And the nicest thing I can tell you is when I ask the residents what it's like on Feather Hill Drive now, they smile. And I think it's wonderful that a council action has made them smile. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment, and that session's closed. Bring it back to council. Any other comments?
I do have a comment on it. I think this is great. This was a problem that we dealt with on multiple occasions and conceived there was no solution to it, unfortunately. So this is spectacular, and from everything I've seen, I've spoken with city manager, it looks like that this issue is probably resolved, and this probably should remain permanent. The only concern I have is that we still have the baseball group, which could be a significant issue, I suppose. I don't know if there's anybody here. Apparently nobody here to talk about it. So I kind of have a question in my own head as to whether we should kick this out another 60 to 90 days, throw it on the net that we intend to approve it unless there's meaningful objection, expecting it will probably pass, just so that we do open the door and we bring all this within the initial decision rather than have something like we had, for example, with the fireworks where it went through unopposed and we all voted for it. And then the backlash came after we took the action. So that's the concern I have. I think it's going private. I think it's great what's happened. But I do have that reservation, and I'd love to, anybody else has any comments on that, I'd love to hear it, because we do take care of it. I'd like to be done with it without a backlash like that.
I would concur with you that another 6 months of it as it stands right now would be good, because the Little League has not felt the impact, and the residents haven't seen the difference with them there either, whether they're going to comply with it, not comply with it, if it needs to be tweaked. Because nothing's really changed in this 6 months. This was a 6 month or a 3 month? This was a 3 month. So, and when does Little League starts?
February 21st.
So effectively, this will remain as it is now for 3 more months.
Another 3 months, and come back and review it. We have that option to come back and review it in 3 months. That way we can see how the traffic is at that point. Is there any other comments from the dais?
I would prefer to make it permanent, and if you have problems with the Little Leagues, to deal with it then, because you don't know you're going to have any problems with the Little League. Because would there be more people coming for Little League than there are for school? I don't think so.
It's the hours is the issue.
The hours?
Yeah, when they actually come to practice. And that's why we're looking at that and making sure that there's not, it won't be a backlash, but there definitely important asset to the city for quite some time, from my understanding. I don't know myself, but
But what is the hours issues? They need certain hours
because we're having no parking from 7 to 7.
from 7 to 7.
And they're suggesting 7 to 4. School is out at 3:15, I believe.
But then how would you police that if you have no parking except by permit from 7 to 7 p.m.? Is that correct? Is that what the signs say now? Then how would you amend that? Would you have to go back and change the signs to say no parking from 7 to 7 except on the weekends 7 to 4?
It's 7 days a week. All we would do, honestly, is just get a sticker and put a 4 over the number 7.
But then it'd be 7 to 4 every day. But that might not be beneficial to the residents. Because isn't the Little League, you're saying the Little League when they have to practice during the week. They need the time when they practice during the week. But is there that many cars in practice? I was in the Little League for several years. I don't recall that we had that big a parking problem in practice. Maybe when you have the games, but
I think the issue here is that we haven't had that experience yet with this type of arrangement. And I understand your point. I'm very close. But I mean, this was brought up, and I think we did some action with the Orange County, with the Orange Unified School District to keep the gates open so that people can practice both soccer and baseball, as an example. And that was a good action that the committee did, Donna and Mary Beth. So Jared, I don't know what to say here anymore about this, honestly.
I would move to extend the parking restrictions as they are and review this in 3 months so that we can see what the impact is when we have our own Villa Park Little League as well as our own residents who are participating in that Little League coming in, and both sides, the council, the city, as well as the residents, can give some feedback once we have them in. So keep it as it is for 3 months.
That would be.
And review and come back.
I don't have a strong feeling. Frankly, I could go either way. However, I don't see, there is this issue, and I don't see a big downside since we would leave it as restricted parking right now. And I think in 3 months, we're going to find out it's going to remain that way permanently. But I'm just a little gun shy from that last round we had where everything looked great. We went unanimously, and then as soon as we implemented it, the backlash hit. So
I agree.
I don't think it's going to happen here, but I don't really see a downside since we're going to leave it restricted in the interim. So,
I would agree. I'd agree.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion is to extend the trial period and review the matter at the April 28th City Council meeting. Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
On to public hearing agenda item number 5.
Can we bring Bob back in?
Yes, we should. He doesn't he doesn't have an interest in Rockwell, does he?
Yeah, take the plate.
Oh,
He's not coming back with them.
He offered your cookies up, but he's hoarding a box over here for himself.
I got my own personal delivery.
Yes, you do.
all right.
All right.
He didn't pass those out.
This is a conditional use permit number 746, annual review of compliance with conditions related to the extended hours of operation for Rockwell's and the Post. The applicant, Mr. William Scuffington, can you give us the staff report?
Yes, Jennifer will present this one.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Tonight before you, we have the conditional use permit review for Rockwell's and the Post. As you'll recall, in June 2013, the hours of operation for the Post were changed to extend those hours for a 6-month trial period. There were several conditions that were put in place at the time, and the reason for the trial period was really to be able to review those conditions after the 6-month period and see how implementing those conditions hopefully positively affected the neighboring properties, and if they were able to operate within the confines of the conditions. We did review that permit 6 months later and determined that they were in compliance, and actually at that time the CDC and the City Council determined to extend the hours and provide for them additional special events. We refined the conditions a little bit more, and decided at that time to again review the application in 6 months. During that next 6-month period, the city received absolutely no complaints or concerns, and so we actually extended the time frame to allow a little bit more time for us to review how the business was operating and bring it back to you for review and consideration. So tonight, what we're doing is looking over the conditions of approval, ensuring that we feel that they're still operating in good standing, and determining what type of approval you want to give. Typically, a conditional use permit runs with the land. Once it's approved in perpetuity. So long as the use stays in effect, this conditional use permit goes in effect. However, if at any time the conditions are not being complied with, you can bring the applicant back to the city council, either reinforce the conditions by adding language, changing language, or if you found that they were not operating in good faith, you could revoke that CUP. So while a CUP can run in kind of perpetuity with the use, there is a mechanism for a council at any time to determine that the use is no longer in good standing. So while we've used the review period to kind of get them off the ground and make sure that we had some comfort level with the neighbors, if you decided tonight to take away the review period, which is part of the recommendation that staff's bringing forward, you still have the ability to bring them back at a later time if they're not in compliance with their condition. Tonight, we have reviewed this matter with the CDC. They were in agreement that the business has been running in compliance with their conditions of approval. Again, even since the notice has come out, unless the city manager corrects me, we have not received any complaints or concerns from the adjacent residents or anyone else in the city objecting to the conditional use permit being reviewed and approved. And the only additional information is that the applicant did ask that the council consider closing time of 1 a.m. rather than the 12 a.m. that they currently have tonight. With that, staff is recommending that you approve the resolution that is before you this evening. That would be approving the conditional use permit, finding them in compliance with their conditions of approval, maintaining the 12 a.m. closing time every day, and then the other conditions as specified, which I'm happy to go through, but because we have a very full agenda, I will only do that upon your discretion this evening. If you have any questions, happy to answer them for you. I'll be here at your pleasure.
I do have one question, is that the item number 13 under Exhibit A, on the condition of approve all, this was not in the, to the best of my knowledge, and after talking to her, this was not put in their original CUP, and this doesn't appear to be something that should be in our purview. We do not own the building over there, and I don't think that we should be the enforcer of the equipment and contacts. If the landowner is not pleased with the occupant and how they maintain the area around them, I don't think it's up to us to put it on their conditional use permit. So this was, item 13 was not on it. There's a change.
It was actually, several of the conditions have been refined a bit. We did remove the condition that required them to come back for review, and we tightened up some of the language as well. But you are correct, 13 has been added. And this is not unusual, though I understand your point, where a city will put a condition as to how a business is operating. It's part of the use. And if they are not maintaining their business within the confines of their business, cities will often say we need to keep the business inside the business or inside the lease area or things of that nature. You're correct. Typically a property owner will be responsible and take care of those things. We have an unusual circumstance in our town center. If everybody were allowed to store things outside and allow things to pile up in our, what we're calling our alleyways, we could have a real problem on our hands. And we do have issues with property owners having concerns with what other property owners are doing and not enforcing. So in this case, we do feel that this is a very appropriate condition. Again, however, it's your conditions to choose or not. There is a section of our zoning code that does deal with nuisances and outdoor storage and things of that nature. So it would become a code enforcement issue. when complaints arise, the condition gives us a little more enforceability, if I will, teeth.
But the complaint has come from the landowner who has not been able to get compliance from the person who, from the post owners. I don't think we should assist the landowner in that transaction. The people who own the businesses and the land here know how to deal with their lessees. I don't think the city needs to assist the landlord in getting their tenants to clean up their alleyway. That's why, and I think that we need to stick to what we do, the conditional use permit, but we are not the landlord. When we have issues and we want more trash cans or we want different trees or more lighting, we don't own the land. So we can't do anything with it, so I don't see why we're assisting.
So the only reason, again, is where this condition relates to our code, and it relates to something that's already in our code, and we're applying it now to this specific use to say your business has not been operating in full compliance with our code, and we want to ensure that you do by attaching it to your conditional use.
By request of the landowner, though.
Irregardless, in my mind.
It wasn't an issue for the city. The landowner said, come, would you kindly help us?
I'd refer to the city manager, but I actually would disagree because we've had this issue in other cases as well. But in most of our tenants in the town center, we don't have a conditional use permit to attach to, so then we're left with solely code enforcement. So we deal with outdoor storage through code enforcement. Because we have a conditional use permit, we can attach it. It gives us a little more enforceability. But I understand your point.
So it's only on occasion when this situation arises, correct? This is not a continuous issue at all on number 13. Why it's added? You said there's been a complaint.
I actually was not aware of the complaint. The mayor has brought that to my attention this evening. This is a fairly standard condition when there's any concern with outdoor storage. Because we do have other tenants in the center that have issues with outdoor storage, this feels very typical to me of what we would do. But in other cases, and I don't even want to say out loud because it points a light on folks, but in other cases in the center, we do not have a conditional use permit. So if we have a concern with outdoor storage, we only have code enforcement to go through.
This came about by the landowner asking for assistance, which is how it came to you. And
I've also received the request from a number of tenants who are complaining to the landlord, which is why I added the condition to the.
No, I understand why you added it, but I think that everyone needs to be aware here that the landlord's asking us to help them. That's all. I just want to make that transparent and make sure that everyone's aware of that.
Changing subject a little bit, one concern that I did hear regarding the operation is the live outdoor concerts that are held in the driveway, similar to the boat parade and the Halloween Fest. I believe there was an event during Super Bowl in which a big screen TV was blown up last year, and maybe another outdoor concert. The concern was that that would not become habit and occur every weekend. So it's something that we may wish to address either now or later in the future.
All right. I'm going to open up. You want to?
I just have two comments. Just one for the record. I got a couple of, I won't call them objections, comments, concerns in emails from, I think it was the Bishop neighbors, basically saying, look, we haven't been filing objections and calling the police. However, we have had concerns and there, as far as we're concerned, there's been violations and time violations. We haven't been pressing them and we're not hammering the city on this, but we just want you to know that don't think that there's nothing going on. So I just want to share that in case you didn't get them. I got a couple of those. And the only other question I have for Jennifer is, Jennifer, if we make this permanent and there are enforcement issues, because we did have a number of them before, are we in a more difficult position enforcing after it's permanent than we would be if we left it on a temporary basis? No, same
Absolutely
situation?
not. The day that there's a concern, we can bring it back the very next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. And also, number 13, like you said, was, I'm sorry, Rick.
Well, I'm done.
The 13 was not in the original CUP, right, the application?
That is correct.
And otherwise, we take care of that by code enforcement anyway, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm going to open up public comment.
But I just want to make a comment before we go to public comment. I got the same email, Rick, but I think that they may have been confused. You know, they have 15 events, I believe, here and throughout the year when they can stay open later, to I believe to 2 o'clock. So some of the people may not know that they are allowed to stay open later on some occasions, because they said they didn't always close at 12 o'clock. But they may have just been confused because they didn't know that they had some nights they could stay open later.
I get the same note.
Yeah.
Some of those parties are actively involved and appeared here. I didn't read it in that much detail. I just took it for what it was, that somebody letting us know that they thought there were some issues. I didn't see it as particularly persuasive, but there was a comment from Jennifer that there was no objections. I just want to make council aware that I did get a couple of emails. I didn't give it massive weight.
I want to make a comment too, that I was under the impression that the owner of the Post was in pretty good contact with the neighbors in Bishop. That anytime there was any type of perturbation, that they were calling them promptly within minutes.
That may have happened, because
Yes.
what I read just indicated they hadn't been contacting the city and calling the police. I don't know that it said they hadn't contacted the Post. Again, I didn't want to blow this out of proportion, because these were not irate, objecting parties. It was just a couple of emails that said, we want to let you know it hasn't been perfect, so don't think just because we haven't been calling the police, there hasn't been any issues. That's essentially what it said.
Yes.
Yes, I saw that one.
You're exactly right.
Let's open up
Okay.
public comment, and then we can bring it back to the council for discussion. So public comment on this item, Mrs. Wallace.
Hello, I'm Janice Wallace, 17872 Bishop Circle, and I'm one of those people that sent you the email. I wanted to let you know that the information in the staff report, there's more to it than that. And I myself alone, I've emailed council at least 2 or 3 times. Just not, I don't want to cause a problem. I just want to let you know that the rules aren't necessarily being followed to the T. And I know a couple of the neighbors are concerned about it. I know another couple neighbors would never dream of coming here, and they would be very uncomfortable trying to talk to you. They're just, English is not their first language, and they just wouldn't do it, but they are affected by it as well. So I hope that you've all had a chance to read the email. I sent it this morning, and that'll give you a lot of background, because I don't know, I feel like there's more to it than no complaints have come through. I don't want to rehash everything. Oh, about the 15 events. Everybody, Jared emails us and lets us know tomorrow night or whenever it is will be an event that'll be, open till 2. So there shouldn't be any confusion whatsoever. As far as with the neighbors I know, we all know ahead of time, 2 o'clock, it has been quiet as far as I'm concerned. We haven't noticed any excess noise, even going from what's supposed to be midnight to 2. So anyway, I just wanted to get your thoughts and give you a heads up. Our kind of goal, I think, our request is to maybe have an annual review still, just to monitor the situation. And the noise level has improved very much since 2013. There's just occasions when, I don't know, it just doesn't get shut down when it should be. So that's about all I have to say, unless you have any questions for me. That's basically what we're requesting.
Thank you.
Is it noise from the restaurant itself or folks in the parking lot?
It's some.
Well, I thought that was the big issue.
I don't even know if it's parking lot now. It's a lot of hooping and hollering to the music and screaming and yelling and clapping, and when we hear it,
Yeah.
which isn't. I don't want to mislead you. It's not every weekend. It's just occasionally. There's no. I don't know. Maybe whether it's the particular band that plays, or who knows. But it's definitely the music and the customers, who maybe are on the patio. I'm thinking. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Wallace?
Same address. I'm Dave Wallace. Janice is correct in the fact that the noise levels have improved and it periodically spikes. Billy and I have exchanged telephone numbers, as you know, and I chose to sit through this period and not call him at all and see what happened. It's improved. I do not want to extend the hours beyond what they are, because when I travel, I do get comments from my wife occasionally, and I'm not in town, so there's nothing I can do about it. But what I would like to do is encourage that you add 2 items to the list that Billy and I have already agreed to that are part of what's helped with this. And I'd like to say that I'm not sure that one of those items is being done anymore. I just haven't gotten up in the middle of the night and gone over to check. And they used to put cones across the parking lot to keep them from coming back to the back portion of the lot.
They do.
I don't know if that's continued.
It has continued because I drive through the parking lot, so.
But shouldn't that be part of the conditions? Because that has been one of the things that's really helped us, I believe.
Okay.
The second thing is that there's no condition to keep the door closed that faces City Hall. That is something that Billy and I have agreed to do, and he put air conditioning in the building, I believe, to help with that in the summertime. That has kept the noise from coming through the office building and over the top of the fence into our bedroom. So those 2 things are items that I'm concerned with, that they continue on. And I agree with my wife that we'd like to review it in a year. We have not called the police, and I purposefully not called Billy because I want to be a good neighbor too. But if that's a condition of your approval, are not reporting it, then I'll have my wife start to call. I'd like an answer on that.
Can you repeat that?
Right now, you're basing your approval of this permit, conditional use permit, based on the fact that nobody's complained. And if that is part of what makes this decision a yay or a nay, then I might react differently going forward.
Can I try and
Thank
address
you.
that?
Of course.
You know, I think you're trying to hang on to some control to monitor it before it goes permanent is kind of what I'm seeing. And frankly, that's exactly why I asked our city planner, Jennifer, what the difference is going to be in enforcement ability. If we make this permanent, now is it a big deal? We got to go file a lawsuit or something to enforce this, versus now it's contingent and we have control because it's only been issued on a contingent type basis. That's exactly why I asked that question. And I think what Jennifer told me is, no, our enforcement ability is going to be comparable in either situation. So let me just reiterate, did I understand that correctly? So if that's, Megan, do you concur in that? Okay, so that being the case, they're telling me that our authority remains the same in terms of enforcement in both scenarios. So that being the case, I'm not really personally inclined to hold it up any further. Just let him, I probably intend to vote and let him have it without extending the time. I think the time's enough for now, and maybe visit that down the road. But does that address your question?
That addresses my question. I have 2 last quick comments, and then I'll leave. The city still has a 5 decibel level over ambient as a rule for the noise level in the town center, and that has not been amended, if I'm correct.
Jennifer?
That's still enforced, okay? So to say that he has been compliant with that is not true, technically.
Is there data to back that up? I don't know.
It's part of this code, the city code.
But I mean, is there data to say that that's been breached?
I couldn't hear you.
Is there data to suggest that's been breached?
I will start to collect it. I've stated it before.
Yes.
And nobody from the city has monitored it.
Okay.
I think the issue is you're concerned about having us not relinquish control to make sure that he remains reasonably compliant. And I think from our perspective, at least from my perspective, I'm going to listen, and regardless of what the decibels are, if it becomes a nuisance to the community and you report it, then we're going to address it, and planning tells me we still have the ability to enforce. So I for one, am relying upon community input, and I'm going to listen.
Okay. You know, we've been very quiet.
Yes.
Excuse the pun. You know, if it gets out of control, you know, I'll start to address it and start collecting data. The last thing is that I'd like it to be reviewed within a reasonable period of time if it does get out of control. And so if I start reporting it, can I get on the agenda at some point in time, and what process do I go through to do that?
The complaints
Letter?
would be addressed to the city manager.
Okay.
Who reviews them. He has his staff, and then he would be bringing them to the CDC.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't get
The
me
process,
wrong.
the process is there.
Billy's been very cooperative every time I've talked to him, so I don't want to, you know, allude to anything that's been problematic other than the noise level.
Take it to the city manager, and if for some reason you are not happy, you feel he's not responded in any time, we're all here.
Okay.
You know, we answer our email.
Okay.
You know that, so.
Thank you very much.
And any council member can put it on the agenda.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
One question I have for,
Wait, let me, hold on a second.
Sorry.
Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, I will close. Really? Where's your card?
Good evening, council. We'll go back to item 13 on the agenda.
Yes.
On the storage stuff. All the restaurants, we don't have a grease pit back there. We all have grease drums. We have 3 grease drums going along the back of the alley. Then then the restaurant has to have, and it has to be stored outside, is a linen bin. So that takes up a little bit of room there too. I have a little cage back there that we're going to be cutting in half to bring it in a little bit, just for some extra storage out there. So I mean, I could talk to Denny. I've only talked to Denny once on this, and I haven't heard anything else since we talked and got it cleaned up back there. Storage is for the issue. I mean, there's empty kegs that we have to put out and stuff like that. So I can talk to Denny on all that stuff too. And then on Dave, I mean, I don't mind coming back here once a year if Dave's happier doing that, you know. And like I've called Dave a couple times and never heard anything back. If we have a band too loud, we do 86 them. We did one Friday night. I was out of town. I heard it got really loud. He went and listened to security out there. He went and listened to our bar manager. So they're not allowed back into the bar. They had 2 dates booked all the way through April, and we canceled all those. So I mean, if they're too loud or something like that, we're all for it. You know, it drives people out of there is what it does.
So you had a band that was too loud, and you voluntarily told them to leave?
Yeah, we shut them down early, and then we took them off the calendar for February and for March. So whatever I can do on that, and like I said, if Dave needs to call me, I mean, I've called him a couple times to talk to him, but I've never had him reach out and say it was too loud. On the side door that we agreed on, the only issue there is it's a fire door, so I can't lock it. It's always got to push up, but we do keep it closed. If I get somebody wander out that way, then, you know, so be it. You know, we close it right away and, you know, tell the people, hey, you know, try to stay away from the door. But, you know, I'm trying to put maybe a ribbon across to, you know, put closed, do not enter, to keep the door. So that was one of the biggest problems, was that door when it opened. So if there's anything else I can do, let me know.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring it back to council. For any further discussion from council? Well, I will make a motion to approve the CUP without number 13 in that CUP.
I'll second it.
And I'll make a motion to, do I amend this or supersede the
amendment.
motion to pass it as it's drafted?
with the 1 year?
No.
I'm not really
No, he-
concerned about the 1 year because, and I'm not even sure that the resident would be at this point, in light of the assurances we got from Jennifer, that it's the same situation. And if there's a problem, any council member can put it back on the agenda. I'll do it if you want to contact me. So I don't feel like we need that unless they're, residents really concerned about it. So
So you have,
I'm proposing we just pass this as it's drafted. So I move to pass it as drafted.
I'll second that one too.
Okay.
Any? Yep.
I guess we vote on the latter first.
We voted on the latter first. So this is to approve, let me go back here. Resolution number 2015-3310 as is.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
No.
Mayor Fasenelli.
no.
Oh.
The motion fails. I'm writing notes, excuse me. So now we'll take a motion to approve Resolution 2015-3310, removing condition number 13, that all business equipment and content shall be stored fully within the business and not in the rear alley. Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
No.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
The motion carries.
We're going to take public hearing, agenda item number 6, Resolution 2015-3312, a resolution of the City Council declaring conditions present at 10291 Camden Circle, a public nuisance, ordering the correction of said nuisance and authorizing abatement. When you're ready, Jared?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mayor. On December 16th, 2014, City Council adopted the intent to hold this public hearing tonight on the basis that the property conditions were a public nuisance, constituted a public nuisance. The grounds were that it was, let me go back to this, unsightly by reason of its condition, that there was overgrown trees and leaves and debris on the property, a cardboard box in the window, trash cans that were visible from the public street, and then just the overall condition of the property. I drove by the property today and found that the yard has been mowed. I believe it was mowed prior to the last city council meeting, but we were not able to verify that. Weeds have been pulled. The cardboard box has been removed from the window. What still remains are trash cans that are visible from the street. They're currently on the west side of the property by the driveway with a lattice fence leaning up against them. There are still objects and equipment scattered near the garage door. Now, this was as of 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. It could have changed. And then my opinion is that the residents will still call and complain. That is unsightly by reason of its condition. It's a tough one. I can make a case that it meets all the requirements of the City Council Municipal Code, and I can make a case where it does not. So we'll leave this at your discretion. I will wait for your direction.
Could you provide some of the history, because this goes back several years for our new council members? You don't have to give it so much in detail, but how far back this has gone.
Complaints have been received from our office since I've got here in 2006.
All right, let's open up public comment. Terry Endeldorf.
Good evening, I'm Terry Elmendorf, I'm the owner of the property. The initial complaints back in 2006, everything was remedied. And then when I broke my hip 3 years ago, things took a turn for the worse once again. On September 11th, 2014, I received an email from Jared telling me some neighbors had complained about issues with my yard. On September 15th, I sent an email to Jared regarding my work schedule had changed, making it impossible for me to get to the yard as I had planned. I told him my alternate schedule of work for the yard. He thanked me and told me in his email, and I quote, "No problem, Terry. Take your time and chip away when you can." My next notification was a formal letter dated November 18th, 2014, telling me I had until December 15th, 2014 to bring the property up to code. Jared said in the letter he noticed no improvement in the property. I was somewhat surprised, as in October, I removed 11 plants from my front and side yard. I had removed other items from both the front and side yards. Even though only my front yard was addressed in the city letter, I worked on the side yard as well. I had also pruned and trimmed hedges and trees, filling my 2 landscape recycle bins 4 weeks in a row. I made a schedule which would bring me to compliance by the required date of December 15th. I arranged for 2 friends and my son to do the heavier work on the weekend of the 13th and 14th. Then I received an email from the city stating the property had been checked on December 12th, 3 days prior to the day I was given on which to be in compliance. Jared said he noticed the lawn was mowed, but nothing else had been done. I replied to Jared in an email telling him that I was rather surprised he had not noticed any changes in the yard, and I listed the things I had done. I also shared with him why I was confused by the fact that the inspection of my property was 3 days earlier stated in my letter from the city. To date, I've received no response from the city telling me why it was checked earlier and why none of the things I did had been recorded. I still continued with my cleanup schedule because I thought the city had to keep its word and give me to the 15th and would return on that date to make sure I met the required date. The city did not. Instead, as in the email on the 12th, the council meeting on the 16th of December, the city manager recommended the council proceed to this hearing. I have complied with everything asked of me and exceeded what was asked by addressing my side yard as well. At least I feel I have. In none of the emails or letters has the city manager referred to my side yard. My work effort went to taking care of everything, including more than I had been asked. In an email, Jared told me I could avoid all of this by taking care of the violations, and I did by December 15th, or I thought I did. I do not expect the code enforcement officer to be an agronomist, but I do expect that he or she would have a modicum of knowledge of plant life, to be able to discern the difference between dead and dying plants and plants that are dormant in the winter months. With regard to the allegation I have weeds in my yard, will the city please define for me what is a weed? Taxonomically, the term weed has no botanical significance. A weed is any plant considered by the user to be a nuisance. It is normally applied to unwanted plants in human-made settings. More specifically, the term is applied to describe native or non-native plants that grow and reproduce aggressively. This description includes Bermuda grass, ivy, ice plant, morning glories, nasturtiums, and geraniums. And how ironic that the city of Villa Park would have selected as its official flower a plant that falls under the botanical description of weed. By such definition, trees also fall in this category. Many consider sun daisies, also known as dandelions, to be unwanted plants. They are a money-making crop. Every bit of the sun daisy is utilized. Some of these plants attract insects, which are natural predators and harmful to other crops. These plants also act as natural living mulch by providing ground cover, helping the soil to retain moisture, something that is completely important during droughts. They also help prevent ground erosion. So-called weeds also improve soil fertility. Dandelions bring up nutrients like calcium and nitrogen deep from the soil, and in their taproot, clover hosts nitrogen-fixing bacteria to its roots, fertilizing the soil directly. Dandelion is also one of the several species which break up hardpan in overly cultivated fields, helping crops grow deeper root systems. Again, promoting deeper root systems is good in a drought. It is important that the city clarify what they classify as weeds, as in the past they have also taken photos of my Shasta daisies before they were blooming. These are long stems, green stems, and claimed that they were weeds. The city code, for me, is ambiguous. If the city is going to have a landscape code, then the city must have specificity in that code. What parameters are we to follow when the city gives none? I was asked to prune and trim trees. I did back in October. I did pruning and trimming per expert gardening recommendations of each specific plant. But I was still asked to prune trees as of a month ago. To what specifications? I love my trees to grow as God intended them. I have 2 jacarandas in my front yard, and that variety grows to 98 feet. Does the city of Villa Park not allow the natural growth pattern of a tree? And what about the other plants and shrubs? In the code, how does the city decide how tall trees can be, how wide they can be, how tall and wide our shrubs can be? And where is this information so we, the residents of this city, can dutifully follow these specifications? And when did our city go from a rural community to what seemed like a planned, rigid HOA urban city? I complied to my understanding. In fact, I thought my trash cans were out of sight. The fence, that the fence to which you referred is not leaning up against the trash cans, but the trash cans are behind, and I thought they were adequately hidden from view. I tried to do everything by this date, but it seems that every time I thought I was complying, I got yet another letter and another letter until we come to this point. So, and tonight is the first time I heard anything about cardboard. So that's not even in any of my documentation, so I'm sorry, I'm not even clear on what the cardboard thing was. But I do try very hard, and I'm sorry for the problems it's caused. I've known Jared forever. I would never bring any hassles onto him because I just think the world of him. And I do apologize, but my health since 2006 has not been good, which is not an excuse, I recognize. My financial status has not been good. But I do try to the best of my ability, and had any of my dropped a note or come to me and said, Terry, you absolutely have to get rid of that instead of coming to the city and creating this situation, I would have done anything I could have to have remedied it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
I'm going to close public comment as we have no other comments. Thank you, Terry. It's a very uncomfortable situation for us up here, as well as our residents, as well as yourself. Thank you for your candidness. It's my understanding from the city standpoint that the home is not in compliance. The home has been on the city's complaint list for years. The residents send emails, they call, and it's been an issue for the staff because it's difficult when you have so many residents year after year after year and accusing the city staff of playing favorites and not enforcing the rules on some people, but enforcing them on others. And that's being transparent. That is what we're hearing here. As long as the home's not in compliance, we don't have a choice. So I'm going to ask again, is it in compliance?
As of 2 o'clock this afternoon, I would say no.
Okay.
Some items are, yes.
Yes,
Some
I
items.
understand.
And as I continue to receive complaints from the neighbors, I'm going to have to say no.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I have one. You know, first of all, I concur. It's very uncomfortable. You know, we all know Terry will participate in activities. She's heavily involved in the community. You know, financially, she's probably got some issues, as she indicated. And from what I heard here, you know, maybe some trash cans are peeking over to some extent, and that may be about all that technically is there at this point. Frankly, I'm not going to chase somebody for a minor technical violation when we've got so many other issues in the city. That, to me, is not the problem. The problem is that and I've driven by it, and I understand why the neighbors are complaining. You know, it periodically looks really run down, kind of dead yard, and it looks terrible. And while I'm sympathetic, if everybody did that, we'd have a real problem in town, and I think that was a nuisance, at least at that point. I haven't seen it here today or yesterday. So I think the problem we really have is that we go through all this, the city tries to work with Terry, nobody wants to do this, and it doesn't get done, and then we get it all the way now, we have to deal with it as a nuisance item, and it gets cleaned up, just marginally gets cleaned up enough where maybe it's not a nuisance anymore. So the problem I have is, you know, just from what I've seen in this period of time, if we let this go, a month from now or 2 months from now, we're going to be back here again. That's been the cycle. So I'm not sure how we deal with that. What if you have a nuisance and they clean it up right before the hearing every time? You know, I don't know what it costs the city and how much time and aggravation, and then the neighbors get mad at the city because nothing ever seems to happen. It, from their perspective, just goes on and on. So I'm not sure how we deal with this. Is there something, I don't know what it costs us, or if we just have to jump on it every time, or, you know, if we can maybe have a resolution that says, you know, if you have this happen so many times within a certain period of time, then we take some action.
Well,
I'm not sure what to do with it.
That's what this is. That's what this is, and
So what are we going to pass a nuisance? We're going to find it's a nuisance, and somebody's going to go out there and push the trash can out closer to the house, and then it's over.
maybe
I mean,
someone,
that, you know, that's kind of silly too. So, I'm personally not inclined to find that we have a nuisance for that. By the same token, this happens again and again and again. The neighbors are frustrated. We have to keep dealing with it. It doesn't sound like it takes a lot to keep it. So I frankly would, ask Terry to please not keep putting us through this. You seem to be able to get it cleaned up, but we have to get to this point, okay? So,
But Rick, I asked Jared, and Jared said it's not in compliance right now, so that it did not get cleaned up.
We've still got
The question's
trash
been
can
asked.
showing?
Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could pass this. I think it gives us 30 days to clean it up. Could we pass this, have Jared to work with it to bring it into compliance, where he thinks it's into compliance, and then the matter would be over? Is that correct?
That's how it works.
Yeah,
That's how it works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how it works. I don't see any problem with that.
it
If
works
he
that
thinks
way.
it's not in compliance, he can work with it to bring it into compliance, and there's no harm.
Well, the problem, Bill, is that's what's happened, and it doesn't work. It finally got here. And I suggest we're going to throw it again, but frankly, I don't know what else to do at this point, so other than to say, I tend to agree with Bill. It's such a minor thing now, let's see if we can get it done, and ask Terry to please keep it in shape so we don't have to go through this again, and if it doesn't, I guess we'll just have to be more nitpicky next time. I don't know what else to do.
Let's move this. I move it.
Jer-
I'm happy to do so. My concern is we may have nitpicky neighbors, and how detailed do you want to get? They might bring up building exterior and chipping paint. They might bring up a roof. They might, it'll just keep
Well,
going.
the council can deal with
Sure.
that
Have to deal
minutia.
with it, I guess.
Jared,
Fair warn.
have there been any offers by community groups to help Terry out? He obviously has a physical disability and financial challenges.
Nothing formal.
Okay.
I can respond to that for you. Rotary cleaned it up once, okay, but it's back again,
Uh-huh.
so.
In 2010, I believe, the last time it was brought before council.
I don't know if you have contacts with Rotary, but would they be interested in helping her out again to help, not just to bring it barely into compliance, but to, get it into a condition where the neighbors would feel more comfortable?
I believe Rotary is divided at this moment. That's my understanding.
They're aware of the item, the staff. Did you move it?
I moved it.
We have a,
I'll second it.
What was the motion?
To
Let's-
pass the resolution.
pass a resolution, here, it's a public nuisance.
Another 30 days.
Gives you another, that's what it is, that's what you're passing.
So right now, it would
So it's
start
gonna
with
30
30,
day-
by adopting the resolution, it starts the 30-day clock.
Yeah.
Motion is to adopt resolution number 2015-3312. Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
With great reluctance, yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
As all of us.
It's with great reluctance with all of us,
Yes.
Rich.
Yes.
If I can make a comment to this, and Terry, I give her a lot of credit for coming here. Normally on situations like this, we would not make it as personal or bring somebody's name up, which is why we have the address only and not the applicants or the homeowner's information, because we know how sensitive it is. But since the applicant was here, we had a face to it and couldn't do that. All right, we're going to go now to item number 7. Review the rules of order for conduct of city council meetings and consideration of electronic roll call voting system.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the December 16th City Council meeting, through Councilman Nelson's suggestion, staff directed us to look at our rules of order and come up with a couple of options. The first of those options was to limit council member comments. I surveyed some of the Orange County cities. Again, there's no rhyme or reason between any of these surveys. Some implement time limits, others do not. The suggestion and the recommendation before you is to limit council member comments to 10 minutes per item. Another is to reduce public comment from 5 minutes to 3 minutes per person. It was also suggested to limit the public comment period to 30 minutes, but that's already codified in our municipal code. We just need to abide by it. Now, those time limits are subject to the mayor's approval, so they can be extended if need be, given a particular item. So those options are before you in the attached ordinance number 2015-591, along with a few syntax cleanup items. There's a red line version in your staff report which you can follow. With regards to a roll call voting system, again, I surveyed the Orange County cities, and my recommendation is to, should you choose to purchase the system, would be Roll Call Pro. Roll Call Pro is a wireless option which runs off my computer software, and you each receive a wireless transmitter similar to what's for our projector. The roll call vote will actually be projected through to the projection screen behind you. So at the time of the vote, Mayor will just announce, please vote. Council member sitting up there will either hit yes, no, or abstain. Once all the votes are locked, they will be shown through the projection screen. The cost for that, it's just the basic system, is about $7,000. It comes with the software, 5 voter keypads for council, 1 spare, and then 1 city clerk keypad. The first year annual support is provided at no cost. In subsequent years, it's 10% of the purchase price, so about $700. I'm not sure what maintenance is really involved until we see how the program operates. With that, we're available for any questions.
Discussion from council?
Oh, with the council? Oh, we have public comment first?
We can have discussion prior to,
Okay.
if you want to.
I asked for this item. I'm pleased with the changes you made for the rules of order. I asked for the voting system, but I didn't have any idea it would cost this much money, you know. And you did have a third item I asked for was about a timer. And I believe you found a timer that was a lot more reasonable. It's like $12.
That Villa Park budget stuff, right?
So I like the timer. I really like it.
Right.
But I think that the voting thing is too expensive. That's my input.
I have an input that I don't see why the council members can speak longer than the members of the community. I think they should be 5 minutes and they each. Otherwise, they'll cut our pay here, I know.
Bill took the words out of my mouth. The voting system was fine, but I can't see paying $7,000 for it.
No.
And with regard to Greg, you know, I've just talked less, is my thought. There's some items where, you know, I think the 10 minutes is going to be fine. You may need more. It's a ballpark, and we're going to do what we're going to do, I think. So other than that, I don't have any.
Yeah, and I concur about the voting system and the timer. The timer, you showed it to me last week. It looks great. My only concern is the time limit for the residents to come and speak. Just this evening, we had an excellent presentation by Mr. Wallace regarding the noise issue. He went probably in excess of 5 minutes, but I don't think a word he said was in excess of what we needed to hear. I'd suggest that we keep it at 5 minutes.
I think 5 minutes across the board is fine. I mean, after 34 minutes, I mean, how much is really said, so.
Well, let's open up public comment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Former Mayor Bortle?
We've got a lot of gimps around here. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, I'm here tonight to speak on the shortening of speech time for your citizens. When I was on the council, when I was mayor, I used to have a certain gentleman whom I love dearly nudge me and say, "Get him off there, get him off there." And I wouldn't do it. And the reason being, we have one meeting a month. And that entails every citizen that has something to say. And it also allows that person to share with the community how they feel. Now, if you're here with the idea we've got to get out of here, let's get home before it's too late, then I don't think you should be sitting up there. And I really do approve of all of you at this moment. But if you feel that you just have to completely get out of here early, I mean, I think 6:30 start is too early. How many people can't get home from LA to get here by 6:30? So I'm very much against you shortening the time. In fact, I'd like to see you make it a little longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, we'll close it. My comments here are, I don't like putting a time limit on the council members speaking. We have one meeting a month where legally we can all talk together without someone screaming that we're violating the Brown Act. So I don't feel that it's been abused in the 2 years I've been on council. I don't think it was abused for the 10 years before of watching council. Every once in a while, we have a council member who is passionate about an idea, and it gets talking, but that's, you know, that's the mayor's role to say you can curtail it, and the mayor has that ability to stop them and to shorten up the conversation. So I think stifling the council members is not good, as well as stifling the public. The 5-minute public comment, I think, is adequate. Again, we don't stop the public from talking if what they're saying is useful and we need to hear it. But we have to have a time limit because there's only so many hours. The 30-minute codified time limit that we have, is that 30 minutes per agenda item or 30 minutes total? Because most councils have 30 minutes per agenda, the maximum that they're going to speak on that agenda item.
Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes.
That should be 30 minutes per agenda item, because for each agenda item under the Brown Act, there's, the citizens have a right to address that item.
Okay. I want to clarify that then. We have 30 minutes per every agenda item, because total would not be enough. There has been times, and I want to just clarify it, that I've seen it, if there are more speakers that would go past the 30 minutes. I have seen that the council will end the public comment and then open it back up at the end of the meeting. Is that something that we need to discuss and to put down here in a resolution, or does it just stop at 30 minutes?
There's, the city manager just pointed out to me that in the ordinance, it's 30 minutes for public comment. The agenda items aren't actually limited.
Okay.
So there's a right to speak on each agenda item. So the 30 minutes is just for the public comment period in the beginning on non-agenda items. That's how it's currently set up. Under the Brown Act, there's a right, it provides the council a right to limit the time on a specific agenda item or public comment. There's also a First Amendment right to address your government. Those have to be weighed against each other. So it's enforcing a strict 30-minute requirement when there are residents that haven't spoken is something that the council would want to carefully consider given First Amendment rights. So that is why often they say you get your 30 minutes and then you can come back, we'll come back to public comment at the end so that anyone else that wants to speak on the matter can speak.
So we do that just when it comes up. We don't have to write that.
You can do that within your discretion, but we can write it if you'd like it specified. We can add it into the ordinance. That's not a problem.
It seems to me that the First Amendment rights would take precedence over that Brown Act.
I mean, that
Period.
certainly would be an argument. Yeah.
I just want to make sure if we have more than 30, I mean, there are issues sometimes that we do need to listen to the residents more than 30 minutes. Okay.
For sure. And right now it's within the mayor's discretion to always extend those time periods. So it's flexible as it is, but we can specify if you'd like that additional time can be provided at the end of the meeting if, for example, the 30 minutes is.
I would like it specified just to make sure that the public knows that we're not going to stifle their public comment. And I realize we have the right to do it, but if we write it down there, then future people are going to know that we're not going to stifle their comments.
Absolutely.
So that's just there's my 2 cents.
Well, now, my understanding of the public's minutes, the council minutes, and the total minutes are 30 minutes. The mayor, with the concurrence of the council, can extend any of those.
I don't know that I followed that.
Okay. If you limit speakers, say, to 5 minutes, you limit council members to 10 minutes, you limit total discussion on any agenda item to 30 minutes, the mayor has the right, with the concurrence of the council, to extend any of those.
Right now, the 30 minutes only applies to the public comment period. There's no time limit on agenda
There's no
items.
time limit on agenda items.
It's just on
public
Public comment there.
And even on the council members, they can go back and speak again on it too as it rolls along, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I
It's
mean,
actually more than
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
But yeah, you can have it so that you can have all those time limits and have the right to extend any of them.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. So you're not really limiting anyone.
No, it's up to you how you'd like it structured. It's a
Right.
policy decision of the council how you'd like it structured. I think ultimately the mayor's question was going to limiting overall public comment to the extent that someone wouldn't be able to speak. And I was saying that just that there's discretion for the mayor to extend that time, and we want to consider things like First Amendment rights.
Right, and I want to make sure, I want it in writing so people are assured that our intent is not to stifle them, even though we have the right. But I want to clarify one thing. You indicated that it's at the mayor's discretion, and Councilman Nelson said it's at the mayor's discretion with council approval. So which is it?
Written in the ordinance, it says these time limitations may be waived by the mayor subject to the approval of the city council.
Because the language was different when you spoke.
Oh, sorry, and the
I
language
was
is.
just reading what was in the current ordinance.
Right, and under the, for the council member periods, it's actually just the presiding officer, so the mayor has the discretion without the rest of the council.
Okay,
So
all right,
it,
to the council.
for the council, the mayor has the discretion to extend it. We can write that either way also.
That's fine. I would like to see the 10 minutes removed from the council members, though. I don't think you should stifle the council members on their speaking.
Well, I brought this up because I just like to have more efficient meetings. I've sat here from time to time and see people come up and speak and come back and speak again and again on the same item, and you spend hours talking about something where there's no new information brought forward, just someone regurgitating the same information. I think you ought to have some discretion to shut that down, but allow people that really have something to say to extend the time and let them say it. That's my opinion.
So it actually says it here already, 5 minutes per person, per topic only, no repeats, correct, for the public hearing?
But we've allowed repeats.
I know we have in the past.
Yeah.
You're right, you're absolutely right. I guess they can coach somebody else to come up and talk.
Okay. Well,
All right, well, I move this item with the following changes. To remove the 10-minute per item for the council member, to leave the public comment at 5 minutes, and to put in a clause that it's 30 minutes for public comment, but if there is more comment to be made, that we will hear it at the end of the council meeting.
Do we have provision, because I heard what Bill said, and I fully concur, because I sat through some of those. We have a couple of problems. One is people continuing to come back with no new information. And the other problem we have is duplication. If we get some hot button item, we'll get a whole neighborhood up here, and we'll get 8 people come up and say the same exact thing, one
Exactly.
after another.
Yeah.
We do have latitude in here, don't we, to designate, request that they designate a representative or
It's,
or no?
Madam Mayor, may I answer? That's something that can always be requested of a group, but individuals have the right to speak individually. So, but that's often something that various public agencies do with comment periods, is they ask for a spokesperson if that group agrees to it, and anyone that doesn't want a spokesperson can also speak.
Here's my only concern, because I agree with Pat's comments. If somebody's making some productive comments, I'm going to sit here and listen. But sometimes it's duplicative and from one person. Other times it's duplicative from a series of people. And the only reason that I was interested in going along with a 3-minute issue was because I felt that it had some latitude to control those when it does get a little out of hand, figuring that the rest of the time that the mayor and the rest of us would sit here and listen if it was productive and it gave us a little safety valve. That was my only concern. I didn't have any desire to cut off normal speech.
I understand, and I concur with that, but I think it happens so infrequently, I don't think it's an issue, actually. I mean, if 12 people want to get up and talk about the same thing and it gets kind of monotonous, I mean, I think they'll they'll cut it down, they'll shut it down. Because it shows the passion. That's fine, I think.
I agree it shows passion, but I agree with you, Rich. What I was looking for was a way to shut something like that down, but give you the discretion that if it is interesting and it been a productive meeting, you can allow it to go on. That's the reason I suggest we have 30 minutes per agenda item for discussion.
Well,
Because you know,
productive is subjective. It's productive to the person who is complaining or, being passionate to what they're telling us versus us listening to it. I mean, we've been through sitting here till 2 o'clock in the morning listening to fireworks and some very passionate people. And I feel comfortable that we allowed them that time to fully express themselves to us. Now, whether we liked it or not, guess what? This is the job we have, and it's to listen to them. So I don't want to stifle them, but we have a rule of 5 minutes, and if someone is speaking gibberish, for lack of a better word, at 5 minutes, we allow them their time. If they're not speaking it, we allow them to speak longer.
We can allow them to go longer, though, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think what Bill is
Yes.
suggesting is he just wants to see a little more order and structure to our meetings. And I think if we put in the 30, it just kind of reminds us that, we're trying to get business taken care of. We can go on beyond that, but, it's at least some guidance for us.
Well, I think everyone tonight's been pretty much within the time frame or less, so I think it kind of works.
Yeah,
I think the cards have worked too, to
Yeah.
bring a little specificity, if I can get that out of my mouth. So I think that worked well. I mean, I think it's going to work.
that was one of my suggestions as
I
well.
know it was.
Yeah. So
That suggestion came prior to you, Mr. Nelson. We're working on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The clock have been.
We're glad you agreed.
Okay. Well,
Well, there's a motion on the table.
I agree.
I'll second it.
I want to make a substitute motion that on section 1, 2, 3.8, you want to keep it to 10 minutes? Can we,
I said 0.
you said
I
0?
I said remove it. My motion is removing
Is
it.
it has 0 minutes.
Mine is removing it.
I would still like to have at least some sort of a note in this that the council members stay along the same lines as the general public. I mean, after 5 minutes, even when we're talking, it's not registering with people either. I don't think it really matters. So, with that, I'll remove that. I just want to make that clear. If we could somehow put that in the note.
You can make a substitute motion to do that.
Yeah, just that our suggested limit for the council members
Is what?
is 5 minutes. Suggestion.
I'll second that.
Because we can't go drone on forever, and we've all done it, and we don't need to do it from up here either.
You just want that as a suggestion recital in there?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Just recite.
Wait, it's a suggestion? We're putting a suggestion in there, not what a rule is?
I would write in that they shall be given 5 minutes to speak on any item, as opposed to a suggestion, because it can be waived at the.
Can be waived. All these can be waived.
Okay.
And I don't think we ought to put a 5-minute limit on council, and, I mean, it just.
Okay.
I agree with you that we should keep it brief, but I don't think it's appropriate to cap council at 5 minutes.
You know this is geared towards you. It's geared towards you.
It is
I just
not.
want to make sure that you understand this.
I'll go with the follow.
It's not geared towards Rick.
5 minutes.
I'll say it. Because you're passionate about the things that you.
What we could do is create a council member policy where you'll try to limit it to 3 minutes rather than in
There
a
we go.
codified ordinance.
Okay.
Well, we have one motion on the
Does that
table.
make it
Is
easier?
there a second one?
It's simpler that since it's
Okay.
not in the ordinance.
Can we can withdraw from this point?
Yes.
Okay.
Withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What's the motion
They
now?
beat you back, huh?
So the motion goes back to Mayor Fasenelli's original motion, which is to remove the 10-minute time limitation for council members, to keep public comment at 5 minutes, and to add an extension clause to the 30-minute public comment period, where we'll hear it for 30 minutes and then put it to the end of the meeting.
It's not an extension clause, it's just putting it, they have a right to more than 30 minutes, but I want it in the ordinance so that the public is aware of it.
Madam Mayor, I've drafted language.
Wonderful.
So in section 2.3.2-3.10B, following the first sentence, limitations, the public comment period shall be limited to no more than 30 minutes for all speakers to be apportioned among all speakers who request time, period. Add the language, any persons not having the opportunity to speak during the public comment period that has been allocated for 30 minutes shall be provided the opportunity to speak at the end of the council meeting.
And this is for public comment. This is at the beginning of the meeting. It's not on an agenda item. This is just for things that are not on the agenda. So, just to clarify.
That's a big difference, too.
I know, that's why I'm clarifying this.
Right.
This is just public comment for items not on the agenda. I don't think we've ever gone 30 minutes at the beginning for something that's not on the agenda.
Oh, this is for
This is public comment. I
Public
want to make
comment,
sure
yeah.
all of us understand that up here. Yeah, the public comment.
public comment on non-agendized
Non-agendized items,
only?
yes.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yes, yeah, just that's what it's on.
Yeah, my concern was more about agenda items. And we don't typically have over 30 minutes on public comments.
Yes.
That was mine as well. So there is nothing on the issue of agendized
We can't
public
put a time limit on agendized items.
comment?
We're not allowed to.
But is that true, counsel? That we can't put a time limit on agenda items?
On the public comment portion.
Under the Brown Act, you can limit the time on agenda items as well. That again goes to the balancing act of the Brown Act versus First Amendment rights. So if you wanted to put a 30-minute period on agenda items, I would recommend similar language that all persons be given the opportunity to speak or something like that. though.
But I have a question. If we limit them to 30 minutes, then we vote on something that's kind of moot at that point, isn't it?
Right, they would all have to speak on that item, yeah.
There is no limit on the agendized items. I mean, it's just a matter of.
At this point.
If we do that, we do run the risk of violating someone's right to speak, and
can't do
I'm
that.
not gonna do that.
No, I disagree. We don't.
Time on
We,
the item,
we,
not the speaking time per speaker.
yeah.
That's the end of
It's not a limit on people speaking. And besides all of these, if you allow the mayor the discretion to extend the time, you get around violating anyone's right to speak.
Okay, you agree.
I agree. If
Yeah.
we have language that allows the mayor the discretion to extend the time or probably that the mayor shall extend the time if not all persons have spoken within 30 minutes or something. If you, for example, had 50 people show up and wanted to speak within 30 minutes, that's the concern, that you don't have enough and everyone's given 3 minutes each to speak, that you're going to have a group of people that doesn't have the opportunity to speak. And we're trying to limit that exposure so that everyone has the chance to speak during the agenda item. But having a limitation on the time so that everyone is aware of the efforts to expeditiously move the item and and stating that the mayor shall extend the time if more people are present than time allows, or however we want to phrase that, is something we could
So
say.
the mayor has flexibility. That's
It grants flexibility.
I think the perception, though,
Still a question.
but the perception to the public at that point is, guess what? We really only want you to speak 30 minutes. You know, yes, we can extend it, but we really only want you to speak 30. I don't think that's necessary here. I really don't. I mean, in 2 years, we've had two very, very hot issues. They were. That's the only time it went past that time. You know, I can't foresee us having anything that big again, hopefully not, in the next 4 years. But if it comes up, I don't want to stifle the public.
You know,
Oh, there's been a call for the question, so.
The reality is, we always let people talk, okay? So I'm at the point here, I'll vote for anything, because we're gonna let them talk. We're not gonna cut people off. It's Villa Park, and it's a small, educated, great community. So somebody make a motion, I'll vote for
I
anything.
already did.
You seconded.
And you seconded it already.
seconded.
Would you
It's been a
repeat-
call for
would
the
you
question.
You gotta repeat the
5
motion.
minutes, that's fine. I don't want.
Repeat the motion.
Okay.
The motion is to approve the first reading of ordinance 2015-591, removing the council member 10 limitation keeping public comments to 5 minutes, and the clause
And then you have a
as
policy.
read by Megan.
And then you can have a policy. Phyllis, that's
And then have the policy, the council member policy,
We need to bring that back, though.
yes, yeah, limiting council member comment, at least keeping you aware to the 5 minutes. We'll bring that back at the next city council meeting.
Okay.
I second
Yeah,
that
you already seconded it.
It's already been,
And you're going against the roll call voting thing, right?
And going against roll call vote.
And against roll call voting.
Wait a minute, hey,
The machine.
Okay,
The
wait a minute,
machine.
we're back to the, we forgot.
But
Zoned
shouldn't
on
it be a
this one
second,
thing.
shouldn't it be a different
you
motion?
just made a motion on the item
All
one.
in here.
No, it's two separate items, isn't it? The roll call
No.
system and the,
No.
Looks like it's
It could be
together.
taken together if you want.
I was contemplating we're only voting on the rules of order
Yeah.
here.
That's all that the motion was for.
That's fine, that's fine. So we'll consider the ordinance and we'll come back to the roll call
For
voting.
the other, yeah.
Huh?
Motion's on the floor. We ready for a vote?
Yes.
Just on the ordinance alone.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
no.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1. Now is there a motion regarding the roll call voting system?
I so move we do not buy this.
Second.
Oh, okay.
I make a secondary motion that we don't buy this, but I think that you need to, I would like staff, to direct staff to actually go out and find an application of some sort that runs on a Mac that would be a roll call voting, because $7,000, I want the little buttons because I think it would lead, we have impartiality if we have it. Right now, the way we vote, we wait to hear who votes first, and you can see it, and I don't think it's proper. So we need to come up with a solution, how we all vote independently up here, and we don't hear, what the people in front of us are voting to change the vote. I think it needs to be fair. So I think there's something out there, and I don't know what it is, but there's got to be an app or something. So I don't want to spend the $7,000, but there's,
Yeah, but I respectfully
proposal to
disagree.
buy
I think
this machine.
we all vote the way we're going to vote, but whether we have a push button or not. I disagree. I think that my mind's made up minutes before we even get to this. So,
If I may jump in, I know several other cities were searching for voting systems to replace their antiquated systems. So there may be an option to purchase a system that a city's getting rid of.
On the old system.
hey, Craigslist it.
It'll work. So the motion is to not purchase the roll call voting system. We'll just take a voice vote on this one. All in favor, not to purchase?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And on the third item, the third item's moot, isn't it? The budget correction, now that we're not buying the machine?
You don't need that.
We don't need that.
You don't need that one since it's not buying it.
we just made money.
Yeah.
All right, we're moving on to the consent calendar.
Yes.
Items 8 through 12. All items on the consent calendar are considered routine and enacted by one motion, unless otherwise specified in the request to remove an item from the calendar. All items removed shall be considered immediately following action on the remaining items. Does anybody want to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Not me.
All right,
I so move we approve it.
I second.
Ready for a vote?
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
I would like, at this point, with council's permission or discretionary, why don't we move, can we move to number 16 at this point, since we've gotten rid of our CUPs and all of our public information? Is that acceptable? We have some people here. Up to you? Okay, all right. Let's take that to 16. It's 16.
I think it is,
It's six. Is it 16? Isn't it 16, Megan?
16 are the committees, 15 is the foundation.
foundation, you have to
Okay.
do one before the other, is that the issue?
Okay, we can do the 15. Okay, we're going to do 15. 16 is the committee. That's the one that we want. It's 6.
16 is committees, 15 is the director.
We moved 16.
Yes.
is what we did. So let's do 16. That's the one that we moved at the beginning. We moved 1 to 16. All right.
Which one are we doing?
16.
16,
Which is
okay.
what we started with. All right, so here we're going to review composition and former authorization or elimination of city council meetings.
Committees.
Committees. New glasses. All right. Okay.
At the December 16th, 2014 City Council meeting, there was discussion concerning City Council committees. Historically, committees of the City Council have been approved by motion of the City Council. We've never had formal authorization, purpose, resolution, etc., establishing such a committee. Committees have always been comprised of 2 City Council members, the committees of the City Council. We've also had advisory committees, which consists of some citizen members, such as the City Schools Committee. There was a move in December to formalize the committees and the processes, and my suggestion to do that is to adopt and formally authorize each committee by resolution. The resolution will state a purpose of the committee, who the committee members are, whether or not it's the City Council, a chair, a vice chair, or citizen advisory members, the length of term for the committee members, and frequency of meeting. And one thing that came up after the resolution was drafted is there should be a clause added for the removal of committee members. So that's something that we can discuss during this discussion. My recommendation is to take each resolution in the staff report one at a time. Let's talk about the purpose, let's talk about the committee members, and we'll vote on that resolution and move to the next. And a couple other recommendations that I have would be, currently the City Council has 5 committees. The Budget and Finance, the Community Development and Public Safety Committee, the Human Resources Committee, the Public Utilities and Transportation Committee, and the Town Center Committee. There are 3 City Council Citizen Advisory Committees. That is the City Schools, the newly established Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, and the Investment Advisory Committee. My recommendation is to get rid of the Human Resources Committee, because often the Human Resources Committee members were the same as the Budget and Finance, and the 2 went hand to hand. As well as the Town Center Committee, frankly because we tried to meet last year and nobody ever showed up. We can merge the HR functions in with Budget and Finance and merge the Town Center issues in with Community Development. The 2 just go hand in hand, in my opinion. And I would like to rename the Community Development and Public Safety Committee just to Community Development, and we'll handle the public safety aspect under the new Law Enforcement Advisory Committee that was just established. There's a lot to do. I'm available for any questions, and I suggest we start with Resolution 2015-3305 regarding the Budget and Finance.
Well, I had a question on that. I don't see any relationship between human resources and budget and finance. Just because you said the same 2 people are set on those, that happens now. Is that always been the case? And why is that then 2 committees that Bob and I serve on, why wouldn't we just consolidate those? Why wouldn't we consolidate all committees where you have 2 members sitting on the same committee?
That'd be great.
You know, in my reading of what this Human Resource Committee does, it serves as advisory resource to city manager and personnel matters. The committee annually reviews and updates position descriptions and classifications required, reviews surveys of compensation plans of other cities of comparable size and similar position and of private industry to maintain competitive position standards. It reviews internal personnel policies. How does that relate to budget and finance? It's beyond me.
In the past, if we've ever created or removed a position here, it's always required budget and finance and some salary adjustments in the city's budget. So the 2 just went hand in hand. Again, it's a city council policy. So if you want 2 committees, establish 2 committees.
But
merge 2, merge 2.
Yeah, it's more than that. This committee also does release the annual performance review for the city manager. You know, how's that budget and finance?
I'll defer to council. It's up to you. If you want to merge
Well, I mean, I'm trying to understand what is the rationale for merging these two? All you said was because the same people sit on the same committee.
Yes, that's my rationale.
Right, but then that's applicable to several other committees.
Sure.
So why not merge all of them? Why have just one committee?
But because we're taking these committees one by one, and all of us can offer our comments. I happen to agree with you that to put human resource in with the budget and finance, we're a small city. We're limited with the amount of people we have. We don't have a big personnel department, but when we do have to deal with human resources, the majority of the time has to do with money. And Michelle, do you want to speak with me?
Yes.
Okay, because your
Thank you,
finger's
Mary.
up.
One of the rationale that Jared and I did talk about is most human release, thank you.
Human resource.
Spit it out. Issues regard to a budget adjustment, whether we are increasing the budget, whether we need a new employee, whether an employee is leaving and we got to hire a new position. It's always got a budget line, even when it's reviewing the city manager's contract, their performance review. Are they going to get the bonus that, or the step increase in the contract that was awarded based on their performance? So it is always a money issue. So it makes sense that when the Budget and Finance Committee meets, or the Human Resources, I can't even say it today, sorry, when they meet, that it is they go hand in hand.
Well, what it tells me then is the Human Resource Committee is not doing its job, because it's supposed to be reviewing internal personnel policies. It's supposed to be doing surveys of compensation plans of other cities. It's not doing its job then if all it's doing is dealing with the money issues. It has a variety of issues that it has. If you take that same rationale, Bob and I sit on the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee. If they decide they need some license plate readers, which would be a budget item, that means we ought to be consolidated with the Budget and Finance Committee, because it's money items associated with it, using your same rationale.
Well,
anytime it's a money item, it comes to the Budget and Finance Committee, then that should only be the Budget and Finance Committee for all committees that have money issues associated with them.
Understood. However, personnel and salary, no change can be made, no movement can be made without an understanding of the budget and where money can come from. And that's the rationale that has been, that's the background for most of the decisions that are made. Do we have the finances for that? Do we have the, and like you said, you could use it for anything else, but salaries is the, besides our sheriff's contract,
but that's not the only function of the Human Resource Committee.
Correct.
It's not the only function. It's one function.
Correct.
Does Human Resource do these other items? Do they review existing personnel forms? Do they review position descriptions? How is that a budget and finance issue?
They have, and when the need arises, they have.
Right.
Not sometime, but they have.
I think whenever an issue comes up, Jared, you are actually the de facto human resources, and you go do the surveys, and you do to the other municipalities, basically. Bill, I agree with you that, if it were a larger concern, that we should do that. But I think maybe we just don't need, the human resources is the city manager at this point, in fact, in reality. Because he comes at us, or she comes at us with data from other areas.
Well, then, Greg, if you agree with that, I would just say just drop the Human Resource Finance Committee. The Human Resource Committee. Don't fold it into an unrelated committee.
The Human Resources is also
If you don't
personnel,
need
but
it.
they are also personnel issues, and it's when the city manager has an issue, whether it be sexual harassment, whether it be firing, whether it be some issue such as that, he goes to the Human Resource Department to discuss the staff, and then we would take it to council. So there are reasonings to have a human resource, and I understand that. And this is how the city hasn't run like this, because we've had 2 actual committees, and the Human Resource normally does not meet, except that we did meet this time. I think it's the first time we've met in a year. And the reasoning was there. We had to meet for that point.
Maybe another way we could do this is it could be an ad hoc committee when the need arises. Because council's always going to be involved too in that type of a situation, if I'm not mistaken.
I think human resource is part of being a government, part of being a business. putting it in budget, it's fine. I mean, we have 5 people up here. We have only 4 people who work in the office. You have to consolidate some things.
But I don't.
I have to concur with Jared and Greg, and I think the mayor as well on this one. And I perfectly understand your position, Bill, and if it were larger, I would agree with you 100%. But I've been on that, and I've been here for 2.5 years, and the experience has been that the work level there is so minimal that frankly, the biggest issue often becomes a funding issue, really becomes the biggest issue. Yes, the other issues are looked at. Jared does a lot of the groundwork. It's so minimal and infrequent, I just don't think it justifies a separate committee. And I think the budget and finance people can handle that. They'll still get that function. Yes, you're putting them together, but there's just not that much workload. I think it's easily manageable, and I think it's the most efficient way to bundle those 2 activities based on my experience here.
I think Bill says we just eliminate it.
Yeah,
Or either or.
It would make more sense to me to make it an ad hoc committee or eliminate it. If you said it doesn't serve any purpose, then eliminate it. Why fold it into a committee where it has no relationship to that committee?
You're just putting 2 committee functions with the same people. I mean, I don't think it's, why do you have to have a separate, you can't have a committee that handles human resources and budget items? I'm not aware that that's prohibited. And in this city, it fits. I think you fit the committee to the city, and it works very well here. That's kind of the way it's been done, and it hasn't been a problem. And I think Jared was right. I think Michelle supported it. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that have been here for years, and it seems to work well. I agree with you conceptually if it was a bigger entity, but it isn't, and this seems to work well. So I don't know why we need to be so rigid. It's a very small community and a very small council. So that's my suggestion.
Megan?
Maybe.
How are we going to handle, excuse me, how are we going to handle public comment? Because the problem is, this was our problem with having to take 16 as it is, because all of these committee meetings are bundled in one item.
Right.
So how are we going to handle that?
Mayor, I would recommend opening up public comment now.
On this one?
No, it's public comment on this, all 16, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Because,
All right.
And then take them one at a time.
Okay.
thank you. Okay, all right. We're going to open up public comment on 16. I want to just clarify here that we have a lot of committees. So as I call your name, you're going to talk about whatever committee you want to talk about. We haven't spoken about it yet. Kind of a little bit different. So, Mr. Underwood.
I have no comment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Freshy.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi there, I'm Rich Fresky, 10151
Fresky, excuse me.
Phelan Drive, Villa Park. I was asked by Councilmember Nelson to come this afternoon or this evening and explain how we established the Villa Park Financial Advisory Committee. So I was in charge of that, so I will try to briefly inform you. In early 1995, the city was in difficulty financially. The city council had a financial committee consisting of Mayor Pro Tem Barsad Frackleton. And what they decided to do was choose a committee of citizens to make decisions. Some of the things we discussed were, do we sell the building? Do we meet at City Hall? I mean, at the high school. We did all manner of analysis. That committee, by the way, was chosen. The 5 of them were chosen by the council members, and then the 5 members chose 2 other people. Anyway, so what we decided was that we needed a fiscal advisory committee. And the reason for the fiscal advisory committee was to establish the investment policy. And the main reason, the main person that did the investment policy for us was a gentleman named David Parker. David Parker was the president and he's very well known in the field of special risk services for financial companies. So his business is insuring financial companies. So he was very familiar with investment policies. He's the one that crafted the investment policy with our approval. We brought it before the city council. I don't have the notes I don't have the minutes, but I do have a lot of notes on it. But I can tell you unequivocally, the idea was that that committee always be independent. There was no way that we wanted the city council involved with that committee. And that committee chose its own leader, and we had no provision for eliminating them. But I think we just figured that if there was a problem, we'd hear about it. But it's important to us, to me, and it was at the time, that we do not allow the city council to choose the leadership of the Financial Advisory Committee. It was imperative that it remain independent. So basically, that's it. I'd be more happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you very much. It's
Yes,
public
I
comment.
had a question. So I want to be clear that,
It's public comment.
oh, I can't ask him a question?
Okay.
I can ask him a question? Yeah, I thought I could ask him a question. There's been some people that indicate there's some ambiguity about whether the Investment Advisory Committee should elect their chair and vice chair among themselves or whether the city council should do it. But you're saying that your original intent was for them to elect their own chair and vice
That was an
chair.
important key point to us at the time, because the city, you gotta remember, we were having trouble then. We really had a lot of financial issues, and we're of the opinion that this committee had to be independent so that we couldn't have politicians getting involved with it, and so that they would do it. We chose, kind of like the Supreme Court, if you will. Each of us chose and voted on the guy to be on it initially, but once they were on it, that was it. We couldn't get involved in it.
Thank you for clarifying that for us.
Are you aware that
Yeah,
the
but the
minutes do
president
not
chooses our
reflect that?
chief justice.
I'm sorry?
Are you aware that the minutes do not reflect that? The council
I am not.
The council minutes from 1996, when this advisory committee was formed, does not say that. No. Excuse me, does not. Excuse me. Excuse me, we have someone at the podium.
Pull it out,
We
Bill.
have
It
someone
says
at the podium
specifically that
speaking.
the chairman and vice chairman will be picked from the
Excuse me,
three.
Mr. Kulai,
Mr. Kulai.
you must sit down. Please,
Well, I
we
can't
have,
stand to hear
Mr.
people
Kulai,
stand
we
up
have
and make wrong
order
statements.
in this
I'm getting tired
meeting.
of these wrong
Please
statements.
sit down,
We'll
Dennis.
address it.
We'll
Address
address
it. Bill,
We'll
show
address,
her the thing.
we'll address it, Mr. Kulai. Please sit down. Please sit down. Well,
You can see right now why the city council wanted to keep out of it.
Rich?
Because of what you just saw. We did not want city council getting involved in it.
No
We
one-
wanted the committee to handle it.
I'm asked you a question, and I understand what you're saying, and I hear your intent, and I'm not questioning that. I'm saying that the written documents in this city don't say that. That's all. And we've had a lot of counsel. We've had a lot of attorneys. That's it. Nothing more than that. Doesn't mean it has to stay that way. It needs to be corrected, and that's why this is here on the agenda, so we can make those changes.
I was on this council from 1996 to 2008. That's 12 years. And I got to tell you, I do not ever remember me as a member of the city council saying who was going to be on that committee. We chose them, yes, but we never did indicate who was going to be an officer during the period from 1996. Now, the report began in 1995. The first report was 1996, and I was here until 2008. I was mayor 2 times during that period. And during that time, I got to tell you, I cannot remember. I realize I'm getting old, I get dementia, but I do not remember ever having a council decide who is going to be chairman of that committee.
And I can't
I don't know what the
answer
note
that.
says.
I'm telling you what the minutes
okay.
state, and that's why we're here to fix it. We're here to, yes.
Just, if I could just briefly, it's kind of silly. I read this. I heard this controversy. I read the thing 5 times. I do it all day for a living. And while I understand the mayor's interpretation of it, I frankly disagree. I think it's reasonably clear that it reads the other way, but I understand how she reads it and why she could read it that way. So, you know, to
But
that
you picked
extent.
a chairman too. We did this together.
I never read that, okay? We met,
Well,
we met
okay.
briefly to talk about appointments. I never got into the issue of the of the chairman and appointing the chair and the
Yes,
vice
you
chair.
did, because we went back to Michelle to ask who had been chair and who had been vice
I
chair.
never talked to you after that about it, Deanna. Okay, look, I read it for the first time either yesterday. Yeah, you can read the paragraph. I mean, it's here.
Okay,
I'm not faulting you. I'm just saying, I understand how you could read it that way.
can we-
I don't.
There's no reading it that way. It's a matter of when we were,
Time. Hey, look.
no, I want to, I am going to explain what has occurred, because we have a lot of people here. Budget and Finance is to interview people and to recommend them to the council for the investment advisory. When we have two people, someone who's been on the committee for 2 years, we ask, what are we supposed to do? We went to Jared, we went to the director, and we interviewed people, we picked them, and then the question was, who's going to be chair, who's going to be vice chair? We didn't know who had been chair or vice chair in the past. So we asked who had, because we wanted to be fair. And at that point, nobody raised their hand within City Hall or you to say, hey, we can't do this. So that was it. So when I show up to the Budget and Finance, to the Advisory Committee, of course, I see why people are upset. But up to that point, you have two council members where nobody said, hey, that's not what you do. We asked. So instead of someone saying, hey, you did it wrong, all I can tell you is, hey, did you guys tell us wrong? They say, no, we didn't. Find us documentation. Go back to the minutes. When the minutes say that, could be wrong. Maybe there's changes along the way, but they weren't documented.
Madam Mayor, the issue right now is not who did what, when, why, and where. The issue is how have we been doing it and how should it be done? That's the issue.
I agree with you, but in the end, I got to look at the written documents, so we've got to fix it.
Maybe someone screwed up when they wrote them. Maybe the person that wrote them put in an incorrect word or something.
Correct.
Madam Mayor, I think it would be helpful if we read this section into the record so everyone can hear what it is and make their own decision about it.
Mr. Kulai has asked
Also,
that, and
I want to ask Rich, isn't it typical in legal disputes and things of when judges are making decisions, they go back and try and look at what the intent of the author was?
Yeah, and again,
But here's the author right here, and we have what he's telling us what his intent is. Now, here's what the thing reads. It said, Investment Advisory Committee shall consist of 2 council members, the City Council Finance Committee, and 3 individuals from the City of Villa Park as nominated and accepted by the City Council, with the chairman and vice chairman elected from the 3 individuals appointed by the council. The council doesn't elect anyone. The council appoints people. They don't elect anyone.
The leaders of this group, basically.
Yeah, so the leaders of this group, they are supposed to elect the chair and a vice chair among themselves. That's exactly what it says. I don't see there's any other interpretation of that.
I believe, personally, I think
Guess
the mayor
what?
misread. I don't.
Well, then you did too, Rick. No, I don't.
Until yesterday.
But
Maybe today.
you know what? Then I guess all council should be reading their documents a little bit better so that they're correct 20 years later. How's that?
Well, one of the problems with an informal organization, when people trust one another, is sometimes we don't cross every T and dot every I.
I understand that, but Mr. Nelson has asked us to do that, and so we are reading every document precisely. That's why.
Madam Mayor.
But we are going to allow this to occur. So the end result is, we want the committee to elect their own chair.
With all due respect, let's just move on with it. If we misread it, big deal, okay?
Exactly.
Let's just
Well,
get on with
Mr.
it.
Nelson made it a big deal, who emailed the entire city. I didn't make it a big deal. He never even called us.
I'm not trying to address any fault here.
Could we call for the next speaker?
Let's
have a history of
yeah.
this.
We call for the next speaker.
Yes. Okay, anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
I'm sorry, Bob, what did you ask for?
Could we call for the next speaker? Do we have any other speaker cards?
We do. Mr. Brown.
Glad we got the heat out of the way.
The only comment I wanted to make is in regards to what Bill said. I managed about 8 different corporations before I retired, and there is a major difference between human resources and finance. To mix them would be a mortal sin, I think. And I think you should continue to have a human resource and a finance committee. And I don't think it costs us very much to have both of those committees. But to mix them would be a violation of probably the 2 committees. That's the only comment I have.
Thank you. All right, that's it for 16, and let's move on. Where'd we stop?
We need to take action on the resolutions.
For budget, and where are we on budget and finance and human resource?
We can start with budget finance.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna move on budget and finance, that we not combine budget and finance committees.
And I'll second that.
And I'll make a substitute motion that we combine human resource and budget and finance.
I'll second that. It's the substitute motion. I just don't think there's enough human resources to set a separate committee for it. It can all be adequately handled by that same committee.
Subsequent motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution as is, combining HR and budget and finance. Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
No.
Councilman Nelson.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
No.
Motion fails. So what we can do here is, I'll come back at the next meeting with a separate resolution for the HR committee. And with the resolution in front of you, 3305, on page 2 of 3, the bigger paragraph, the bigger body, we'll just remove that, because that's the portion that speaks to HR.
Okay.
So we can adopt the resolution before you, approving budget and finance, removing the HR terminology.
Yes. Is that okay with everyone?
Passed it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
All right.
We need to vote on that.
We need to vote on what?
Second, is the other one pending? Did it get
The
seconded?
other one's pending.
The other one's pending. If you vote on the other one, then you accomplish that, don't you?
You can have a substitute to take it out, right?
No, I said,
substitute failed.
my motion was not to combine them.
Yeah.
Right.
And Drake, did you
Your
second it?
motion's currently standing,
no,
requires a vote.
I will.
Huh?
We eliminated it.
Yeah, but we haven't voted on it yet.
We haven't voted on it,
to be
no.
To
voted
form
on.
the HR committee.
No, not yet. Right now, we're talking about Councilman Nelson's original motion to adopt the resolution without the HR portion.
No, it was not to combine the two, so.
No, yes, without
Okay,
the
oh,
HR
all
portion.
right,
Ours was a substitute to.
okay,
They made the substitute. You made the original.
okay.
I'll second that motion.
What's the second motion?
This was the,
To approve the committee without the HR in it.
Mills?
I think. Isn't that the motion, Bill?
Yes.
No, his motion was just
That
not to
wasn't,
combine.
that wasn't exactly the motion.
That's the
That-
intent.
That's the
It was
intent. Okay.
It is now?
Okay, all right, so we'll go with that. We'll approve the HR without, the budget and finance without.
Without HR.
Without
Correct.
HR.
And I'll second that.
All right, I think.
It was already seconded by
Okay.
Councilman Mills.
Okay,
Moving on that, Councilman Nelson.
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Mouthful, yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
So that carries 5-0, and what I'll do is at the next meeting, have on the consent calendar the HR.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay.
Can I make an illegal comment from out here? Or do I have to go over there? Or can I go over there?
No, speak. Yes.
If you never meet with the HR committee, if you never meet, it means you didn't need a city manager. That'd be nice. And you also don't have anybody at the top of their scales, for example, Michael Knowles, or you don't have somebody recommending to those people who work in the city now for Villa Park to Orange County. You have several HR issues that over the years have come up. they never met a lot. And my bias is to keep them separate for the same reason James Brown said. Not the singer James Brown, our James Brown. The idea.
Ours is alive.
But the point is, if you never meet again, you don't have very many problems. You know, you mentioned a couple of items, Mayor, and hopefully they never come again.
Okay.
They have over the years.
On that note, if I could.
Yes.
I would suggest that I guess we'd have to have this drawn up for a subsequent meeting. I mean, I think we need an HR committee, but.
We have one.
Because of the overlap between, and the funding always being such a major issue, I suggest perhaps you designate you put the same members on that and the
It already is.
Finance Committee and create a little efficiency there.
They already are currently.
We already have that.
Yep.
Okay, could we move on to the next one?
I think what Councilman Burnett was saying is when you when you draft the resolution for the human resource, that in that resolution, you put the people who are on the Budget and Finance Committee on it, okay? That's what am I correct?
But
I didn't hear all that, but I was saying.
You're suggesting that in the
Already done it.
resolution, that's how it is this year.
I realize it's on the existing, I'm suggesting you continue that over for efficiency.
But I thought the same two were already on those committees. We did the appointment
Today.
last.
They are, but you
Currently.
don't have the committee anymore now, I guess.
But wait. That's what I don't understand. We're doing these committees. They always had these committees on the city council.
We still have the committees.
You always had these committees, and they've been formalized, as we saw in this 1996 memo. The Investment Advisory Committee was formalized. It did not need a resolution to be a committee. It can be done by minute action, can it not? And that's the way it was done, by minute action. There's no requirement that you have a resolution to create a committee. You can create a committee by motion.
Well,
And
because
that's what was done.
because of your direction last time and wanting to formalize things, Jared came up with the suggestion so there would be no ambiguity by resolution, and that's where we're at now. We've already passed one, we've done two, we're working on to the next. That way there's no
But
question.
wait, I want to clarify what my direction was last time. It was not to go and do a resolution for every committee. It was not. What you tried to do was to try to change committees that was not even on the agenda. That's what I objected to. You tried to combine these two committees into one without that being on the agenda. That's what my issue was. It wasn't an issue about the committees weren't formalized. I assume because we had committees that they'd all been formalized in the past. You wanted to create new committees without it being on the agenda. That's what my issue was, not that we don't have committees. That wasn't the issue. In fact, you use this same language when you talk to an investment advisory committee, saying I was the one that was behind this, and I was not. I was just simply objecting for what you was trying to do with a non-agenda item, creating new committees, consolidating committees when it was not on the agenda. That's what my issue was.
Well, that's not what came out, and at the last meeting, Jared did suggest what he was going to come back with, and that's why we're here at this point. So this is not something new.
It was not something I suggested.
Well, you'll need to review the minutes, and we're not here to discuss that, and you can review the tape.
Well,
So,
I'm confused,
let's-
Bill, because I didn't, I thought this was your item too. I
No,
didn't-
it was never my idea, never my intent. My
Well, review the
only
tape,
issue
and
was
let's move
that the mayor was trying to consolidate committees, create new committees without item being on the agenda.
That's clearly what I understood with you did
Well,
in
that's not
December
what
as well.
occurred.
That's clearly what I intended, and that's what most people understood.
Jared,
Council, but this will make sure this is all clarified now, correct? After we do all this.
I wasn't sure what.
That's
The
what we're
benefit,
getting to.
Mayor, may I?
of course.
One benefit of a resolution is that minutes are often, you're having a fairly lengthy discussion, for example, right now on what's intended to be part of these committees, for example, the debate over finance. The resolution will really make that clear. You don't get that benefit necessarily in the minutes. So that's a benefit of having resolution, having a city document to point to that specifies. So that there are benefits to doing it this way.
No, I clearly understand that. My only point was that you don't have to have a resolution to have a committee.
Oh, that's true.
You don't. And I have to assume that prior city councils have set up these committees, that because we have them. I made that assumption that these are all legitimate committees. Okay. So could we move on to the next one?
3306. Okay, enough. 3306.
3306 will establish the community development committee.
Okay.
Now, the aspect here is, do you want to remove the public safety portion or not?
Well, being on that committee, I don't want to remove the public safety part from it. What I envisioned when we did this committee last time, that it would operate just like the Investment Advisory Committee would, that the council members on the Community Development and Public Safety Committee would sit on this Investment Advisory Committee. And these members, again, would select their own chair and vice chair, because these are the professional law people that they have. Bob and I have no law enforcement experience.
This is the wrong, this is not a law, this is not the Law and Safety Committee, this is the Community Development Committee.
I know, but these two tied together is what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that this committee would sit on the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, the same way that the Budget and Finance Committee sits on the Investment Advisory Committee.
But these take care of, this is zoning and CUP.
It says Community Development and Public Safety.
Have you read what the,
I read what the current description of this committee says.
I mean, Greg and I sat on this for 2 years. We would have sometimes 3 meetings a month. It's about codes, variances.
What this will do is take the public safety portion off, and then that would give way to the law enforcement.
Correct.
No. You missed my point. Okay. First of all, it has public safety in it, does it not?
No. Currently
Give me, tell them what's in the current public safety part of this committee.
Community Development and Public Safety Committee.
What does the description say about public safety?
The committee is also charged with monitoring the operations of all agencies serving the city of Villa Park that relate to the safety and welfare of the general public, residents of Villa Park and their property, city employees and city property. Whenever a potential unsafe condition arises, the committee can study the situation with the appropriate members of staff and recommend solutions for council action.
Now, what's more public safety than law enforcement?
Well, I agree with you that I didn't think we needed to have a separate, but that's not what's yielded here. So
now, currently, what I see this committee interacting with the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee the same way the Budget and Finance does with the Investment Advisory Committee.
I see. I got you.
That the two council members on this committee would sit on that Law Enforcement Advisory Committee.
I believe they're two different issues. That we would sit to go over the residents' CUPs and variances, as well as the entrance signs, as well as the painted boxes and things that have come into the community, come out of the community development. The public safety portion at the end is what, since we have a new committee forming, removing that. The only public safety that we dealt with, at least in the last 2 years, came from the residents when it came to people speeding down their streets, and they would come to us and say, hey, we need some help. You know, can you get a cop to come out there? That was it. The majority, like 95%, it's all the CUPs, you know.
Bill, I'd like to understand, I'd just like to understand what you're asking. Are you suggesting that, because we're mixing them, I mean, there's a specific proposal here. Are you suggesting that whoever sits on this be also appointed to the law enforcement committee? Is that the suggestion?
Yeah, the same way
that's fine. That's just another appointment issue.
But no, I'm saying it's the same way that the Budget and Finance Committee sits on the Investment Advisory Committee.
Right.
But the members of this committee would sit on that, so they'd have a public safety component. But just like you're saying, community development and public safety don't mix. You guys on the Budget and Finance Committee, investment part is finance. It has nothing to do with budget. But so you have Budget and Finance, but you sit on the Investment Advisory Committee because of the finance part, because the committee was originally called the Finance Committee.
But what I don't understand is
let's
say we got two committees. I just want to understand this. So let's just say we have this committee established. We've got community development right here, okay?
Community development and public safety.
No, that isn't what it says. It just says community
But
development.
It's currently community development.
I understand.
This existing one.
I understand that, but I can only handle a few things at a time. I can't juggle the old one, the new one, and the two other ones. So if this committee was established, okay, and you want the law enforcement committee, which didn't exist before, okay, and that you and Bob proposed that committee. So if you have those two committees, then I think what I'm understanding you essentially to say is, why don't we just appoint the same council members to both those committees, and then doesn't that accomplish that result?
Well, why wouldn't you do that with the Budget and Finance Committee and Investment Committee? Why don't you just point the two to that?
Well, we're
Could I-
taking
could I-
this.
could I interject just a
I'm
moment?
just saying, use
There-
it-
You
there
want to
is-
establish a
Yes.
new?
use
there-
that as the
there
same
are-
model.
Bill, excuse me.
Oh, I'm
There-
sorry, I understand, now I understand what you're saying, I just thought, I forgot about the fact that the Law Enforcement Committee has private
Citizens on it.
citizens,
So,
just like the
just like
Investment
Investment
Advisory.
Advisory Committee,
I
same
had
thing.
forgotten about that.
And,
I
and
understand.
then let them select their own chair and from those law enforcement professionals.
Yeah,
Guys,
that makes sense.
guys, let me interject just a different perspective.
Yes.
There are other public safety issues besides those dealt with by law enforcement. There's emergency preparedness, there's flood zoning and engineering issues, there's street design issues. You know, a lot of stuff that our law enforcement professionals are, they're very good at what they do, but they're not going to deal with those engineering issues or those planning issues. So I believe that, but I think that those issues, flood zoning and street design and so forth, are more appropriately dealt within our committee structure by the CDC and Public Safety Group.
Right.
So I would say leave it the name of the committee as Community Development and Public Safety, and yes, appoint the same people to the Law Enforcement Advisory because that's a component of public safety. But leave the title of the committee as is.
And the description as it is, because they've taken out the public safety description to that.
Then you don't appoint, I'm trying to think here, do you really appoint anyone, the council members to, or the council members, if you treat it the same as IAC, then the council members on this committee are automatically.
Will automatically serve on that committee.
the other committee.
Exactly.
And I don't agree with that. I agree with I like keeping the committee with the safety because I was against that, and I like to see that you have brought it back because there are different issues when it comes to safety that don't involve law enforcement.
Yeah, that's a good
But
point.
I believe that, but I do believe
I can
that
sign in
this
there.
committee has two different type of people than the person who wants to go, maybe not have expertise with the legal committee. I don't think you should put it in the resolution that they are on the same committee that it goes into. I don't think they're not the same. They're just not. Keep them separate. We don't even have a committee yet for the safety. Hasn't been established. We don't know how it's going to work. So let's leave this Community Development and Safety Committee as it is and move to the next
So we
new
can do
one.
this and defeat it, right? That's what we need to do, or just?
No, I'm going to move that we not change the name of the Community Development Committee, and we leave it the Community Development Public Safety Committee, and
And I-
add back in the safety part.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay.
What I would like to do with that, if you don't mind, is bring back a cleanup resolution.
Yeah, at the next meeting, clean that one up too.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to suggest perhaps that,
But we haven't had a vote on it.
We can vote to,
can we consider continuing this whole committee issue until the next meeting and let you and Jared and the mayor sit down and kind of parcel this out, because
We're almost done.
all those suggestions.
We're almost done.
We're almost done. If he votes
No.
on this, we're almost done.
we're all warmed up. Let's-
We all-
No, it's on the agenda.
And we have a vote on this one.
It's on the agenda, and this
why I
is,
wanted to
vote on
bring it
this
to
one.
we're
you.
not in any hurry to get out off the dais,
This is
remember?
nothing. It could be midnight already. We've been there before.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be nice for you, because I'm happy with any of these.
No, in my original motion, let's vote on it.
Yes, your original motion is to keep it as is, but what I request is that I bring it back in the next.
But that you can, after you have the vote on that, you can do that. But we haven't had a vote on it.
Council, do we even need to vote on it at all?
What's the vote?
Just remove it.
The vote is to
Motion.
keep it as it is and not to
We
adopt
can
this
just
new
defeat this and then it'll revert back, right?
We have nothing to keep as it is.
one. I made a motion. I'd like a vote on the motion.
Okay, I second it.
Yeah.
I would like clarification on the motion, and the
The motion,
No, excuse me, let me ask my question. As the resolution has been presented to us, we cannot approve this because you want the public safety portion put back, and it is not in this resolution. So the motion is to not change it, but we can't approve a piece of paper that has not been written yet.
We
Am I
can just-
correct?
No, we can just defeat this and it reverts back.
But we don't have a resolution to revert back to.
We don't have.
I don't need a resolution to make a motion, do a council to make a motion to
No,
do anything.
you don't need a
Right.
resolution.
Since we're talking about committees, I can make any motion on committees. Is that not right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
So I understand your motion is to just sort of keep it as is.
Yes.
But would you like that to include staff coming back at the next meeting with a resolution to formalize the committee as it is?
That's what I said, wasn't it?
Well,
Isn't the committee already
Okay.
codified?
there's no resolution
There's
for
no
the committee.
resolution.
But from
There's no
before,
resolution.
ever?
By council motion.
No,
I see what you mean.
In 2004.
That's my
Why don't we
motion.
have a
That's okay.
substitute?
That's my motion. No, that's my motion. Let's vote on the motion.
The idea
Well,
of
that
it-
wasn't your
the idea
motion.
of this, as I understand it, was to clarify, so we had one simple
Correct.
clarification
That's
as
right.
to the committees.
We're getting there.
And so,
There?
We're getting there.
That's how we're going,
We're
working
getting
through
there.
this. All these.
Okay, can we have a vote on the
That-
motion?
Wait a minute.
No, I want to hear the
I
motion
think
again.
we may have a substitute motion on this.
and now we're going to dump it and go back
I
to the
just
old
want to hear
one.
the first motion in a complete sentence without everyone talking.
Would you please repeat our motion for us?
Yes, sir. The motion is to keep the Community Development Committee and Community Development and Safety Committee as is, and to direct staff to come back at the next council meeting with a resolution formalizing the committee as it is today.
That's what I seconded.
Yes.
Is it clear to everyone? Now can we have a vote?
Here we go. Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Good. There we go.
All
Looking
right.
right through these.
All right, we're going to go to Resolution 2015-3308, Resolution of the City Council formally establishing the City Schools Advisory Committee.
That we skipped 3307.
Utilities.
Oh, okay. 3307, this is to formally establishing the Public Utilities and Transportation Committee.
Now this is as is.
I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
Well,
Uh-oh.
I have some discussion. This is not a committee. This is a liaison position. Having sat on this committee, or we called it a committee, it's been called a committee. It's meeting with Republic Services twice a year to say hello, and they give us an update about the regulations in the trash industry. There hasn't been anything that's come up that, to meet with the gas company or with Pat Buttress. This particular person who's been assigned to this so-called committee normally would go to the Serrano Water Board meeting. You don't have a role there, you just show up like any other member of the public can show up there, but you're the liaison to come back and to report to the council. So this is not a committee. My suggestion to council is that the mayor is the liaison to these entities. The mayor would be the liaison to go to the Serrano Water Board meeting if they choose. Of course, all five of us could go if we want to. But this is a liaison position. There's nothing that gets decided here at all unilaterally. And there hasn't been two people who's ever gone. So I'm up for discussion.
Then we can move on the motion, and then we can defeat it, and therefore it kind of dies, doesn't it?
Okay, well, my motion is to remove the Public Utilities and Transportation Committee. And that's it. Eliminate the committee.
Eliminate the committee and nominate the mayor as the council leader.
Yeah, can I take that in the same motion? And the mayor is the liaison to the Public Utilities
Or de
and
facto,
Transportation.
or
Or de
somebody you-
facto,
or
and then,
you
yeah.
decide.
Or an assignee, if they can't make it.
Mayor or the mayor's designee.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Only
Because
one
that's all,
person-
that's
one
all it's
person.
been.
Okay,
I'll note it in.
Yes.
second.
Second.
Is everybody okay with the motion?
We're on
Yes.
3307.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
5-0 to eliminate PUC.
What about this one?
Okay. And give them a chance to catch up. All right, we're now at 3308, which is establishing the City Schools Advisory Committee. I move this as is.
I'll second.
You're fast, Bill.
Yeah.
Call for the question?
It's just
Sorry, I was walking through this about our item to remove committee members from the future, but here it does not actually name committee members, just when possible. So the motion is to approve Resolution 2015-3308, establishing City Schools Advisory Committee. Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Carries 5-0.
Resolution 2015-3309, formally establishing the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee.
So move.
I'll second.
Uh-oh, got an issue.
No, I had a one change to this I'd like to make. I'd like to make it so it be consistent with what I talked about before, the same way the Investment Advisory Committee. Down on Section 2 where it says committee shall be comprised of 2 current members of the City Council, take out a chair and a vice chair and put in parentheses like you have in the Investment Advisory Committee, the members that hold the position on the Community Development and Public Safety Committee.
I'll support that.
So that formalizes that those members sit on this committee.
All right. I so move.
I have another comment here.
Okay.
To, first, I'd like to make this, let's see, the appointments here, are they on here? I'd like to make it so that the appointments are only 1 year and not 2 year, because it's an initial new item and see how it goes. And my reasoning for that is that we are utilizing the sheriff department, which does cost money to the city. And we do not know how much time, we don't know that, how much time it's going to take. If eventually the sheriff is going to bill us for the extra time, which eventually they will, don't know when, but they will, because it does use the public funds, I think that having this just initially be 1 year would be prudent. And in addition, it's not consistent. This says up to 6 law residents, and I think we have an issue with that number, with what's come up. Am I correct, Megan?
Mayor, I believe that the initial approval was for Jared, do you recall, between 3 and 5
Okay,
residents?
so there has to be a change here.
So this would change the initial.
But there was a call for an additional one too, right? That's why it's in here?
What I wrote in here was up to 6 resident law enforcement members.
Doesn't that cover what we have?
Okay.
Yes, what this is changing from our original, we set up the committee to have 3 to 5. And what this does is formalize it as 6, because we chose 6 people. Because we had 6 excellent applicants, and we won them all. So this way, it just formalizes that.
Correct.
And I think that's the reason we didn't appoint them up front, because we hadn't formalized it to be at 6 yet.
That's correct.
Right.
But I understand your issue with 1 year versus 2. Maybe we let them decide who has 1 and 2 years.
No, my issue is having everyone this first year be 1, because public funds, to have this committee, there are public funds being used with the sheriff. The sheriffs are required to be in this meeting. And that we should see how much time the committee is going to need, not need, whether it's successful, and come back to council in a year to make sure that we're utilizing our sheriff in a committee meeting, because it's all about money.
Greg, what we're doing, we were proposing to stagger them, to do 3 of them for 1 year and 2 for 2 years, so that then in a year they'd come up and they'd be appointed for 2 years.
All right.
So then it'd be on 2-year rotation. But I would oppose just doing it for 1 year, because we always had the power to disband this committee if we don't need it. We also had the power to take anyone off a committee anytime we want to. So I wouldn't limit them to 1 year on all of them, because I explained to the ones that we're doing this 1 year for some of them to get it in the proper rotation. But I'm doing for 2 years, because if a year from now, we think it's costing us too much, we can disband it. We had the right to disband it. We appoint people, we have the right to take them off of it as well.
Then should
Why
we
don't we
write
just
something,
write-
why don't we write
I see both
something, why
points.
don't we write something in there? I'd like to see something in there, just to make sure that that
We can-
everyone understands that the sheriff doesn't come free of charge, and that we're just using, normally our committees don't cost us anything because we work for free.
Oh, that's a,
Why don't we just have a report, why don't we just have a reporting point that at some point we'll report what the cost is?
Yeah,
and then-
we can have a review of this from a year from now.
make that
for
part of the
example.
monthly finance
just-
report.
Just report the cost semi-annually or something, and we can look at it, if you have a
And
problem,
we'll-
then we change it.
Right, let's write that in there.
That's fine.
Yeah.
What does Lieutenant Goodall say?
Rob,
Rob, you have any comments? I mean,
do you see this as an expensive item, or do you see this as a potential cost saver, since we'll have so
the
much
assistant sheriff will
support
charge
from the
us? or-
community?
Well, all that is unknown, so everything is speculation, but if it's on my on-duty time, you know, I'm all yours, so I don't charge extra for that. We come in on Sundays and things, and, you know, but no, I don't, it's an unknown right now, so.
So you suggest 6 months, they make a report, see what
Yeah, we get the report and every 6 months, we get a cost report.
July.
Or annually reported.
6 months since it's new.
Okay.
So are all the members on for 2 years? That's what it says here.
Well, no, they on for 2 years, says staggered 2 years. What we doing in the appointments is appointing 3 of them for 1 year.
So we've already done that, right?
No, we
haven't
haven't
done
done
that
that yet.
Well,
That was,
let them decide?
no, we made executive decision, did that.
Well, that can be dangerous, as we all know. Okay.
The one thing I would like to note is the mayor had asked about a term to remove council members if needed. Megan's drafted a clause which I'll have her read to you, and
Remove what members?
committee members?
Oh, committee.
Non-council committee members shall serve at the pleasure of the council and may be removed at any time by action of the city council.
Yeah, what we didn't have in any of these resolutions is the ability to have council remove, not just this particular one, council at its discretion remove any committee members. So it's been I asked for them to draft that up, not specifically for this one, but for all the others.
So if it's okay with the maker and the second of the motion, we will
Yes.
include that
Okay.
language.
So, as I understand it, here, I'll make the motion to try and get this one. I move that we pass this with the suggestions by Councilman Nelson that the CDC committee members are the 2 members on this committee, that we strike the chair and vice chair language from section 2, that we put a provision in that council's to get a line item report or a segregated report showing the cost of this on a 6-month basis, and that there be provision put in whereby council can remove the appointed committee members at its discretion.
Uh-huh.
And do you want to put something in that says that the committee will elect its own chair and vice chair?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
you
said
can
that.
put that
We
in
just
there.
struck that out, though, didn't we?
No.
No, that was the 2 council members. I don't want the council members.
Yeah, but
to
you
be
struck the
chair.
chair and vice chair language, so since that's not it, because it was a little
You can add that in, that the committee,
So we put it in
the
there.
committee
that the
members
committee
elected
shall elect.
chair and vice chair
like the other
among
committees, yeah.
among the law enforcement members.
That's
I have a
5
question, though, that
5 changes.
I don't agree with having the CDC incorporate and be the members
No.
of this. I like everything, but not that the CDC is the members of it.
Okay.
I think they are, if
Distinct.
they happen to be the same people, great. If they don't, but
No,
they
I
may.
think
but they may
it's a
not.
council members only.
We had already decided that when we did the CDC and the public
Yeah, we did.
safety.
No,
We
we
did,
did.
we did, we did. We
It's
already
just the 2
approved that.
council members. This also
Right,
has.
we didn't
And the same 2
decide
folks
that.
go with this one, the same 2. And then they have these other folks that are law enforcement professionals, and it says neighborhood watch representatives. Does it also include the general public as well?
The law enforcement.
No,
Well, with law enforcement's a given.
the general public is always invited to
Yeah, they're open
the
meetings.
meeting, as open meeting,
But
but
they can't be a committee member.
no.
But it says the neighborhood watch can, which are general public, not law enforcement.
Or neighborhood watch representative. You have to belong to the neighborhood watch.
Okay, that's fine with me. I just want to make sure that we're not leaving anybody out.
So the sole bone of contention here is whether or not
The CDC.
CDC two committee members are automatically the two committee
Correct.
members on the
That's,
law enforcement.
that's the only
I
thing
see
I
no
don't
problem
want.
with
That's the only thing I
I
don't
thought
want.
we had discussed that when
We
we
did with the
discussed-
CDC,
and-
yeah, I thought we did.
and
It was
agreed on it.
discussed, but that was not voted on.
Yes, we did. The CDC chairs will be automatically with the law enforcement.
That's not what the motion was.
It was discussed, but I do
Okay,
not.
well-
It was not the motion.
I'll second Rich's motion that includes that, and we can have a vote on
We
it.
can have a vote then.
Yeah, I think it's gonna, from what I see here, it's gonna carry anyway regardless of what I do,
Yeah.
so
That's okay.
So let's have the vote on it.
ask me last.
I have a substitute motion
Okay.
for everything that we've included, but that it is not automatic that the CDC committee be on this law enforcement committee.
Is there a second to that subsequent motion?
You know, I will second that only because the CDC takes a lot of time, and it does involve, you know, zoning and tenant, blah, blah, blah issues, and it seems to take a lot of time, and I kind of see the law enforcement as a different issue. Now, if the same people want to be appointed to both of them, I certainly don't have any
Yes,
problem with
that's
it. And in
different.
this case, if you two want it, I don't know if the mayor has any issue with it, but I can see this being an issue down the road where this is a big time consumer and it's gonna be difficult to get people to go on that. So for that reason, I would back the substitute motion, and at the same time, have no problem at all with the mayor appointing you two to both those committees. Because I
Oh,
think
w-
down the
w-
road, it may be an issue.
We're
So for that
both on,
reason, I'll-
we're both on those two committees now.
Well, that's
That is
you
not-
this
yeah.
time, but
But
in
you're
the
making
past-
it
in
that
the
way
pa-
as a
yeah.
matter of practice, and I could see.
they could always request it.
Yeah, so with that, for that
It just
reason,
makes sense to me to have this set up the same way as you had an investment advisory
it
committee.
does to you, Bill, but I'm telling you, I think it's a big time consumer. There's a lot of other council members that I've known that wouldn't want to be anywhere near that because of that, so.
That could have been 4 meetings for us a month sometimes, or 5, because sometimes we met 3 and 4 times on the CDC.
So I'll second that motion.
But with this, with the CDC, there is no community involved with it.
Yes,
Like,
if
like it is with the law enforcement.
Mhm.
So, okay, that can all be managed because working with Jennifer is it's very smooth.
Okay,
So are you
so we have the
proposing
substitute motion, we
motion?
have a first and second.
May I repeat that?
Yes,
Financial cost report every 6 months. The committee's to elect its own chair. Turn my microphone on, excuse me. With the language that non-council committee members serve at the pleasure of the city council. And I believe that was it.
Oh, my coffee's gone.
Mayor Fasenelli.
yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes,
Councilman Colacott.
No.
Councilman Nelson.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
No.
Can we go back to the original motion?
Yes. 1 sec. The original motion, correct me if I'm wrong, financial cost report every 6 months, committee to elect its own chair, the removal language for the non-council committee members, and that the 2 current members of the CDC shall be the council members assigned to this committee.
And I gave you specific language for that, the same as in the investment advisory committee.
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't have that language yet.
You don't have that
We haven't
language?
gotten to that committee yet, so.
No, it's the same language that's in there.
In parens, it will be CDC.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, a vote on that resolution, which is 2015-3309. Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
You ready? 2015-3311, a resolution to formally establish the Investment Advisory Committee.
Any changes in the language here?
I had one change I'd like to suggest. Given that we were all looking at who was supposed to elect the chair and the vice chair, and we had to go back to 1996 to look at the minutes that create this committee, I found the interesting part that was in there that I'd like to include in this. It was in the original proposal for that. And it said there shall be no term limits for members of this committee. I'd like to add that to it.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion to add that to the
I'll second that.
description.
I have some discussion here only because this city took it to vote to have term limits for council. So, I mean, and that went to vote whether personally we all agree or don't agree. The city voted for term limits for the council, so it's an item for discussion.
But my thinking on that is that the city council has discretion anytime to take anyone off a committee. They have discretion not to reappoint anyone. That provides enough term limits for them. But as long as a person's doing a good job, is being very productive for the city, I don't see why we should take them off. We have some very capable people on that committee now, and I'd hate to see any of them go.
You know, while I agree with the general philosophy of rotating so you don't get a stagnant group in power, so to speak, all the time, and while I think that makes sense for the city council, for this type of limited involvement with specialized knowledge on investments, I have to agree with Bill that there's enough flexibility here. We've exercised some here on the new appointments. I think that it makes sense to pull that limitation, because if we have good investment advisors, they're serving for free, they're knowledgeable with what's going on, and I think it makes sense to be able to retain them if there's a problem or we want some fresh blood to some extent. You know, council can do that, but I hate to give up experienced, you know, professional advisors that have background in this that are willing to stay here and work for free, and so I think that makes sense.
Rick,
That
my
clause-
sentiments exactly, yeah.
That clause hasn't been put in any of the others, so it's okay with me. But I want everyone to just be aware of that, and I know that was there to begin with.
Council doesn't require specialized knowledge. You just have to have some common sense and be able to get along with people, and, you know, and you can serve up here. But that's a specialized group.
It's not always true.
How'd you get on, Council?
Yeah, you can even do it when you
That's
can't get along
that's
with
my
people.
motion to add that. Did I
So,
get a
you know,
second?
I don't want
I
to
got a
give up
second.
specialized people out
Okay.
there. if
There
we-
there
if we
was
have to.
something else in that original city council, the minutes though. And what was in it was that the council members who didn't sit on that committee got to nominate somebody to sit on that committee. That's the other paragraph that is in those minutes. Do you have, okay.
the history?
I don't know whether, did you read that or not? Yeah.
I
So-
read that.
I'm asking Mr. Mills if he does. I just want to make sure that everyone else knows that that was also in that. So I don't want,
But then also, over time, it's kind of meandered a
Sure,
little bit,
just to
too.
make sure that
And that's what we're,
maybe if you want that or not, so keep
Well,
that open.
We have the ability, the council has the ability to change all this
Sure.
anytime they want.
Mhm.
So that's why I think the safety valve is, you know, it's not depriving the public of the right to be elected and kind of control the city's situation, as the general public may want to sit up here and do that. This is a professional group, and if we got good professionals, you know, unless we want to give them up, I don't see why we should be forced to have them leave when they don't want to leave and we want them.
No, this wasn't about that. This was about
No.
the other end. This is the other portion of.
it's just
the
wringing it
minutes.
out, basically.
Yeah.
We're just trying to clear the air, and then it's done. So,
So if I may, Bill, if I can add just one thing to your motion as well, if it's okay with you, that the non-council committee members serve at the pleasure of the city council. We'll just write that
Yes,
in there.
yeah.
Sure. Okay with the second of the one?
Yes.
So there will be the motion to adopt resolution 2015-3311 with the provision that there shall be no term limits for the non-council committee members, and the provision of the non-council committee members serve at the council seat.
I have a question. Are we going to show the history of this, like you're going to, or?
I can, but right now that might be counterproductive. We're on a good roll.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not.
Yeah, but this is making sausage, so,
What are you referring to?
well, there's a whole history of all the different actions through
Just for IAC,
Okay, all right.
just for the IAC. I didn't have time to
Take the vote.
patch together all.
Let's take a vote.
Well, hold on.
Let's take a vote.
Let's move the question.
Let's move it.
Whether the councilman has, Councilman Mills has
'Cause you-
obviously
you-
something to say here.
Because there was a lot of angst about all this. There is a history that started in '96. It has several other council actions and memos and memoranda, and then also it strayed away a little bit. Then it was more formalized in 2010, correct?
The committee was established in 1996, or around that time.
That's
The first meeting was in '97, and this came from, at the time, the Citizens Finance Advisory Committee. As I believe Mr. Preston mentioned. It was comprised of three residents in the city's finance committee, and then the three additional council members appointed their own member. The chair was elected from individuals appointed by the council. That's where the confusion took place.
Okay.
In 2006, so from '96 to '06, it operated the same. In '06, the city council created one alternate seat. In 2008, they added another alternate seat. So there were two city council members, finance committee, 3 voting members, and then 2 alternate members. And then in 2010, they granted voting power to all the committee members, including the alternates. So now there's 5 voting members and kept the 2 alternate seats. So that's bringing it up to the current structure today.
okay.
With 2 finance members, 5 voting, 2 non-voting.
And then, of course, Michelle and Dennis, right? They advise, okay, okay. Part of the discussion. Okay. And that's where we're at today.
That's where we're at.
And then we just, okay, so now that is, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that all this has gone through a metamorphosis over time. So that's where we're at.
Isn't
But
it
what
all?
we're doing here is codifying it.
Yeah, it's all
Exactly.
reinvented and superseded by this.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we were trying to get to, but of course, the discussion in the interim can be,
It's productive.
yes, in the end, it gets everything's cleared out.
And the committee members themselves will appoint the chair and the vice chair.
Correct.
Correct. Great.
Here we go. Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Pascal.
Yes.
Motion carries. 5-0.
Am I back to 50? Where am I back to?
I'm feeling guilty about my Billy.
Back to 1.
Thank you.
Back to 1.
I didn't like the unanimous.
We moved earlier from 1 and 2
Okay.
to Avenue 16.
So we gotta do now the Investment Advisory Committee the appointees.
Not worth it.
All right. Number 1, appointments to the Investment Advisory Committee.
Are we open for the Investment Advisory Committee? I have a motion on this. I'm going to move to appoint as voting members Underwood, Pollock, Rhine for 2 years, and Doty for a 1-year term, and McCarthy as non-voting member A and Reese as non-voting member B to be appointed to a 1-year term. Yes.
We should allow public comment.
Huh?
We should allow public
Yeah.
comment on this.
We,
Oh,
we
we're not
haven't
pub-
had discussion,
oh.
discussion and public
Okay.
comment since there isn't discussion. Do we have any public comment on item number 1? I don't have any blue cards. Jared?
He's got a blue card here.
Yeah, I know,
You
he's
got
got
one.
some
You
over
got
there
one
too.
here.
Dennis, you got one.
I've got mine, and it says completing the form is
You're
voluntary.
looking better.
Yes, it
Dennis.
is.
Single comment, I made it before, I will make it again. I have not heard one good reason for having non-voting members. I believe all the members should be voting. And it is an advisory committee. It is a committee that can do nothing by itself without coming through the city hall. So to identify certain members as being voters and certain members to not voters, I see to be no advantage to that at all. And I would recommend that they all be voting members.
No, I agree. We just picked this
But
up
we- but
because
we-
it was there.
No, but we just,
What we
we've
just
already
did-
done that.
We
That-
just adopted the structure of 5 voting and 2 non-voting.
That would have to
Those
be-
comments would have been better made at the time we.
They didn't
did
have
the
public comment then.
Investment Advisory Committee.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did. We had on all the committees.
I didn't hear you say public comment then.
No, we had public comment because we had We had, where's Mr. Brown? I know he
We had
came up.
Mr. Brown and Mr.
Oh, that
Underwood
was
didn't
back when
speak.
you were at the beginning of all committees,
Yes.
That's correct.
That was the appropriate time.
Anyway.
rather than
Again,
having them at each.
we hear you, Dennis.
Okay.
If I may though,
Yeah.
we got rid of term limits, so we're taking term limits out for everybody.
Okay.
So should we
Got rid
So
of
the
term.
1 year, 2 year doesn't matter. We got rid of term limits?
No, 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 the time frame is not it. What's,
Can we recall the?
what's up for the investment?
Jared, if you look at the original minutes from the language in the minutes from 1996 claims that they can be on every 2 years, they need to come up for reappointment, but there's no term limit. So they can stay on 50 years at 25 reappointments. That's what Mr. Nelson was trying to, that's how we voted for that. We voted for it.
So we'll still do.
They still have to have staggered terms, and they'll have to come up and be reappointed.
What my understanding of, there's 3 members that are up for reappointment, and there's 1 vacancy on there because I resigned at the end of the year and I have 1 year left on my term. So what you need to do is appoint someone to fill my 1-year term, and you have 3 people up for reappointment that's requesting 2-year terms. And my motion is that we appoint those 3 members that's up for 2-year terms to reappoint them for their 2-year terms, and that the new member, Doty, be appointed for a 1-year term to fulfill the remaining part of my term. And then Reese and McCarthy as the non-voting members.
That makes sense. I'll second that.
For Reese and McCarthy, excuse me, for 1 or 2 years? 2 years?
Well, I don't know. You had 1 year on there. I don't know why it wouldn't be 2 years. I don't know if the non-voting members are 1 year or 2 year. If it's 2 years, then 2 years.
Are we gonna?
I need some discussion on this, but I have to hear what, I can't follow
Madam Mayor,
what he's saying.
I'm just, should we reconsider in light of Dennis's comments, the voting issue? Because to be honest with you, it's an issue I never considered. I just took it, I was just dealing with what was there, you know, thinking about filling the spots. He has a good point. Why are we discriminating, say this person should or shouldn't vote? It's an advisory recommendation committee. Why bother with that? Why make that complexity? We've rewritten the entire committee instruction. It's been superseded by this one. Why even have that in there? What's the purpose of it?
Well, Rich, I don't know why they made the first alternate, but I was on it when they made the second alternate.
Right.
And the reason they made the second alternate, because we had an excellent candidate, was Bill Underwood, and we didn't have any place to put him on there. So the council created an alternate, so he could attend the meetings and participate in the meetings.
Right.
But he was not a voting member. And eventually, when an opening came on, we put him on opening. And we never appointed any alternates. That was the thing. This is the only first time we have gone to appoint any alternates since then. There hasn't been any alternates on this for the last, what's it, Bill, been 5, 6 years, maybe?
Okay, so.
No, not quite that long.
No.
So the one thing we could do is just not to appoint any alternates.
Well, we've got, you know, we've now taken a lot of time. We've got competent people here with good backgrounds that want to serve. It is an advisory committee, you know, so it seems to me, and we can leave it the way it is, or we can put them all in as voting and make it a little larger. You know, I'm just wondering if that doesn't make sense.
Well, why don't we deal with the appointments right now? Because that's where we're at, that's what's open. When this finishes, if we want to bring up,
Because
about
that'll
opening it.
redo, that'll
There-
make us recreate the.
Well, I think that's how it has to be handled, because we're on this item, am I correct?
Yes.
Megan?
Yeah, we have
Megan, am I
motions.
correct?
Reconsider, if we can't open the other item?
I was just looking at the municipal code provision, which provides that a motion to reconsider any action by the city council may be made only at the same meeting in which such action was originally taken.
With the
Such
one on the
motion
side.
must be made by one of the prevailing side, but may be seconded by any council member, and may be made at any time, and shall have precedence over all other motions, except while a council member has the floor.
Well, based on that, I'll make a motion to reconsider for however it comes out, the issue of the 2 non-voting spots. So we can discuss it and decide what council wants to do and clear it up right now.
And I'll second that.
Rick, I would suggest that we not go back and redo this meeting, that we would take it up sometime in the
Yeah.
future.
It has to be done this meeting.
No, but you can
You can
always.
also supersede it later.
You can always make another agenda.
But then you have to.
You can always put.
Then you have
can
to
always
notice
put it on
the,
agenda anytime
notice
you
the
want.
hearing and everything.
through all that
Well,
again.
because we have a lot more stuff left on the agenda for
Not really.
tonight.
Or-
Oh, yes, we do. We have a lot more, believe me.
That's my motion. It was seconded, and you can,
Okay.
I think we ought to vote on it, one way or the other. However it comes out, it's fine with me, but I think we ought to address it. Dennis had a valid point.
Why isn't it just a quick vote? You know what you're voting on. Either make everybody a voting member or don't.
So there's a motion and a second. Let's call the question.
Okay.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Passmiller.
Yes.
So it's 4-1, we'll reconsider the previous resolution.
Just get it done. Okay.
7 voting members?
Well, I'll move then that we make all members voting members.
And I would suggest perhaps we provide that it has up to that number of members, so we don't always have to worry about filling it. And
Up to.
we have good competent
okay.
people that are serving.
Well,
let 'em
that's
serve.
what it always says, is up to, isn't it?
Up to.
It doesn't mean you always have to have all
It
of them.
doesn't say that now.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's my motion. We make it up to that number. What
Second.
is it, 7?
Up to 7 voting members.
Okay.
Okay. No alternates, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question, though. Can people from the outside attend these meetings anyway?
They can attend.
Because they're
public
agendized
meetings.
meetings, so
Yeah,
no
they're-
problem.
They're Brown Act meetings. They can always attend.
Problem. So then you have no issue.
Well, I make that motion, so.
I seconded it
Second.
already.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bill,
Or did you
Greg
second
did.
it, Bob? Okay.
I have, oh, sorry, I wrote you down.
But whatever.
He's gonna third it. No.
Up to 7 voting members.
All right.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Mayor Passmiller.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Now,
All right.
that way we can appoint all the members that you have on here for a term, but you're going to have to stagger them. It's going to be like the,
Why don't we just let them sort it out and come back for us? We'll vote on it next month.
no, I would just suggest that the 3 that's on there, that we reappoint them for 2-year terms, and the new ones we appoint them for 1-year terms, so next year they'll come up for a 2-year
On the
term.
stagger, right?
That would stagger it.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I said, you're going to penalize new people that came in.
There's no penalty. There's no penalty.
So you're gonna penalize people that's been on there a long time.
That could be
and provided great service and gained us
This is not
50,000.
about providing great service. It's about
50,000
welcoming new people to come in.
But these are people that have earned us $50,000 over the last 5 years in additional interest income over and above what we would have gotten with our current investment.
And
you would rather penalize them than
There's
someone
no
that you.
pen, just, you know what?
I don't think there's any penalization here at all.
Well,
I don't think
I
there's
don't
any
either.
penalty, but I also think I think you ought to give credit to the people who have come in that are new also, that's all.
Madam Mayor.
And just not unilaterally
stagger.
give
Yeah,
one.
but have
You
you
need
heard-
to, yes.
Have you heard us? I have a suggestion, okay?
Can I
This is
offer-
never gonna end because it's a policy issue, so maybe we can make this real easy. We have one spot that's a 1-year spot because Bill terminated early.
Yes.
We have 2 new people coming on. We know the existing people have been there for a long time, they're doing a good job, they like it, and apparently they'd like to stay and keep the 2-year terms. The 2 new people have no exposure to this committee, and frankly, don't know whether they'll like the committee or not, and after I heard about the first meeting, they may not. So, that being the case, why don't we take it easy on them and just see if there's one of the new members that would like to take it for a,
Come because they're interested in this subject.
so let's just,
Okay, all right,
let's just
all right.
invite them to, if anyone would like to volunteer for the 1-year spot so they can sample it. I'm sure they'll probably be reappointed very likely
We need
anyway
to,
if they want
we
it.
need to choose that now according to,
Yeah, give
right
us the
now,
card.
don't we need to set
you,
this
Dennis?
up?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's-
so
that's
let's
what I
set
was
the,
basically gonna
we
say,
need to take
is
a
that the
discussion.
1-year term
Here we go.
is good for new people.
Excuse me, public
because
comment is
that
closed and we're
allows them to
actually
bow
making
out
decisions here,
gracefully
Rick.
Without, if they.
Public comment's closed right now on this. We're here now to make the term limits for them. Okay? This is where This-
current structure. Red are current members, the green are new members.
And if you do that, then next year, you would have Dan Carberg, 4 of them coming up for renewal, and the next year you'd have 3.
I
So it's
can read it,
perfect- it's
I
perfectly-
understand that.
So
I
it's,
see that.
it's three and then, and 4, or 3 and 4.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that's a 1 year right now.
Exactly.
So
That's it.
He's got 1 year left on his
Yeah.
existing term.
it's okay. It's part of the stagger. It's just, it's,
So that's my motion to do it the way it's listed here, to make the appointments the way it's listed here.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes,
Carries 5-0.
No, I just, can I make a brief statement?
of course.
I'd just like to say, anyone that got the one-year term that wants to remain on this committee, we appear to have a very competent, good panel, and I suspect they probably won't have any problem at all staying on it, and it does accomplish the staggered term limit.
All right. Megan, 15? Ah, law enforcement, okay. Trying, okay.
Okay, what number is that?
Open up public comment.
Appointments to Law Enforcement Advisory Committee.
We can have is there any discussion first? Okay.
2.
All right,
Any
Public-
public comment?
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Public comment
Yes,
on the Law Enforcement Committee.
well, you can interpret it that way.
Okay.
But we have 14 people who've been sitting here since 7 o'clock. About the community foundation, and, it's past my bedtime, and I'm wondering why you're making the whole audience sit here and go through everything when we'd like to go home. We didn't get voted to be up there. So I'd appreciate if, since you moved one item up on the agenda, that you move our item.
I did try. I just tried again. I was told to go back to 2. So I sympathize that you're sitting there. I'm sorry.
Should be, because I don't think so dead.
Well, stay up a little bit, just a little bit longer. We're trying to get through it. There's a lot on this agenda. All right. Public comment.
To your audience next time, because you do have a lot of people here who gave up an evening to come and speak about something. They're all the same subject. And
Okay.
when we leave, you're only gonna have the ones that
Thank-
always come to the city.
Thank you. Seeing there isn't any public comment, appointments to Law Enforcement Advisory Committee.
So move.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. So now we're back to number 13. And this is number 15.
I would like to take 15 unless there isn't anybody here who objects to move 15 up.
No?
Okay, all right, number 15, direction to the Villa Park Community Service Foundation. All right, going to open up public comment.
No public comment?
We have some cards up
I
here?
have some cards up here, but I
Call them up.
believe we'll let Chairman Bender take it, and then we will call them.
Hi, Doug.
City Council and neighbors, good evening. Or good morning, I forget which one it is. I have a little bit of a preamble, just 2 quick points, one of which is that I'm here to actually sort of read an open letter to the City Council. So I appreciate your indulgence. It's not that long, but it's on behalf of all of the members of the Community Services Foundation. as opposed to all of them getting up here and saying things that they really want to passionately say and keeping us here until Thursday morning. We want to get it out of the way all at one time. So I'm speaking on behalf of, as chair of the Community Services Foundation. Again, the name is Doug Bender, 18262 Evergreen Circle. The second thing I want to point out before I read the letter is that once I'm done with it, I'm done. I will not talk about this again. I will not entertain questions about it. I will not discuss it. And that's my preference. So let me just share this with you. I'm sure it'll be quick and painless for most of you. It's with great regret that we submit this letter on behalf of the entire Villa Park Community Services Foundation board, but we believe we have no choice. We regret it because it implies that we have to be at odds with one another, and nothing could be further from our hearts. The last few weeks, and particularly the last few days, has created such an uproar that we felt it was important to share our collective thinking. We understand that there are items recently put before the City Council as part of the agenda that questions the way we operate the Investment Board and the Villa Park Community Services Foundation. We can't speak on matters before the Council about the Investment Board, but we will attempt to share our view about a myriad of comments made and opinions shared, either in private or publicly made, about the workings of the Villa Park Community Services Foundation Board in total or its members individually. The plain truth of the matter is this: we simply want to serve our community with trust and respect. We have been residents of Villa Park for many years, some of us for decades and generations. With the exception of about 3 of the 11 of us, we have passionately served the board for over 5 years. We've worked extensively with each other in a variety of capacities and are collectively humbled by each other's level of service to Villa Park and a number of its philanthropic and charitable organizations. There are board members who take active roles in a variety of organizations, and our experience and dedication contribute to the ongoing family culture in our town. As a direct result, many of our small town events are large and impressive in nature, made special with attention to the most finite details, a feat only possible with the consistent dedication of hundreds of hours of service per volunteer per year. Now, we're not trying to blow our own horn here. May sound like it. We know that in doing the work we undertake, we don't always get it right, but we are absolutely passionate about making sure that our hearts are focused on doing the right thing. As with almost everyone in this life, we don't necessarily like negative criticism, but we do take it to heart and have many robust discussions amongst ourselves, and even an argument or two about whether we're getting things right or wrong. Thankfully, we do embrace new ideas and have worked diligently to try out new ideas, partnering with new volunteers and others who don't just complain, but roll up their sleeves and help out in the process. As you may already realize, this board isn't a bashful crowd, and its members do speak up when they believe that something is wrong. Now, this doesn't mean that we can't be wrong. We recognize that we're human too. A number of comments have been made over the last several days that have offended us, frankly, and probably hurt us more than offend us. We aspire to a higher way of dealing with differences of opinion about how we can be more successful for our community. We don't discourage the public from coming to our meetings to speak their minds, even when it might hurt our feelings. But we do expect members of our city council to also understand, as public servants yourselves, that collaborating, cooperating, and accepting leadership in each other is a more preferable way of operating than throwing a topic on the city council agenda to be aired in the public without fully understanding or discussing the facts of the matter before they become public kindling for conflict. And it doesn't have to be that way. As we all know, when this happened, many in our community, and frankly many on our board, can get the wrong messages, the wrong information, come to the wrong conclusions. It almost feels as if our governmental oversight process is being used to take to task the Community Services Foundation Board for something that isn't broken. We feel hurt and frustrated by this. The fact is that while we have lots of things to work on, we get a lot of things right. Bill Nelson, before he left our board, saw to it that we had the first ever independent financial audit, which we passed with flying colors. No problems noted, no improprieties, no big deals. In addition, we put checks and balances in place so that we have 2 independent mini audits each month of our books by upstanding members of the community to ensure that we account for every penny. Our financial reports data is transparent and available to all, or is available for all to view on the Community Services Foundation website. There has been no cause or allegations of impropriety or misappropriation of funds, at least that I know about. We have been entrusted to give thousands to financially support very worthy activities in and around our fair city and the schools, and we recognize that not everyone will agree with our decision about what we choose to support versus not support. We also recognize that we should aspire to do more, and following our recent retreat late last year, committed ourselves to making sure that we spend more money to support more variety in community projects. In fact, we've pledged to go out and raise more money to tackle even bigger dreams for our town. We have implemented in the last couple of years new activities, like the summer movie nights, the recent 4th of July celebration, the concert in the park, and walking with a friend dog events, that by most accounts have been big hits for the community. These happened in addition to the many other events we take pride in putting on every year. We know that we need and should be held accountable for our work, and we welcome that. What we don't welcome are actions that leave us feeling as if though we have to be in conflict with others while we're trying to demonstrate our love for Villa Park. Please hold us accountable and help us to be better at what we do. Please don't let us go off in a direction that clearly isn't good for our city. Please come alongside us and help us. But please don't assume anything but positive intent in our collective actions. Locating the types of volunteers willing to expend the amount of hours and dedication to projects like summer picnics and concerts and movies and parades and tours with the amount of passion and resources and time and fervor as those on the foundation board is difficult. These types of volunteers, whether for the board or major events, are hard to find, even for larger popular organizations. So it is of particular note that our humble city is favored with so much appreciation to service and volunteerism by so many people. Undoubtedly, absent these volunteers or restricting these volunteers, we have a negative impact. We think it'll have a negative impact on our community events and morale, and result in an overall decline in the quality and the quantity of community service here in Villa Park. We don't want to discourage anybody from serving simply because we can't practice strong teamwork, and I say we, I'm talking about the foundation board and the city council, because we can't practice strong teamwork and model the way in terms of good leadership behavior on all our part. In conclusion, such aggressive measures as is indicated on the council agenda focused on the operations and micromanagement of the Community Services Foundation Board simply signal to us a conflict that simply do not have to be and will likely have a negative impact and decline on effective volunteerism in Villa Park, we feel. This holds true not just for the Community Services Foundation, but other major community organizations as well. We want to foster volunteerism here in Villa Park, and we want to do it for all organizations, not just us. For these reasons, among others, we hope that you'll not support any measures coming before the council that could clearly have unintended negative consequences on volunteerism, like those discussion items that have been placed on the council's agenda for tonight. We also hope that in the future, we can come together to discuss and collaborate on all opportunities related to the well-being of Villa Park without feeling that we are offending or fighting each other. We all have a right to our own opinions. Our opportunity is to respect each other's right to disagree, and to truly assume and practice positive intent. Those are my comments. A copy of this open letter has been signed by every member of the Community Services Foundation Board that's here tonight, and we thank you for the time.
We'll continue with public comment. MJ Lucero.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Marion Lucero, known as MJ. I reside at 18501 Jocatall Avenue. As a recently appointed new treasurer of the Villa Park Community Services Foundation, replacing Bill Nelson as of June 10th, 2014, I am deeply concerned over what appears to be a growing divide between the City Council and the Foundation. The divide is characterized by what appears to be a trust issue that, if not dealt with properly, may result in diminishing effectiveness of the Foundation's purpose. Since the new Villa Park City Council was installed on December 9th, 2014, there seems to be a growing council concern and involvement over the operational activities of the Foundation, beyond what many consider normal inquiry or interest. As you know, the Foundation was formed by the City Council to provide safe recreational and community activities for residents of Villa Park, and to lessen the financial burden of government in providing these services and potential liability. The Foundation was designated exempt by the IRS as a 501c3 entity on April 16, 2002, and has functioned successfully as such. It has contributed much to the community thanks to the dedication and service of a relatively small group of volunteers. Tonight, there seems to be 3 items on the city agenda relating to the Foundation. One proposal is to determine if the directors of the Foundation are serving in incompatible offices. One example cited, should they not serve on the Foundation and be on the Villa Park Women's League Board? The second is to impose term limits on the Foundation directors. And the third is for the council to get additional financial information from the Foundation and include it on the council agenda. Recent examples of what seemed to be overreaching by the City Council were highlighted in an email received from Deanna Fasinelli on December 3rd, 2014, asking on behalf of the council for the following information. Provide the check register for the last 2 years for all the financial bank accounts, Foundation bank accounts. Provide check register monthly to the council. Provide a listing of all bank accounts and the signers as indicated on the signature card at the financial institutions. And additional clarification on line items on reports. My response as treasurer to Deanna, dated December 30th, 2015, was based on the discussion that was held at the Foundation Board meeting on December 9th, 2014. I clarified all questions and stated concerns except for the check register request that was referred to Doug Bender, our Foundation chair, who took this action item on. These requests have been perceived by some within the Foundation as an undue measure of internal control by the City Council. The Foundation's financial statements are provided monthly to the City Council and posted on the Foundation website, providing complete transparency to the public. The city's proposal includes putting the Foundation's financial statements on the council agenda, the purpose of which is not apparent. This seems redundant, especially when the council does not put the city's financial statements on the council agenda. As a part of my responsibilities as treasurer, monthly reports are submitted to the City Council and are also posted on the foundation website. Those reports include full year budget versus year-to-date actuals, income statement year-to-date, monthly income statement, and a balance sheet previous year comparison. I also send a copy of these reports to each member of the Foundation Board and to Dennis Kulai, our City Treasurer. In addition, a reconciliation detailed and reconciliation summary is sent to the Foundation's Vice Treasurer, Nick Versteeg, and to the City Treasurer, Dennis Kulai. As a built-in check and balance, the City Treasurer receives a current digital copy of the Foundation's QuickBooks database and a transaction report, which includes every check written, copies of all expense reports and itemized receipts, bank records, income reports, membership forms, copies of bank deposit slips, and all incoming documents. This was a system that was set up by our previous treasurer, Bill Nelson, and continues today. The City Treasurer audits each transaction made by the Foundation Treasurer and submits a final transaction audit report back to the Foundation Treasurer, which is scanned into the QuickBooks database for reference. And if you want to talk nitpicking, I'll tell you, Dennis goes over every dot on I and cross T that there is. So the questions you need to be asking yourself: 1, is there a trust issue? Potential conflicts of interest between charitable organizations with the same goals and objectives is hard to fathom. Are the women from the Villa Park Women's League board or members of other philanthropic organizations not capable or trustworthy of wearing 2 hats? If that is so, the City Council will force 3 executive officers of the Villa Park Women's League, Kelly Jordan, Andy Mills, and myself, and possibly others, to make a decision as to which organization they want to be a part of. One would think that the pursuit should be to create a better environment of volunteerism. 2, will term limits actually work within a small pool of potential volunteers? What happens when the pool runs out? And finally, is the council getting into the weeds, micromanaging or overreaching by requesting additional information from the Foundation to include in the council agenda? I would think time might be better spent on strategic city issues. I want to thank you for your time and consideration and not passing the proposed items on your agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Hunter?
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'm Bob Hunter. I live at 18312 Lincoln Street. I came here to second MJ's motion to not pass the things that you talked about, you've had on your agenda. I was very kind of upset to see those kinds of things brought up when most of them have already been dealt with over the years. As some of you might know, I was one of the founding members of the founding board members of the foundation, and served on that board for 12 years. I served as the first treasurer. I served as the first membership director, and then finally I was president for a short time. You know, we are volunteers. It's a whole volunteer organization. And to think that you would ask us to have only people who are not involved in anything else to be on our board is kind of silly. The people who are involved in this community are the people that are the volunteers who do everything. To not have a couple of representatives or 3 representatives, as that board has now, because they're Villa Park Women's League board members, makes no sense at all. And then finally, about the financial information, from practically day one, that financial information has been available to the whole board, to the whole council. And I just want to echo what my good friend Doug said about the board members. I'm no longer on the foundation board, but my heart is still with it. I'm no longer involved in membership, but I can tell you that one of the problems that we have in this city is that we probably have only a 5% penetration of members of the foundation itself. Not board members, but just members. And that is kind of a sad commentary about this city, that we could not have 10% or 15% penetration in our households to put up $50 to support the foundation for the things that we have to do. So I just urge you to stop thinking of the foundation in a negative way and to cooperate with them to make sure that we get the message around the city that the foundation is a positive thing in the city. Thank you.
Joe Cooley?
You all know me. I'm going to ask you to all look at me. I'm an educational psychologist, and I've been looking at all of you tonight. You are the members of this group. You are our mother. And what you have all done by putting this item on the agenda is taking your children, the board members, off to Ralph's and swatting them in the bottom, like at Ralph's, so everyone can see. Now, all of you did not probably were on that page. That item on the agenda, I don't probably believe you all believed in. But I think it's time for something good to be said about the foundation. I don't know how many of you have ever looked at our website, but I work really hard to give a positive impression of our city with that. I will tell you about a third of the information that goes in the register about Villa Park comes from that website, because Rebecca tells me that. So I really hope that each one of you will spread the good word about that, will join the foundation and do something positive rather than try to do some things like was in the boat parade in 2013, we almost lost because of some negative input from the council that made some assumptions that were not true. And again, we had some assumptions tonight that definitely were not true. So I hope you will scrap all those ideas and do something positive to support us. That's the right thing to do. If you are mom, you praise the child, you don't beat them in Ralph's. Thank you.
Carol Stone, do you have more? Would you like to come talk?
No, I said my fair share. I thank you for hearing us out.
Of course.
We're all very passionate about this.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay. Bring it back to council. This item here, there is nothing to vote on tonight. This was direction to the council to look at things. There's nothing here that's being voted on. And these are just examples, good or bad, that were collected from comments, from members, from residents, and complaints that came in, and that's what this was for. In addition to doing it, Jared put the bylaws in here for everybody to review, to see what the foundation is and what it's about. I hope that everyone's read it. I have some questions on it, and I'm sure that there are some good answers, but I'm not necessarily sure if this is the place to ask them, but I'd like to bring up some items and have some discussion among council here just to make sure. We get the financials monthly, and they're posted on the website thanks to the council here asking for that to happen. When we get the financials, we read them. Some of us have questions. So those questions are directed back to the treasurer or to the chairman or to the vice chair, not to the entire board, because there's a Brown Act issue. The questions sometimes are simple, sometimes they're not, but we have a right to ask them. As far as the questions on asking about certain financial information from council members, we're allowed to, because as Joe Cooley said, we're the mother. The bylaws are very clear in not one, but two, but three areas that says that any request can be made for some financial data. When a council member asks for a check register, there was no reason. There's nothing there. But when someone says no, that they're not going to give it to you, and you ask again, and you ask again in a private setting, not up here, because I did not take that to council. And to this day, the minutes reflect that the check register is not going to be provided because we're not entitled to it. But we are. The foundation is a wonderful organization. It does a lot of good, has a lot of smart people on it. But it runs underneath the council. I was not here for the setup of it. I don't know if it was right or wrong, but it has to be run under government rules. It's a really hard job to do. We have to we have to be very patient regarding the Brown Act, reporting requirements, because the 5 people up here are the ones responsible for it. So no one, myself, I'm going to speak, is coming after any volunteer. We are also volunteers here. But we have our own checks and balances. Mr. Cooley is our treasurer. We trust him immensely. Nick, MJ, we trust them also. But when I reviewed these bylaws, I questioned things. And one of them was that there are 2 signatures that are required on every single check. I believe I had asked this question, which is one of the reasons why I asked, who are the check signers? There has to be 2 signatures on each check. I'm asking, when I come over here and it says that a director, we have the absolute right at any time to inspect the financial statements or to request information. What if somebody from the public comes up and says, I would like to see your financial information? I don't know how the foundation would handle that. So this is the place, excuse me, this is the place where the council up here needs to understand about the foundation and just make sure that everything is running properly. And no one has accused anyone of it being run improperly. And these items that are here is because we were looking at the foundation and every single committee. As you can see, we have spent all evening going over every committee. Okay? We didn't want to do that. There may have been a misunderstanding from this council up here as to Mr. Nelson's request when we were doing meeting assignments and committee assignments. But the city manager understood it, that we needed to make sure that we start formalizing everything. And that's what we're looking at here. We started it with the committees. We're looking at the foundation. There is nothing that anyone has done wrong. But we need to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And I'll leave it at that.
Madam Mayor, I really want to make it clear again. It was never my intent for us to go back and redo committees or look at the Villa Park Community Services Foundation. That was never my intent. My intent was only because you were trying to change committees without it being on the agenda. That was my only intent, that we should do that. If we want to change committees, we should do it on an agendized item. So don't put me into, looking at the foundation or changes to the Investment Advisory Committee. My comments had nothing to do with any of those. And you have used that time and time again to try to say I'm the reason that we're doing these kind of things. In fact, I had a question for staff. This item is presented as a staff-driven item. Is it a staff-driven item or is it a council member item?
The route was the initial request to the foundation for the check register.
No, you're not answering my question. Is it a staff-driven item? Is it a staff-driven item?
I can answer that for
Okay,
you.
all right.
I'll answer that for you.
Yes.
Because the Chairman Bender had a discussion with Jared and asked for council direction when I asked for the check register. He said that I was not entitled to receive the check register as a single council person. It needed to be collective. So to do that, it has to come to council.
I would like to respond to that. I don't like for people to mention my name, especially in such an unqualified way. I just want to be very clear about this. I said I wasn't going to say anything, but don't mention my name again unless you know for a fact what was said. There was a conversation. I was seeking advice and feedback from the city manager. The city manager recommended it. I did not request it. I did agree with it. It's a big, subtle difference, but a huge difference in the understanding of what's going on here. I did not ask the city council to do this. So don't blame me for this. Don't blame me for this. I felt, and I still feel, it was the right conclusion in terms of the conversation that I had with the city manager. But it was his suggestion, and I agreed with his suggestion because I was seeking support and trying to figure out how do we make some of this stuff go away. Plain and simple. Chairman Bidner did not initiate anything with anybody under any circumstances. I need that clear.
But my point is, it comes off as a staff-driven item. I think it's driven by a council member, and if it is, I think it should be stated that way, because it gives the impression that the entire council is asked for this information from the foundation, and I don't think that's the case with the entire council.
I don't believe that is what it is. But
Well,
I would like the check register.
I know. Well,
Which is what this is about.
Ask the question: what is the purpose of getting a check register? To me, you know what it says to me? It says a bookkeeping mentality, where somebody wants to see the check register. We have in place, we have in place a process that I put in place where I wanted to put in some compensating controls, since I was the only one dealing with the money there, and I wanted no improprieties on my watch. So I put in place some compensating controls. One was the vice treasurer does a bank conciliation, and that's Nick. He does a bank reconciliation. I proposed that we have someone from outside of me do a sampling of the transactions on a quarterly or monthly basis. But the guy we selected was Dennis Kulai. And he's unbelievably nitpicky, as she indicated. He didn't do a sampling. He looks at each and every transaction. he looks at every documentation backing it up and asks questions. And I'd have to write reports back to him and say, explain different things to him. So what's the point of getting a check register? Your treasurer for the city has looked at the check register.
Because we're entitled
No,
to it, and
this-
I want to see it.
Well, you can make a public request act and get
I
it
don't
as a-
have
as a
to,
citizen.
because we have a
But-
right
but-
to
but you-
ask
but-
for
But
it.
you have to have the whole council approval. to
No,
ask
I
for it
do
as a
not.
council- as a
Read
council.
your bylaws.
It says an individual council member can ask for
Yes.
this?
Megan, would you kindly
Yes, ma'am.
define our role up here as members?
The members
Foundation.
of the foundation are the current sitting members of the city council. The powers of the members, they shall have all the powers designated to the board of directors or any individual member. In addition, they have specified powers and rights. And then in a provision in the bylaws, in section 10.2, it says that every director shall have the absolute right at any time to inspect and copy all books, records, and documents of every kind, and to inspect the properties of the foundation.
Typically, inspecting records mean going to your office, inspecting the records, not providing you the records.
In whatever capacity
Yeah.
it needs, the inspection right is specified in the bylaws which govern the foundation.
I'm puzzled, Bill. Councilman Nelson, I'm puzzled as to why you would not supply the check register.
But I'm puzzled.
When I have it
I'm
right
puzzled-
here from
I'm
the
puzzled-
city.
I'm puzzled about what the purpose of it. What is
My
the
purpose
Oh,
doesn't
you saying you
matter.
don't need a purpose, you just.
I
you
don't
just-
need it in the bylaws. I don't, and
Oh,
neither does someone with the public
let me ask you,
information.
the council, you again, Megan.
Yes,
Does an
sir.
individual council member has a right to ask for anything from the foundation they want to?
Uh,
Individual council member,
It-
not as an entire council.
the members shall have all the powers designated to the board, so I would read that to mean individual members because it specifies that it's designated to the board of directors or individual director. So individuals can act, individual directors can act, so.
Well, that's not what you told me when we had an email exchange on this.
Right, we also discussed.
You
the-
indicated that a council member had a right to do a public records request.
That's also true.
But you didn't indicate an individual member
Right.
had that right, because I asked you the specific question, and you did not say that.
Now I have the bylaws to review now.
But I have your email, too.
No, I understand.
I have your email, it says exactly that.
I understand, and any council member would have the right to a public
But
records
that's,
act
that's,
request.
I asked the question then, why didn't you tell me that then?
At the time, I just didn't have the.
Perhaps because she has the bylaws
I have
now.
the bylaws now.
Oh, well, you mean you made a legal decision, you didn't even look at the bylaws?
Well, there was a right under the Public Records Act to the, there's,
That's what
appears
you-
to be multiple reasons for it.
Okay, forget it. I'm gonna make a motion here, I'm gonna make a.
You know,
okay.
others
There's
would
no-
like to be
there-
heard.
yeah, there-
Okay,
there's no
no,
motion.
Mayor, may I make a brief comment?
Yes.
Because I have to go to the restroom, okay? So, here's my comment.
Be
I
happy
would
to-
like
be
to
happy to
thank,
take a break.
sincerely thank all of the members of the Community Services Foundation for all the hours they've put in and all the time they do without cost and charge. I have no idea where this item came from or where it's there. I have no intention of supporting any of those items or requesting them. I don't know why we'd want them, and I'm thoroughly baffled by this, and I have to go to the restroom, so excuse me.
Adjourn for a few minutes.
Yes, the council would like to take
We'd
a
like to
break
take
for
a
a few
timeout.
minutes, if you don't mind, and then
Like
you
to take
can
a timeout?
return.
I think it's a good time
We're gonna
to
take
take
a
a
break
timeout.
for a few minutes, we'll be right back.
We've been going for 30 minutes.
How many?
Weren't those the two worst fireworks in the gas station?
Mr. Ulmer? He wants to have a, all right. Okay. What, Mr. Ulmer, would you like to speak? Thank you.
I'm on?
You're on.
Oh, thank you. You
You're on.
reopened public, or whatever this will be called?
Actually, this, you know
Thank
what? We're going to call it discussion, and that's not the proper term, but it's
Well,
discussion.
I
How's
came
that?
up in the early part of the evening, as you recall, and probably talked too much about the IAC and not enough about the foundation. And that's probably because I knew what storm was coming your way. And I want to really reiterate what I said earlier in fewer words, which is we're all for Villa Park. We're all volunteers in this room. Nobody getting paid, not even reimbursed for most things along the way. And it costs thousands, Mr. Collicott, thousands to get up where you are. So, and by the way, I applaud all your votes tonight.
No, thank you.
All of them. For a second meeting, it may as well be your 22nd. And your comments. Smoothing, really nice, really nice. We need some smoothing right now. And my concern is for Villa Park. It's for the council. You people are charged with responsibilities that are huge. Only you know. Most of the folks in here don't know, but I do. And I hope we don't have another recession. The Finance Committee bill will get tested. The IAC will get tested. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have a meeting to wrap up tonight. And we have a foundation that has said to you loud and clear, starting in early December, they felt hurt by the questions that were being asked. We didn't know from whom they came, whether they came from council, staff. It really doesn't matter. The questions hurt. And at some point internally, we said to our chairman, stop this for us, will you? And so he drew a line. And he drew that line at the check register level. Because if you ask me as a pharmaceutical executive if my products are any good, I drag out my Food and Drug Administration approval. Then I drag out my ISO, which is a quality process thing, certificate for this year. And I keep dragging down the line of certificates that are all done independently. We had those certificates for this council. For the first time ever, as someone said earlier tonight, we had an outside auditor. I voted against it because I knew what Dennis Cooley does to our poor new treasurer and what he did to Bill Nelson before that. So we didn't need an outside auditor. We had Dennis Cooley. He's worse. And we're all grateful for it. MJ's learning a lot. She's done a spectacular job. As an aside, you could have asked instead of for the register and kept chasing the register. And again, we don't know who's chasing it. We just know Jared's team or somebody's team's coming after it. And Doug said no. And he did his best to diffuse it in private, and it winds up in public. So everybody feels hurt. What do you think we're doing? Stealing money? This was the best financial year of fundraising that this foundation has had in its 15 years of life. And that comes after the 50-year celebration. We put all the money back in we spent and $15,000 more. MJ, if I'm off target, tell me. So, I mean, some people are charged with raising money in this community. Others spend it. We raise money and spend it in the foundation. And we try to run it not like a profit organization because we want to make this community better. We give money to the city council on a regular basis. When I sat up there, I asked the foundation for money, and out of the other side of my mouth, I asked the foundation to give back and help the city. That's exactly what they're doing. If you remember, 15 grand for a city entrance, all Barnett's fault. Beautiful stuff, by the way. Beautiful stuff. Not as good as the Marines, but real close. So at the end of the day, you know, we're all for Villa Park. You're all for Villa Park. We need people not to throw daggers at each other verbally. So please, I sat on a dysfunctional council for a long time. So did you, now that I think about it, where 4 of you worked your asses off and 1 person didn't. So get yourselves together again. or maybe for the first time. If somebody says have an off-site meeting, do it. But I'm rooting for each one of you, every one of you. And so are these people. But they don't want to be hurt by your comments, by your inquisitions. They want them to be higher level, especially when we spend $2,000 to $3,000, MJ, for an outside audit. Yes. Of the people's money who gave it to us to run a picnic or a Santa tour. But we spent it on an audit. Nelson wanted it. I don't always
requested
agree
it.
with him. I just happen to like him. But look, get yourselves back together, please, after this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay? We're all for Villa Park.
Next on discussion here?
I'd like to make a, is there any discussion here?
That's any discussion?
If there's no discussion, I'd like to make a motion. Is that appropriate? First of all, I'd like to make a motion that the city council really apologize to the Villa Park Community Services Foundation for what we've put them through. And I'd like to, the motion to indicate that we will dismiss all these suggestions in the report, not act on any of them. And we would further direct all the council members not to micromanage the Villa Park Community Services Foundation.
I'll second that.
Megan, is
this even appropriate?
it's not appropriate and it's not legal.
What's
We're the members, we can't,
what's not appropriate?
you need to understand
This wasn't a,
how the foundation works underneath the council. I mean, you can ask that of us individually, but not as an agenda item.
I said as individual, well, I mean
No, not-
individual, I mean individual council members, not the entire council.
There's no motion.
can we just dismiss this somehow? That's what.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. You just dismiss it.
But first of all, I think the council or someone owes the foundation an apology for putting them through all of this.
I have to agree with that. I don't know how this came to fruition, but my apology, much appreciation for everything the foundation does, and I'm really sorry that this fell out on, and hurt feelings, because I can assure you that there's no lack of trust or trust concerns that I'm aware of up here. This is I frankly, I just don't know how this happened, but I apologize on behalf of the council to the extent that I can do that, and I just want to thank you all for everything you do. It's much appreciated, and I never had any, thoughts of or interest in imposing this, and I really don't know that anybody here did, so I can't explain it.
I think that this came out wrong somehow, and in the end, as Bill and Rick just mentioned, it hurt a lot of people because it came out wrong. Sometimes we say things wrong. I think this was a series of comments over a period of time, several months, even a year maybe, and we did not, I know that I did not intend, I'm part of the foundation. I've done a lot of work with the foundation for the last 10 years. There's no way that I would ever think of that, but as a group here, I apologize as well. There is no other way around it. We admire your work. We want you to expand. We want you to have 50 members on your board, whatever it takes to make this and keep us the jewel that it is. So I don't know how we get this to go away. I'm sure Bob's going to say something.
Well,
I'm sure Deanna's going to say something too, and Bill will.
Well, I've already made a motion. My motion still stands.
Okay.
I think it's a legal motion, and it's directed at directing individual council members not to micromanage, not the entire council.
I'd like to move for a proclamation to the council supports the foundation's activities, and maybe Jared could put some appropriate language. So I'll put that out there for consideration.
Is that okay with Maker?
And my motion still stands. If I don't know if I can get a second or not.
I got a second, but it's.
You're saying, is it okay to include?
Yes, it's okay to include his proclamation in the motion.
But again, I think the whole council here would apologizes individually and as a collective. I don't think any of this was intended. None of it. It was just, we're under a lot of pressure from the government. You hear a lot about the Brown Act, yet they're serious. And I mean, we just all went through ethics training again. And it gets down to a lot of nitty-gritty stuff that really scares you. And we want you to be sure that we have your back, okay? That's the real message, that we do have your back. So, I
heard from three, how about the other two?
Well,
I've been talking too much again, I'm sorry.
No, but I mean.
As a new councilman,
It doesn't mean anything if not everybody.
We're not having a community forum here. Councilman Colacott,
I
go
just
ahead
want
and
to make
speak.
a comment. that
Yeah,
as
no,
a
I
new-
want you to speak.
As a new councilman, as the actual new liaison to the Community Services Foundation, I'm just learning about the organization, and I'm looking forward to working with everybody on the Community Service Foundation. Everything I've heard about you, the work that you do is great, and I'm hoping particularly to work with you guys on programs, particularly for our seniors. But yeah, I think whatever misunderstandings there have been, I don't think anybody intended anything along those lines. And again, I'm looking forward to working with everybody as we go forward.
I think your motion may be legal to our council, but I do believe it has too many facets to it and it's inappropriate. But there's a motion on the floor and there's a second, and we can take a vote if somebody can repeat the motion.
We have a motion and second, don't we?
I know,
Yeah.
I'm asking if you can repeat it.
Motion is
Could read
to apologize to the foundation, dismiss the suggestions as stated in the staff report, and direct individual council members to not micromanage the foundation, and include a proclamation of support towards the Villa Park Community Services Foundation.
That's a lot of stuff in one motion.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli.
Abstain. All right,
Okay, next time.
we are moving on. So, is it
17.
17?
17.
All right.
17?
Consideration of the membership? No, we need to do the budget first. Yeah, we need to do the budget.
Sorry, we missed
Uh-huh.
13.
We do have.
Mid-year, this is new business agenda item number 13.
Okay.
Mid-year budget review and budget adjustments. And this would be directed to you, Michelle.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Do you want to pull that?
Would you like a report, or have you read the information and have any questions?
I've read the information. I don't have any questions if there's any
Does
discussion.
Michelle approve it?
Michelle has approved it. Michelle has gone over it way too many times.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do have a couple of questions. One is, when you're making these budget adjustments, does it mean that, does the city manager have the authority to move around money within items? And does this budget adjustment mean that you're going to exceed the budget and he doesn't have any more room to move around money?
Correct. What occurs is, on our mid-year review, is that we go line item by line item, every
Okay.
account, what we anticipated based on my budget analysis of like major expenditures down to monthly, just the routine maintenance. And from those accounts, we're on track on some accounts. Some accounts were not. Well, what was the reason? We had carpeting, and that's something that's budgeted for, but it's 70% of your budget, but it's a normal expenditure. We're okay. We pass on that because it's a reasonable explanation. The areas that our budget level of approval for the city manager is that he can move money within a department.
Okay.
So he has the authority to move it within a department and a fund. So fund level. He can move it within a fund. But the reason why we do the budget adjustments, the biggest reason is for the carry forwards. And as I spoke with you earlier about the capital projects or any major expenditure that was budgeted for in the previous year that never came to fruition, or wasn't even invoiced until 14-15. So it's the accrual portion of the timing that now, okay, the expenditure hit in 14-15, but it was budgeted in 13-14. So we're saying, okay, we're pulling that from last year. We had a savings last year. Now this year, we're actually going to use it.
Okay.
So yes, the budget adjustments that I'm asking for in this document are to increase the dollar amount from what we actually budgeted for only 14-15.
Okay. The second question is, do you have a budget contingency?
Yes, we have a, one line item that we, and I know you're gonna laugh at me, it is $7,000 for our pretty much $3 million budget. And that is because we budget down to $100.
Well, not so much budgeting down $100. Most places have a much greater contingency than that, like a 5% contingency.
And council has always put the conservative part of Villa Park is we budget because this is exactly what we know we're gonna spend. This is all we're budgeting for. We don't budget a large contingency. That's just the Villa Park way.
No, but no matter how great a budgeting you're doing, there's always unexpected things that come up. And just what I'm saying, you should have a larger contingency to allow the city manager more flexibility without coming back to the council for, it seemed to me to come back to council for a $66,000 budget adjustment. It seems ridiculous, really. It
Agreed.
does for that small amount.
Agreed. Would
it
you like
just-
to recommend something?
Go ahead.
I'm going to open up public comment on this item. I don't have any cards, but if there's anyone out there who'd like to speak. Public comment being closed, we'll bring it back here.
Michelle,
Yes.
so if we needed $24,000 all of a sudden, how is that accomplished?
I would bring it back to council, and we would talk about what was the reason for, why we needed it, if we had fund balance to cover it, available fund balance, not our reserves, not our designations, our available fund balance.
So there'd be a minimum of 3 days to get that done. We'd agendize it, open up a council meeting and go after it, right? Even if it's on a Sunday,
Right.
24 hours.
Depends how,
If it's a special.
If it warranted a special meeting, it would be 24 hours. If we needed more money, we put it, like the roll call vote,
do
we
you think?
just agendize it, talk about it at the next city council meeting.
Well, Michelle, you indicated that a larger contingency might be of interest. How much are you thinking?
Well, Councilmember Nelson and I mentioned, 5% of your budget is reasonable.
Which is
$150,000.
Right. We could even, 100,000, I'd be happy.
You'd be happy.
50,000, I'd be happy. I mean, literally, when I first came, we barely had a budget. So we have grown this budget into this nice 200-page document that has a lot of detail, However, it's been the council's conservative policy. When I go to a budget and finance committee, we would bring forth, the recommendations for the year, and it would always be whittle it down. How can we whittle it down? How can we whittle it down? Which is good because it keeps us, tight, and we've been able to increase our reserves from 500,000 in 07 or 09 to we're at like 1.6, I think, in about 1.6 right now, and $1 million. So that's, we've grown it ridiculously because of the conservative policy. We do have another policy that the city manager is not allowed to make a purchase over 20,000. So if we had a contingency of 100,000, it's not that he's going to go, spend $70,000 tomorrow and you wouldn't know where it went. Exactly. Anything over 20,000, it would still have to come back to council. So it would just be, well, the money's in take it out of the budget contingency and put it into the proper account, which is a great recommendation.
But that money was not earning anything, correct? Or do you have ways of accessing interest-bearing accounts?
Just because it's in the expenditure account, it has no interest bearing. I don't take it out of account and put it into our checking account.
On paper.
It stays in our investing accounts until we need it, until cash flow is needed. So I only pull it out of the LAIF, the OCIP. Those are the ones that I pull out of. The long-term investment, I don't even touch. Okay. So it's not an interest issue at all.
So I guess you're looking for a recommendation, Deanna and Bill?
No, I just brought up, I think it's something we should consider the next
Absolutely.
time we do a budget. Not anything to act on tonight, but
Absolutely.
we just should be something we should consider the next time we do a budget, to consider contingency.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like we should have a little something extra.
Well, what's before you is to bring the budget adjustments that we need for the general fund, which is
Right.
66,000.
Yeah, this we have to do to continue on. Yes.
Right.
We have
And
to
so
do
each there's, I believe, 4 funds that we are requesting increases in.
Sure.
And anytime we increase a revenue or an expenditure, we have to bring it to council.
Well, we have our budget meetings that are coming up.
Yes.
And that's where we can take that
Absolutely.
discussion
That's
up
where-
at that point, okay?
We'll put it in.
Okay, we'll put it in the budget and finance. So I'd like to move to accept this mid-year budget review and budget adjustment.
Second.
You have several seconds.
I just want to make one comment. She said you come back to the council when you have a revenue adjustment. It means you get more money, you have to come back to the council, ask them if you can take it.
I bring it back to council as a increase to
okay.
our bottom line, just because when I do analysis on any new project or an idea that council wants to bring forward, that revenue is part of the fund balance that we're anticipating for, as they can see.
Okay.
So it's kind of the full picture for them versus just saying, okay, we need more money, but I'm not gonna tell you that we're getting more revenue.
But you just bring back them for information.
Exactly.
No, I said you don't bring it back for approval.
The mid-year budget adjustment, I did it in the capital projects, as you saw, that we're bringing money in, because that was money we were told we were gonna get. We're still waiting on some of those receivables, in 13-14, and we didn't get them. But we're also asking for additional expenditures, and that would put us about $400,000 in the hole, and I assumed that everybody would not like that.
Okay,
So
all
the
right.
reason is that we are waiting for those reimbursements.
Okay.
Motion to authorize finance director to amend the budget based on staff report. Mayor Pascal.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Colacott.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Motion carries.
14.
New business item number 14, the regulation pertaining to the purchase of sale and use of safe and sane fireworks. And I'd like to make note that there's only 6 people in the audience listening to the firework item on the agenda. So I just
As
want
opposed to 2 years
I
ago.
just want everyone to notice that.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a switch, isn't it?
Yeah, successful. So
So fireworks were approved by the Villa Park voters last November. The approved ordinance grants City Council its sole discretion to set reasonable rules and regulations. This meeting is to discuss whether or not you want to amend those current rules and regulations. I sought the input of the past vendors and stand holders. Some of their comments are incorporated in the staff report. They didn't want to change anything. They leave it as is. If anything, it was, to go from 3 stands down to 2. One preferably at the high school and one here in the town center. Now, just need to hear from you as a city council whether or not you want to amend any of the current regulations.
I have, there was a point of contention with the entities that had the booths that didn't have anything to do with the city, but they brought it to us trying to see if we could assist them, because they didn't know how to handle it. And it was their own housekeeping. You would have, and I'm going to make up the associations, the Rotary with the band, and then they wanted a PFSO to come in there, and they didn't know how to distribute the money, and they got into arguments how to distribute it. But that's not what we're here for. So what happened was, I believe in the application process should have one person applying for the booth. Right now, what's occurred, because it's been a virgin territory for us, is that we've allowed the PFSO, the band, the Rotary, and have all 3 entities on there, allow one person. How they share that booth, whether they share it with the tennis club, whether they share it with the Villa Park Elementary, is really a concern to us, as long as the proper entity is the one who applies for the license. And that would be, so that's my suggestion, because there were a lot of questions coming to the staff. I have a second suggestion, being that I think we should have shorter selling days. I think most cities, the selling days, I believe, are 4. We have 7. I have worked the booths both year. I've worked them the first day, I've worked them the second day, I've worked them the last day. First day, there is not much. They will buy this, I believe they will buy the same amount. I'm open to that, but I think it'd be easier if they were only open 5 days versus 7. So that's my thought on this.
Well, what do the vendors say that day?
Well, I got that from the PFSOs because, you have to staff it. You have to staff it with 12 people on, the first time, and nobody comes. I worked it. We sit around and we talk. And it's a bit difficult to staff during the end of June, beginning of July, because everyone's gone. So I can't certainly ascertain that they would make less money, but I think that they would make the same amount. But that's just up for discussion. It's not.
Can we just leave this open and they can do what they want?
No, we have to decide how many days the firework stands
Up
are
to.
to remain open.
Could be an
Well,
up
we
to?
can decide. Right now, you're allowed to sell from the 28th to the 4th. The vendor said, you know what, if we only want to sell for 4 days, we'll open for 4 days. Let us decide that.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard from them. They want to open earlier. I've heard let's open at 8 a.m. as opposed to 10 a.m. And then on the 4th, we actually shut sales down at 8 p.m. and they wanted to extend that to 10
I
p.m.
think it's safe.
They
I
want
think 8
more
o'clock
sales.
Yeah, I know. I think 8 o'clock is safe.
I think in this town, I don't think anything past 8's good, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, let's get out of here.
8 o'clock is safe. It's, in the end, it's been very profitable. It's been good for them. We haven't had any issues by virtue of the fact that we don't have a packed room.
Is it packed on July 4th at 6 p.m.? Buying things?
Oh, it is. Oh, yeah, the line's out the door at 6 o'clock. Yes, it is.
Yes, at 8:30, we were packing up and leaving. I'm with
But-
the football team, honestly, that's the only reason I'm here tonight.
Right, well. Hold on.
Then you got a bonus tonight.
I'll tell you what. Let me open up public comment. I'm going to open up public comment. Come and talk. No, I would like you to speak with public comment. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
My name's Chris Stamos. My office is actually upstairs, but I'm here with the football team.
Stamos, a Greek.
And whatever my dad's done or said to any of you, I apologize for it.
No, I'm Greek also.
Oh, just the football team.
That's fine.
But, there was some concern that you guys were going to cut. The reason I'm here is cut it down from 3 booths to 2. I actually grew up here. I remember when there was fireworks stands on almost every single corner here, back in the 70s when I was a little kid. So I'm of the idea that, yeah, that was ridiculous, having them right next to each other, and was probably unfair for some group. I know we didn't do as well with it last year, the football team, as we did the year before, but I'm not going to complain. We did great. It was, it was definitely a nice deal. But if you guys would consider moving them, spreading them around a little bit, I think 3 would still be great. They used to keep on Villa Park Road when I was a kid, right on the side of the road. There was one there. I think there was one here. There was one at that end of the Villa, in front of this field. I mean, there was literally like 5 of them. So I'm not saying you should have 5 of them, but I think cutting it down to 3, the school, they start infighting. Water polo wants in, football says, hey, we were there at the beginning, before the Rotary, before the only ones that were doing it from the beginning, as I'm told, and I was on the board, but I wasn't part of that process. Jim Greer was it was the football team and the band, and so they're very protective of that. However, I think it can cause really some unnecessary fighting, like what you guys had tonight. That was quite interesting, especially since I'm a CPA. It was really interesting. But
Are you aware how it works? We have 3 booths, and and
no, I mean, I was a treasurer.
Lottery.
Yeah, I've been the
Okay,
treasurer of the
so,
football team the
wanna
last
make
couple of
sure
years.
you-
Yeah, so I mean, and I understand. We had actually half of one, half of
Yes, you
that
did.
one. But we could have had all of the first one, but we chose to share that with the band after the band couldn't work out a deal with the Rotary over here. So,
And that's the stuff, the stuff that.
Well, yeah, I don't know whose fault that was. I
That
didn't
has
say-
nothing to do with the city, so that's why I say.
You're right, it has nothing to do with you guys.
application, and the application should be
saying.
with one person.
Totally understand.
And hopefully with,
They'll work it out.
with years of experience, being the 3rd year, it'll be better.
well, that's what I'm saying. If you guys whittle it down to 2 stands, I think you might have some infighting, and it might not be such a positive thing for the.
But you're suggesting we have a 3rd location then?
I'm suggesting you have a 3rd location. Yeah, I mean,
You like the junior high, or you're
No.
talking about Serrano, or, I mean?
We don't pick the locations, though. That's up to the Booster Club to find a location to
Yeah.
put them. We don't pick any of the locations. You have to go to the landlord of the land and see whether or not
Even
you can
here,
pick
we
the
have to go
location.
to Ralph's.
Yeah, we didn't pick that location. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know how that part is.
Yeah, so I'll just let you know, yeah, if you can find a patch of land that it's legal to put it on,
Yeah? I mean,
you know, we would take suggestions for that, because we couldn't figure out another spot.
well, that's something to think about. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's cutting it down from, I don't know if you guys, I guess you guys didn't care whether there's 2 or 5 in the shopping, or in the parking lot over there in front of Villa Park then. Okay.
Do you have any input on the closing on the 4th? That seems to be the biggest issue that I'm coming across. And most of what I'm hearing is they want it open more. They want to.
Well, I mean, there was a few, there was people that came up, but having been there, I wanted to go. I mean, I think everybody that's worked it, it's 7 days, it's a long time.
So
By
those
the
last
end of
2
the
days are
weekend,
tiring.
everybody just wants to pack their stuff up, go, and get home, and
So you're happy leaving it at 8?
and that's fine. I mean, at that point, I mean, they've had a week to figure it out. I mean, if you can't find it by then, you're not going to find it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Well,
One thing that we can do to address, not having 2 on the high school campus is institute distance requirements, where stands cannot be located within 1,000 feet of each other.
I'm not sure you want to do that.
yeah, I don't think I want to do that.
I'm
Yeah.
sure you want to do that.
Yeah.
Because there was some logic, and I heard this discussed, in shoving those things together. Because what happened is, the people would come up Taft, and they would go to the first stand.
Yeah.
And the second stand, 100 feet or 50 feet away, got stiff.
That's what happened.
So what they talked about was, they said, we talked about cutting one out, and they said, you know what, we really don't want to cut one out, because frankly, we get to the point where we've got business, and we can use both of those for sales exposure, so we'd rather have the 2. So there was some discussion of shoving them together and essentially making it one big stand, so that they weren't discriminated against by being the one that was further down the road where the second one got hit. So frankly, I would say my suggestion is we leave this thing completely alone and let them work it out. It's working great. Let them work it out and quit futzing around. Government has a tendency to change the rules all the time, and the private sector's got to go out and adjust all the time and try and work it out. The IRS does it every year. So let's just leave it alone and let the private sector work it out. They're making money, they're happy, we haven't had any problems. The only thing I was concerned about was maybe extending the time, but after hearing this, I don't think we even need to do that unless they scream. So I suggest we just leave it alone.
Well, I'd like to have the application, though, be one responsible person, rather than having 4 entities. As the applicant, it's one applicant.
How does that play out? What are we doing now?
It's got to be either the Villa Park PFSOs, or the Women League, or the Foundation, or
What's
the
happening
Rotary.
now?
They put all 3 names on there.
Who gets those apps?
So the applications I received them.
Right.
They're submitted to me. After that, I'll verify that you are an eligible stand holder.
Right.
And that's it.
But did you get one app, or is there 20 people on an app?
We get one application, and right now, we have it listed who is going to be part of that application. Because the way that our permit is written is so there's 3 permits total. 2 of them are shall issue. The Foundation, Rotary, Women's League, and Friends of the Library are one shall issue permit, assuming they want to work together. And then the PFSO groups are another. The third is by lottery. Well, I need to know whether or not those groups want to work with each other. So that's why I had it listed for 3 or 4. So we know on the application, okay, Rotary said they don't want to participate in fireworks. Friends said they do. Foundation said they do. Women's League doesn't. So you'll list the 2 on the stand with usually an action item from one of the other boards saying that they do not want to participate.
But you want one responsible party, so
Sure.
when you have an issue to go to, well, for example, they didn't get their business permit, who are you going to go to? Do you have to go to the Rotary and the Women's League and the league? You need to have a spot for one responsible party. That's it.
Okay, he just told us there's a spot for the responsible party.
But afterwards, they come to us with internal problems. Hey, we can't come to an agreement. Help us out. And I don't. I just say, well, that's up to you to decide.
I think you should leave it alone.
Yeah, I think you leave it.
I would leave it alone.
I don't want to get involved with that.
You need the responsible party line, so you know who the responsible person. But by putting those down, even if they're nothing more than memo items on there, I know how these groups work, because I kind of got this going. And by putting the list on there, it makes it easier for them to work, because they know who's there, they're on the list, and they're not going to come up with some big agreement. They're going to come in, they're going to come to terms with some of the members, they're going to put them on the list, and that's going to be the group that shares. That's kind of be their little memorandum on it, and I think we need to leave it alone. Put your responsible party to solve Deanna's concern, and other than that, leave it alone.
Yeah, that's all we need.
I don't think we need that. I think we just leave it alone.
Well, he's already got that.
Well,
Didn't you say there's a responsible party already on the application?
We just don't.
I think he's indicated, he solved your concern, because he says he has on the application a responsible
Yeah,
party.
that's what I'm telling you, he's already had
And
it.
then the other one's listed there, but. Yeah, then no space for others, so he has a responsible
already
party.
there.
Yeah,
It's already
that's
there.
what I'm saying, it's there,
Okay.
leave it alone.
So we don't need,
problem.
we don't need anything on this one then, do we? Since we're not changing anything.
I move that we leave it alone.
For the benefit of
what's
the
the
public,
motion?
do you have the date as to when the application process begins?
Applications are to be submitted during the month of April. So
Okay.
April 1st, I'll release the application on the website, and then they're due by the end of the month.
April 1st, due by
There's
April
not-
30th? Okay.
There's nothing to do here, is there? It's
No.
just a, yeah. okay.
Just an information item then.
Okay.
We're not gonna change, we're not changing anything.
Oh, we had that one. We're almost done. Oh, 17.
17.
We're not done yet.
Tony, that's been back there forever.
Yes.
Okay, 17, consideration of membership in the League of California Cities, and to determine whether or not to continue city membership in Association of California Cities. And if I remember correctly, we were discussing fireworks a couple years ago, and you were here till very late that evening also.
I was.
Okay,
I was.
I do remember correctly, though.
Yes, yes.
So, welcome at the same time.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tony Cardenas with the League of California Cities. Thank you for considering this agenda item. Well, back in 1898, our forefathers in local government knew in order to have a relevant voice up in our state capital, you have to have a united front. That was the genesis for the League of California Cities. 117 years later, our core mission remains the same, and that's to promote and protect local control. When the financial question is appropriately asked, does Villa Park and do its residents benefit from being a member of the League of California Cities? The answer is a resounding yes. Now, to help illustrate this, I provided a return on investment matrix for you. It highlights all the different pots of money that has been directly protected by the League of California Cities, specifically through a ballot measure, Prop 22, that we authored and helped pass in 2010. When you take a look at all those pots of money, going back to 2005 to current year, that ballot measure helped save about $2.5 million of taxpayer money belonging here to Villa Park. And when you compare that to membership dues, it's a significant return, 71 to 1. So again, when you ask that financial question appropriately, that matrix helps illustrate that. In terms of training, we offer training for city officials and city staff. We're a one-stop shop for all the various professions in local government, city management, city clerks, public works, etc. Those departments would be at your staff's disposal if they need them. But I would say the true power of the league is its advocacy efforts, moving the priorities, local government priorities forward in the state capitol. As a member, you would inherit a legislative department of lobbyists and analysts dedicated for advocacy analysis and being responsive to your needs. In terms of specifically here in Orange County, I am the local staff here of the league here in Orange County. I live in Anaheim. We have a membership of 28 out of the 34 member cities. We would certainly like Villa Park to rejoin the league. We meet on a quarterly basis in Orange County. We have a board of elected officials from Orange County. And again, should the city rejoin, I would strongly encourage not only the city council, but staff to become involved in the league to realize their maximum benefits that we could offer to you. And with that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
What local advocacy are you involved in?
Local advocacy. Well, we've adopted four strategic goals for this coming year. They are outlined in the statement that in the letter that's attached to your report. Our first strategic goal is to increase economic development and reduce regulation. The second is to seek more pension reform efforts and OPEB reform. The third is seeking financial assistance for much-needed infrastructure improvements throughout our state. And number four is to see ways in which we can update the tax code to address the new economy. So if we can help the state collect revenues that should already be collecting and not raise taxes at the local level, that's what strategic goal number 4 is. So I hope I answered your question.
How about cutting taxes? How does that work?
What's that? I'm sorry, what?
About cutting taxes.
Well,
Cutting revenues for the state, yes. I mean, they're taking a lot of things they don't really need.
Yes, well, if we can help them become more efficient in collecting what they already should and not have to raise taxes, that's what we would do.
Or take the rate down, right?
Or take the rate down, exactly, if they become more efficient in doing so.
So on this chart here, you've got a lot of numbers here. This would be our portion amount. You say that, we would invest, say, $3,700 or $4,000, and we might get a return of, say, $50,000, which is a really good return. That would be something that would be akin to our budget status.
Yes, and that's
Anaheim's would be much more, of course.
Yes,
okay.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Yes, going forward, correct, because those revenues would continue to be protected under the California Constitution. But that is just a ballot measure activity. I mean, we also engaged in legislative activity. We digest thousands of bills each legislative session and take position on those bills. Certainly, as a member, the members of the City Council can become involved directly in the policymaking process, give more guidance, and that's what I would encourage should the city rejoin.
You have my support. I tried to get back on a year ago. So I'll make, I make the motion to,
I think we got
more.
No, that's the second part of it. I think she's here for the,
Well, I'm making a motion I'm gonna take, it's 2 issues.
I think we got more speakers.
We do. But it's not the same person, it's a different entity, correct?
Yes.
We can take entities one at a time.
one at a
Yeah, I
time.
want to take them, I think it's
you wanna
important.
do that?
Yeah, I think we need to, since we removed ourselves from this association and then joined the other one, we should take them separately.
I'll make a motion and we join.
Yeah, then we join it.
Can we have a report from you every so often where you show up and give us a report?
Yes, absolutely. That is one of my roles here locally as your staff. That's what I do. I go to city councils. I provide budgetary updates, legislative updates, whatever priorities that the city council wants an update on. That's what I'm here for.
So it's typical. Once
Very
a quarter,
typical.
or what's the frequency?
At the will of the city council, I'll come every month if you
Come
like.
whenever you want.
Rick, they send us constant emails.
I know.
summaries. Do you get them?
But I mean, make a presentation here for the public. That's what I'm.
Sure. No, I mean, yeah,
That's
it's
what I'm
literally,
worried
it's
about.
at the will of the city council, yeah.
Okay.
I made the motion.
Second. That's why I seconded, right?
Motions to rejoin the League of California Cities. Councilman Barnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Colacott? Yes. Councilman Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Fasenelli?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
That was
And
worth
if you're
your
not
wait,
already
huh?
receiving my updates directly, I have a distribution list for city elected officials. We're more than happy to add you on. And if you have any direct questions on how to become more involved or staff, I'm based here locally. More than happy to meet with you all one-on-one. Thank you very much.
I sent you an email last week, and I'd be interested in getting some feedback.
Absolutely. I received that, and you will be getting feedback.
regulatory issue.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony.
Hi, I'm Lacey Kelly with the Association of California Cities, Orange County. Thank you for your time tonight. I'll be brief. I feel like the association has done so much over the last 4 years to try to bring value to cities that it takes a long time to convey all that, and it's late in the night, and I won't take that much time. It would take me about an hour to get through all that we're doing for Orange County cities. But I think what I wanted to highlight, because I know that all of you don't get out to a lot of our meetings, and we hope that you will find a way to do that. But the way that we've tried to distinguish ourselves from the League of California Cities and offer something that's different and an add to what they are doing. I believe the organizations are complementary. I certainly have a great relationship with Tony. We worked at the League together. And one of the things that we focused on is ways to save taxpayer dollars for cities. So I understand that Jared is, he's got it up on the screen, this brief PowerPoint. And I want to go over just sort of how we're saving cities money through the regulatory advocacy we're doing here regionally, which is separate and apart from statewide advocacy that the league does. And then also some of the cost saving measures we have for your city and for your staff. Am I advancing the slides, or are you?
Just let me know when you want to advance on.
Okay, so our mission is the same as the league, but where our tagline is by restoring power to local governments, and we do that a little bit differently here because we're advocating most often at the regional agencies that impact you. So if you look at the next slide, this is all the takeaways of the major takeaways of your money and local control since the 1970s. So you can see that there's a continued trend that bombards cities. And if you can go to the next slide. And then here's all the things that we're currently looking at that are going to continue to chip away at that. And we really wanted to look at, our board looked at what can we do here to help chip away at that. So if you can go to the next slide, what we have done, and this is just to give you, I don't expect you to read this whole slide. I know there's a lot of information on that slide. But there's 4 organizations represented on this slide where we've had huge success working at the staff level. So let me give you an example. In the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board, they came out with a renewed permit this last year that had things so onerous for cities in it, so overreaching, that it would have cost all cities in Orange County hundreds of thousands, not all cities, but the northern cities, hundreds of thousands of dollars. We were able to get together a group of city managers and work at the executive level to work with their chief of staff to say, hey, your staff's working on something this thick that has all these things for our cities that we're not in agreement with. We recently, somewhere in my notes here, I have a list of all the things that they've taken out of this most recent iteration of the permit. Some of them were increased legal liability for cities. Some of them required you to put certain types of things in your general plan that would cost you more in your staffing. Some of them they were going to tell you how to manage your staff. For instance, if you didn't meet the requirements, they were going to tell you how to discipline your staff. Some were going to make you have to, we're going to require the city to get into the weeds with some of the people, the entities in your city, and actually get onto their property and start doing work for them if they weren't doing it. We're able to get 8 of those different things out that represents hundreds of millions of dollars for cities, and that's the kind of work where we're having success. You don't even have to walk through a door to an event to enjoy those benefits, and we'll do them whether you're members or not. I will tell you that the benefit of having more members is that we can say we have more members in Orange County standing behind us when we go. So that's kind of our strength. Why ACCOC? So we're the only organization that does advocacy for cities at this level. We definitely save cities money much more than the amount of your dues. We have strength in numbers, and we do go to Sacramento, but most often on regional issues that are just pertinent to Orange County, and we go with our business and higher education partners, so that's impactful. And we also have policy committees here that tend to be more focused on what you all tell us your issues are that you'd like to work out with your peers in the county. One thing I like to highlight, next slide, Jared, is why Orange County is so successful at doing this, because I think sometimes we don't understand how special we are in the county. I think you have to click it a couple more times. There's a map there, and there you go. So if you look at that little red dot, that's us. We are this little tiny speck, maybe 3% of the landmass in California, but we're 10% of the population. Unlike any other region in California, our elected officials and city managers are within about an hour drive of each other, which means that you all meet and talk with each other more often. It means you're, I'm going to say in my opinion, more sophisticated than a lot of the rest of the state, and therefore you have higher level discussions on a more regular basis. I'm very proud to work for Orange County. I have definitely had the ability to see how you stand apart from the rest in this state, and because of that, cutting edge public policy comes out of this region. We were some of the first to address our pension reform issues. We're working on implementing our environmental laws now in an economically viable way, and we're always leading the charge in this region, and that's what it is. The next slide just shows our business model. We include all our partners, but only the cities vote. So if you're engaged in the actual day-to-day of the committees of the association, what you notice is all your partners around the table, but only you are voting. So this is a very unique model because Orange County cities are literally leading this region through ACCOC. And I think that's really an opportunity for all city leaders to get involved and weigh in their voice. This is some of the cost savings that we offer you. So several times tonight I heard Jared talk about different research he did with the different cities. We do that. We're your analyst staff. You could get rid of your analyst staff and just use us. Our member cities will call and say, hey, well, don't get rid of them. Don't fire anybody. That's not what I meant.
No.
Make them do something else. But we'll help you out, okay? We'll help you out. We do a lot of research. We do simple document collection all the way to research of salaries and benefits, the kinds of things that Jared was talking about. Anything that will save your staff time so they can focus on some of your other priorities. We have a deal with Cal State Fullerton. Every month there's a 2-hour training for city staff. It's completely free. If you paid for it on your own, it would be $15,000. And we have several other programs. We have legislative tracking that's free for you guys. We can get customized tracking on everybody's computer here if they want it, just on the issues that are pertinent to you, in addition to the fact that we're tracking legislatively for bills in Orange County as well. And there's other things that, that if you're interested in, I can describe further for you. Next slide. This is also very tiny, I understand, but it is a small version of this that's in your packet. And these are all the cost-saving benefits we have. So you could say that if you took advantage of everything, you would be saving that much money up there. So that's my presentation. And my last slide says, why are we a good investment? Keeps policymakers informed, provides measurable savings on taxpayer dollars, solves regional problems by facilitating stakeholder collaboration with cities being the voting and leading directors of that, harnessing our regional leadership to provide also a federal and state voice for our region when necessary, and it's a proven mechanism to bring back power to local governments because of the way that we're having an impact with our regional agencies and saving you money through their regulation. With that, I want to thank you for letting me talk.
We've been a member of your organization 2 years? Is it 2 years? How long?
I believe so.
I think so, it's been 2 years.
I think so.
Let me check.
Lacey, I want to thank you for coming out. I was the one that asked us to look at join the League of California Cities, but I no way implied that we should get out of your organization, because I think being a small city like us, we benefit from belonging to both, because we do have a small staff, and you guys provide such tremendous benefits to us. We benefit more than large cities do for the small amount that we pay.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I no way
Thanks.
indicated I thought we should get out of your organization.
Oh, I didn't hear that. And I'm not afraid to say Tony and I work collaboratively together, so we're definitely a hand-in-hand organization. So I'm glad to hear you say that.
Yes, I do.
I'm especially pleased to see that you're taking a lead in helping deal with some of these stormwater permit requirements.
Yeah.
And Tony and I have discussed some of the related issues on that have a significant impact on local government.
There's a 8 bullet point list in your packages there that says what we just got word about a few days ago, what we were able to get taken out of that.
Yeah, I've
Pretty
reviewed
exciting.
that permit in detail, and yeah.
It's scary.
Yeah.
Is there a way you and Tony can get the legislature to meet only maybe half a year, you know?
We're working on that. We're
Because that would be
hoping
the
maybe
first thing to do.
quarterly.
That's just like Nevada then, just cut them down so
Yeah.
they can't make laws.
Well, I support remaining members in this organization as well as the other. I think that they both carry different benefits. One in Sacramento, one is here, and I do believe we need it. We're a very small city.
Okay. Move it.
I'll be happy to move it.
I'll second it.
Stay with ACCOC. Mayor Pessinelli.
Yes.
Councilman Nelson.
Yes.
Councilman Colcott.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. All right, we are off to 18, individual council member information items and required meeting and attendance reports. Councilman Nelson.
Yes, I have a report. Bob Colacott and I had the benefit of attending the League of California Cities new mayor and council member academy about 2 weeks ago. And it brought together a record number of new mayors and council members for this event. There's approximately 440 elected mayors and council members representing 188 cities of California's 482 cities, so about 40% of the cities in California were represented there. The annual event is designed to bring newly elected city officials the information skills they need to successfully lead their cities, including state-required ethics training. The conference covered a wide range of policy topics and city council procedures. One of the best parts, most popular sessions occurred on Thursday when the expert city attorneys conducted a skit on the right and wrong way to conduct city council meetings, and it was really hilarious. It was. It was the best part of the conference. Other session topics included legislative advocacy and key city issues, legal powers and obligations, land use planning, which was a real benefit to me being new on the CDC committee, city council, city manager relationships, so I know how to get along with Jared here, and communication, new media, and local government finance. The Friday morning training was on ethics, but Bob and I skipped that because we both had had the ethics training before, and we didn't need it, so we skipped it. We saved the city a whole night of hotel bill because we cut out early on Thursday night rather than wait until Friday, and so we left the conference early. But I think it's a great conference. I think that Deanna and you, Greg, I think went a couple of years ago.
Yeah, we did.
And you guys had highly recommended it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And we were not disappointed at all.
No.
Good.
By it. And besides, we did save some money by joining the league because we paid $1,000 each less.
Yes.
Because Tony gave us a free ride.
Special deal.
Unless we didn't join, then we had to pay it back. So our membership only cost us $2,000.
Good, you told us that after.
So that's my report on that.
Thank you. Councilman Colca?
Well, I also attended, as Bill noted. It was interesting to spend a couple of days with 500 other, I think it was about 500 other newly elected councilmen, and talk to them and find out, what they saw as the issues in their cities. And it helped me appreciate just how good we've got it here in Villa Park. Our city's a pretty special place. They're dealing with things like, corruption on their city council and gangs and drugs and, things that we're thankful we don't have to deal with. As good as it was to get to know some of the other city council members from other cities, I really enjoyed the opportunity to spend it gave Bill and I some time to get to know each other. And I just had a high regard for Bill, and even more so the more I get to know him. And so it was very worthwhile.
Good, thank you.
I had a fire authority meeting, and we passed a new union contract for the firefighters, 24-1 with Villa Park
Lunda Center?
Yeah.
voting no.
Why am I not surprised?
With the admonition up front, since I knew what was coming, with my card up there, so I spoke up right before the vote and advised them that my vote was going to be based upon the board's failure to meaningfully address the defined benefit plan and even look at it. And so I voted no and stood there with my 1 out of 25 red cards and left. So that's all I got.
You didn't take a selfie so you can bring it back here to the council?
No, you know what I did do? I suppose I should probably put this out. I sent an email in about a month ago to council and to the finance director, maybe to the fire chief, requesting a bunch of information about their medical plans, the pension plans, blah, 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 so that we could kind of outline what we were providing and some cost figures. And I got a request from the chair of from the chair, who was also the chair of the executive committee, to please present it to the executive committee after a long pause of having received no response. So I wrote up a couple of page little speech, and I went in and gave it to them, and there was a lot of silence, and they suggested maybe it would go to HR. Basically went nowhere, and it became abundantly clear to me that it was a clear concern for union retribution. So I'm now planning my next move, and that's kind of it for the fire authority.
Yep.
That's Go ahead.
Okay, I went to the Vector meeting week before last. We have a new logo, and of course, they're working on the exhibit at the Discovery Museum in Santa Ana. We have a new president, Joe Carcio, from La Habra. He is the new president of the Vector Control. Had a successful meetings since then. There is a lot of agenda. They're starting to track and finally give us the actual pools in town that are the new pools that have turned this a certain shade of green that they detect from the helicopters. We already have about 20 of them here in town as it is, but there's more now. And every other year, they do a survey from the air, and they can tell by the color of the pools if they are in the right frequency that allows mosquitoes to grow. Plus, they, of course, tell us about all these new ones that are coming in from Asia all over the place. There's a lot of new mosquitoes that their eggs can actually dry out for years and be rehydrated and be viable. So, all that kind of good news. But anyway, and plus the big deal about that is they pay attention to the bird populations a lot. That's how the transmission vectors is what this all about. Similarly, for the Orange County Sanitation District, we've been to 3 meetings there now. We also have a lot of committee meetings as well. It's about 3 meetings a month. The next meeting is tomorrow night. And then, of course, we have a bunch of union negotiations with the 5 unions that are represented with the 500 employees at the Sanitation District, both for the Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach plants. So that should be very interesting. I'll be calling you, Rick, because I'm sure I'll get more of the same. Everybody wants a big raise.
Yeah, I have to apologize too. I left out, I'm getting tired of this. I left out the crux of that whole deal. I spent 15 minutes up there arguing for the authority to establish a deficit reduction committee, which I laid out explicitly, including press and all kinds of stuff, and it was just absolute silence. I asked that they establish the committee, that the committee go to council, and find out exactly where we're at, what our options are, and present the options to the full board to address the problem, and they bagged it.
Well, let me ask this question of them. So when they have to sell that building out there, what's it worth? The palace.
Beautiful spot, but I'm not sure, who's gonna use that. A lot of concrete.
Maybe Chapman will buy it.
Yeah, some developer would love to bulldoze that, I'm sure. They got 50 or 60 million cash, I think, into that, I heard.
Oh.
That doesn't, and I don't think that included the land.
I don't doubt that a bit.
I forget where I heard that. I don't know if that's legit, but anyway, yeah, it was frustrating. You go to people personally and.
All right, well, it's been a busy month. I think I'm on meeting 18. So I'm meeting out from water and community and human resources and budget. I'm looking forward to the next 2 weeks of not having any meeting, but the most important that did take place was at our new sober living home. The owner, Mrs. Izzy Huron, invited the residents that were in the vicinity of her home to come in and have lunch and have a question and answer. Jared and I attended. More people were invited, less came. Some didn't want to participate at all. Of the 2 people that did come, they asked very good questions. She was very open and allowed them into the house. She claims that there are people living there, 6 girls. It is all female. She is turning it into a treatment center. She is waiting for her application to be approved, but it is nicely appointed inside. It's locked. The girls do not drive. They come in through the side gate. They don't even come through the front door. They're highly regulated. There's cameras. They have a den mother, for lack of a better word, that is there 24 hours a day, 1 during the day. While that one sleeps, there is one at the nighttime that is always awake. And they have monitors to see if they leave or not. And this is for alcohol abuse. So the neighbors had the opportunity to ask her questions. I'm not necessarily sure that they walked away feeling any better than how they came in, but the offer was made and the city the city was there. As of yet, we've had no complaints from that particular facility. And that's all I have at this time. Staff?
Pound the gavel.
Yeah, I had a question on that. If they become a treatment center, won't they then become subject to regulation?
No, they will not become subject to regulation.
Okay.
Because it is a
ADA.
ADA requirement.
They're just
They are a disabled group. That's coming down from the Fed.
More of a protected class.
Mhm.
They get the license.
So I just remind council and remind the residents, if there's a non-compliance, then we can deal with something, but there's no non-compliance as of this point.
Make sure you move your phone before you hit the gavel.
Oh, God. Okay.
Ending on a good note, Jennifer has arranged for a meeting on Friday with the developers of the vacant lot, the gas station property. So they're coming in, they haven't told us what, with the site plan, with project summary,
Okay.
floor plans, elevations, color boards, landscape plans. So
Cool.
Deja vu. We've
For-
been there
for-
before, haven't we?
It's about
For what
time.
kind of facility?
we don't know.
They won't tell you what,
We'll let you know on Friday.
I can tell you what it probably is. Bill.
Okay, that's very good.
My guess is it's going to be designed around the CUPs that were
Yes.
approved. So I'll have to drive through, it'll.
It's gonna be a drive-through bank and
prior
a coffee
ATM,
shop.
maybe
Which-
a bank.
Which we've done all the work. So that'll be, that's the smartest. We've gone
Gonna
through
be
it
a
already.
Coffee shop and a drive-through bank.
We'll let you know a little more Friday.
Thank you.
Bank of Starbucks.
Okay, anything else? All right, pound it. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
There we go.